Chapter 420, Star-Lord's Wish. Sonia stood before the towering gates of the Void God cult, her gaze sweeping over the gathered hopefuls. When she spotted Star-Lord among them, surprise briefly flickered in her dark eyes, but she quickly masked it out of deference to Lord Cassidon's authority. Ever since the cult conquered the land of nothingness, its power and reputation had spread across the galaxy, and no one doubted its godlike influence. Star-Lord, once a feared reaver, now served as one of the guardians of the galaxy. Undaunted by bounty hunters, he had come to obtain the Void's blessing, or so it appeared. Star-Lord, Sonia said, her tone cool but respectful. He stepped forward, lowering his head in a polite nod. My name is Milos. I'm a level 2 bounty hunter, and I've been here over 3 months. I hope that proves my sincerity in wishing to join the Void God cult. I understand the broad strokes of your requirements, but could you explain the trial in more detail? A ripple of murmurs ran through the assembly, and an impatient voice called out from the crowd. Damien heard the deep voice and looked up to see an immense figure, at least 3 meters tall, a gargoyle with a broad, square jaw and skin like dark granite. He'd heard tales of this stone colossus, Milos, who could merge with ancient rock and tower over 30 meters high, wielding strength that few could match. I've already explained the rules, Mr. Milos, came a calm voice from the dais. Sonia, always unflappable in the face of impatience, smiled at him. All the tests are written on those tablets behind me. Milos's stone brow furrowed. When you arrived 3 months ago, there were only 100 candidates. Now there are 1,000, yet not a single one has passed. He banged a fist on the platform. Surely this trial isn't meant to be impossible. Sonia's smile never wavered. 3 months isn't a long time, but I understand how it feels to stall without progress. The tablets outline every requirement and procedure. Study them carefully, and you'll know exactly what's expected. Milos's face tightened with frustration. Miss Sonia, kindly explain it again, in simpler terms. A ripple of agreement ran through the dozens of hopefuls gathered. Weeks, some even months, had passed with no breakthrough, and morale was wearing thin. Damien felt it too, the sting of uncertainty. Yet as Sonia turned the pages of her notes, her confidence reminded him of why he had come here in the first place, to face impossible odds and prove himself. The test carved into the ancient stone tablet was devised by Lord Cassidon himself, the god of the void. Over 500 aspirants have already passed its trials, proving their devotion and resolve. Sonia's voice cut through the hushed crowd. Remember, for every one of you who succeeds, another will fall. Your task is not to question the tablet's origins or its justice, but to interpret its message and discover how to pass its trial. If doubts trouble you, feel free to study it again and again. Return as often as you need until its meaning becomes clear. From the edge of the gathered followers, Milos watched intently. Born with prodigious powers, she carried herself with an unshakable pride, always ready to stir the emotions of those around her. A few years earlier, when Kyle and the others first sought her out, they had believed her abilities would guarantee swift entry into the Void cult. Disappointed to learn that membership conferred no supernatural gifts, they'd spent days unsure where to begin. None had dared speak up before the temple gates, until Miss Lacey stepped forward to challenge the silence. Despite how nonsensical Miss Lacey's orders seemed to Damien and his 2 companions, they followed her without hesitation. This kind of faith, acting on hope even when you know it might be folly, is what separates true believers from skeptics. After all, people may scoff at heartfelt conviction, yet the very power of the Void's blessing, the gateway to unimaginable strength, demands precisely that: unwavering belief, undistracted by doubt or outside interference. One of Damien's companions grumbled, "Fine, I'll go first." Another frowned. "I'm here to grow stronger, not to be pushed around." Damien himself added, "Spending months waiting here does nothing for us." At this, Milos, standing on the dais before them, blanched as anger flared in his eyes. He opened his mouth to retort, but then reminded himself that this was the headquarters of the Void God cult. A single misplaced word here could cost him his life. Swallowing his rage, he waved them forward and stepped down the stairs. The crowd of over 1,000 disciples watched in awed silence, hearts stirred by the trio's daring resolve. One by one they rose to follow, each driven by the same reckless hope that guided Damien and his friends into the unknown. Damien stood among the throng, watching as hopeful devotees drifted away one by one. Each lingered, convinced that if they held out long enough, if only Sonia, the god of the void herself, saw their determination, she might finally relax and reveal some secret wisdom. Yet Sonia's expression remained utterly impassive, as though their very persistence meant nothing to her. Too many people longed to join the void cult. None could bypass her trial. Those who stayed on were invariably the most obsessed, dreamers who believed in their naivete that a single blessing from the void could catapult them straight to greatness. But under the watchful eyes of their peers and the unyielding gaze of Cassadine's chosen, that kind of stubborn hope was hard to sustain. 10 minutes passed, then 20. One by one, the wavering turned away, fear, doubt, or simple exhaustion carrying them back to safer comforts. When the final hush settled over the courtyard, barely 200 remained. They exchanged glances of mingled relief and apprehension, each silently daring Sonia to break her silence. And somewhere in that expectant hush, Damien wondered whether any of them truly understood what it would cost to win her favor. Sonia stepped onto the makeshift dais beside the ancient stone tablets, her dark robe billowing in the sea breeze. She cleared her throat and addressed the assembled pilgrims. "I am Sonia, envoy of the Void God cult," she announced, her voice steady. "I know many of you traveled far and have questions about the trial, but those who've already enrolled will find their names inscribed on these sacred tablets. Trust what you see, demonstrate your devotion, and the path will become clear." She offered no further explanation. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Anger, disappointment, regret. They'd come seeking answers and found only cryptic instructions. Within minutes, more than 200 hopefuls turned on their heels and marched away, voices rising in bitter complaint. In less than half an hour, only 2 figures remained. "Feel free to stay on the island as long as you wish," Sonia called after the departing pilgrims. "And if you choose to leave, you're free to go at any time." She checked her watch, gave a curt nod, and then vanished in a swirl of robes as abruptly as she had appeared. One of the 2 stragglers hesitated, glancing toward the jungle path. But Damien, drawn by an inexplicable curiosity, stood his ground. He watched the final pilgrim disappear around a bend, his heart pounding with a mixture of dread and anticipation. The disappointed cries of the departing only deepened the chill in his chest. Yet despite the foreboding hush that settled over the island, he could not tear his eyes away from the silent stone tablets and the trial of the void god that awaited him. Damien stood among the small crowd gathered beneath the overhanging cliff, watching newcomers come and go. Many had lingered here for weeks, some even months, only to leave in frustration. No messages, no progress bar, no sign that anyone, anywhere, cared about their vigil. He turned his attention to the ancient stone tablet set into the cliff's face. Its single carved dictum read, "Do you sincerely believe everything you see?" Damien read the words again, then muttered under his breath, "Brother, enough of the posturing. She isn't listening." A rough-looking man tightening his pack nearby snorted without looking up. "You think you're the first to put on airs before her? Pretenses, bribes, lavish offerings to this island's shrine, all worthless." Damien scoffed. "Piety's a sham." The man glanced at him sideways. "Even worse, piety here gets defined by others, and she won't say what qualifies. So the longer you stay, the more you end up spending, chasing a promise that never comes." Damien folded his arms, lips curling. "Someone told me the so-called piety test is just a scheme run by the Void God sect to fatten their coffers." "I didn't believe it at first," the man admitted, slinging his pack over one shoulder. "But after seeing how they bleed everyone dry, I'm starting to." With that, he turned and strode away, casting one last contemptuous look back at Damien, 2 disillusioned souls bound by the same unanswered question: who, if anyone, was listening? "Thanks for the reminder." Damien inclined his head politely. He had no intention of arguing with the man, but neither did he plan to follow every instruction. The stranger, spotting his polite evasion, merely grunted and continued down the stairs. As he walked away, Damien found himself debating whether to hang around a bit longer or call it a night. He didn't trust the so-called hospitality of the Void God sect. If they really meant to trap outsiders into long-term stays and boost their profits, accommodation wouldn't be this cheap. Besides, bounty hunters like them often earned more in a single job than most laborers made in weeks. Even for regular workers, 200 cosmic coins a day wasn't chump change, but it wasn't prohibitively expensive either. With Xandar's 354-day year, basic living costs would hover around 70,000 coins. Uncle Mike had told him that with a few 100,000 stashed away, anyone could live here comfortably for an entire orbit. For ordinary workers willing to scrimp and save, setting aside that much was entirely feasible. Damien had witnessed firsthand the terrifying power of Cassidon, the god of the void, and the fanatical members of the cult of the void. Across the galaxy, it's almost universal wisdom that you do not cross the void collectors. Yet the cult strikes whenever it chooses, and they've reduced even Gao Tianzun to slavery. No one truly knows how vast the combined fortune of the collector and Gao Tianzun really is. Most don't even dare to imagine that sum. With seemingly limitless resources, the cult of the void can bankroll its ambitions by any means necessary. That ruthless flexibility calls into question their lofty claim that everyone deserves a chance, yet the cult's deeds leave no room for doubt. Damien had already concluded that bribery would accomplish nothing. If coin could sway them, thousands would be lining up to join, not the fewer than 600 adherents they boast now. He had no clear way to prove his own piety. One thing, however, he refused to accept, languishing indefinitely, waiting for word of his bastard father's death. Damien had only one thought burning in his mind. When the moment came, he would be the one to kill Egg. To make that possible, he had to complete the trials of the Void God religion, earn its sacred blessing, and awaken the hidden power within his blood. Only then would vengeance become more than a fevered dream. His friends believed in him without hesitation. Gamora, Rocket, Nebula, Groot, and Drax pooled their resources and lent him the funds he'd need to embark on this perilous journey. With their faith behind him, Damien refused to heed anyone who doubted his resolve. No matter how brutal the ordeal on Void Island, he swore he would not leave until he'd passed the god's test and unlocked the force that would finally let him settle the score. Third update, plus 3,000 words, bringing the total to 10,000. Chapter 421, The Nature of the Test. Damien knew that understanding the true essence of devotion couldn't happen in a single night. He wasn't in any rush. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he rose from his seat and set out to explore the island, eager to acclimate himself to its rhythms and routines. Guided by a roughly sketched map, he soon arrived at the communal cafeteria. Inside, 50 chefs bustled behind gleaming counters, but the dining hall itself was nearly deserted. Puzzled, Damien walked straight to the ordering station and called out to a neatly dressed chef in a crisp white uniform. "Why are there so few people here?" he asked. The chef paused in mid-preparation and looked Damien over with a friendly smile. "Judging by your gear, you must be one of our honored guests, yes?" he replied. Damien hesitated, then simply nodded, neither confirming nor denying the chef's assumption. Chapter 12, A Quiet Kitchen. The dining hall used to be a whirlwind of activity, orders flying in faster than the cooks could keep up. But over the last few days, an unfamiliar calm had settled over Void Island. "I never thought I'd see the day when we'd have downtime," the junior sous chef said, leaning against a cool stone counter as she dusted off her apron. "We were slammed every waking hour." Her colleague, stirring a pot of simmering broth, nodded. "Word is, sect leader Damien has gone off to claim the land of nothingness." "That makes sense," another cook added. "It belongs to the Void cult now. We should all take a look once things settle." With so many Void cult members relocating to oversee their new territory, the island's staff had thinned out, chefs included. But thanks to Miss Sonia's generous retainer, business never really suffered. Whether Damien placed a dozen orders or none at all, they were paid up front. If an order came in, they cooked. If not, they used the time to prep fresh ingredients. Their workload, surprisingly, stayed consistent. News of the Void cult's takeover had sent shockwaves across the system. The kitchen team had even catered the grand celebration banquet at the Void God sect's stronghold. Seizing the land of nothingness was cause for universal jubilation among cultists. Has he really secured the land of nothingness? One of the cooks asked, eyeing the suspended snippet of conversation. And does that mean even fewer cult members will be wandering around here? Another wondered. Damien paused mid-step, the hum of the quiet kitchen giving him space to think. The island might be resting now, but with a new domain under his control, not for long. Probably not, the tall, muscular man said with a grin. He stood over 2 meters tall, and in his 5 years stationed here, he'd seen it all. Void Island is the main base of the Void God cult. Unless they're gearing up for a mass star migration, nothing's going to change. As long as this place stays their headquarters, it's only a matter of time before the big names from the cult show up again. He wiped his hands on his apron and leaned back. The pay on Void Island was more than enough to make them all comfortably wealthy, and after half a decade of steady work, nobody was eager to give it up and head off into retirement. Damien flipped through the menu and placed his modest order. Who are these big shots in the Void cult, anyway? For folks like us, anyone who makes it into the cult is a VIP, the chef replied, nodding. But don't let that worry you. They're actually pretty easygoing. They won't go out of their way to make life difficult for ordinary people. Just relax and enjoy your time here. The chef glanced at Damien's ticket and chuckled. Good choices. I'll have these out in a few minutes. Nothing fancy, but they'll hit the spot. Damien watched as steaming plates were carried past him, vanished in moments by eager disciples. I've never seen such appetites, he remarked. In this hall of the Void God sect, even a dozen dishes could disappear before you'd blink. The chef, a compact man in simple black robes, was already assembling Damien's next course. Damien cleared his throat. You've been cooking here a long time, haven't you? Long enough, the chef replied without looking up, expertly skewering a strip of marinated meat. Damien pressed on. In all that time, have you ever served someone who started out as an ordinary guest, then later joined the Void God cult? The chef paused, lowered the skewer, and gave a wry smile. Oh yes, I've seen plenty like that. He returned to his work, slicing the meat into perfect bite-sized pieces. They come believing in Lord Cassidon, the god of the void, seeking his blessing so they can ascend. But the truth is, only 1 in 1,000 ever makes it, and these days the odds are even slimmer. He laid the slices on a platter and slid it across to Damien. Not everyone is chosen. I've lost count of the hopefuls who left here with nothing but regret in their hearts. Damien accepted the dish. The chef chuckled softly and wiped his hands on his apron. Enjoy your meal, disciple, and good luck on your own path, though you'll need more than prayers if you want to be among that 1 in 1,000. Damien had witnessed firsthand how the Void God cult's entry requirements grew ever more stringent over time. He dreamed of joining their ranks and securing a long life, but he knew it wouldn't be a prize won by mere patience. So what qualities do those accepted by the Void God cult possess? He wasn't asking to learn the names of their great figures. That information would reveal itself once he settled in and paid attention. What Damien really wanted was a sense of the cult's overall ethos and the traits its members embodied. Gaining that insight, he believed, would be invaluable to his own journey. Chapter 7. The Chef's Insight. Damien, the temple's head chef, leaned against the stone counter as Star-Lord watched him with genuine curiosity. You're not the first person to ask, and you certainly won't be the last, Damien said, his tone calm but amused. If you're looking for a single type of personality among the Void God Faith's leaders, you're in for a surprise. He wiped his hands on a towel, considering his words carefully. They run the full gamut. Some are domineering and proud, others are gentle, kind, even lively and strikingly beautiful. You'll meet scholars whose insight seems almost supernatural when they speak. And then there are those who regard wealth as mere dust. They give it away as easily as they breathe. Star-Lord raised an eyebrow. So there's no mold, they all fit? Exactly, Damien replied. Among them you'll find aloof dignitaries, brash extroverts, soft-spoken sages, and everything in between. The only thing they have in common is an unshakable devotion to the Void God. Star-Lord nodded thoughtfully. That explains a lot. Damien turned to check the simmering stew in a nearby pot. Speaking of devotion, tomorrow's New Year's worship is our busiest day. Believers from every corner of the galaxy will return to this temple to honor the Void, Thanks to Lord Cassidon's blessing, the very air will hum with void energy. He ladled a spoonful of stew into a wooden bowl and offered it to Star-Lord. Care to see just how deep that energy can go? Trust me, it's the finest stew this side of Piltover. Star-Lord accepted the bowl with a grateful grin. As he took his first taste, Damien watched him closely, confident that this meal, like the faith it celebrated, would leave a powerful impression. "I'm not sure I can join you," Damien said, "but thank you for the information." The chef smiled approval as Damien took a seat. He replayed the chef's explanation in his mind, recalling Sonia's earlier words about Cassidon, the void god. No matter what path one follows, true devotion requires unquestioning faith in what you see and what you feel in your heart. You must be unwavering in your belief that Cassidon's blessings are real and that the void is to be feared and respected. There may be many ways to show your piety, but only genuine conviction can win recognition from the void god. It isn't something you can fake with slick words or clever tricks. It springs from an unshakable inner resolve, a steadfast faith in Cassidon's power. Throughout the Blue Star, countless legends and myths testify to this truth. Those who prove their devotion earn the god's favor and receive divine gifts. As Damien pondered these ideas, a clear sense of purpose settled over him. In that moment, everything fell into place. He knew what he had to do, and that his faith, once tested, would guide him forward. Damien sat alone in the study of the mountaintop villa, the last rays of sunset filtering through tall windows. His eyes were fixed on the floating data panel before him when an alert pinged softly. "Peter Jason Quill has applied to join the Void," the notification read. He looked up at Sonia, who was seated across the room, idly stirring her tea. "Star-Lord's here," he said, voice low. Sonia set her cup down, eyebrows lifting. "I just pulled his arrival log. He wasn't on Xandar when we checked, yet here he is, dining in the Void Island cafeteria." Damien rose and moved to the window, gazing out toward the lights of the island below. "When did he arrive?" "At 3:10 this afternoon, his airship took off," Sonia replied, tapping on her datapad. "He landed at 3:40, checked in shortly after, and by 4:30 he was at the Void Temple." "And after that?" Damien pressed. Sonia paused, recalling what she'd seen. "I spotted him in the crowd just a few minutes ago. He could have slipped away unnoticed. Most recruits do when the tests begin, but he stayed." Damien's jaw clenched. The Void's trials were infamous for breaking even the strongest wills. "You just got here," he reminded her softly. "You haven't seen what their tests can do." She met his gaze steadily. "No, but I've studied every record. If Peter Quill endures what the Void throws at him, he's a force we can't ignore." Damien turned back to the darkening vista, the island lights shimmering like distant stars. Star-Lord's resolve would be tested in ways none of them could predict, and this was his only chance. Cassidon raised his hand, and a pale, wavering projection sprang to life before them. In an instant, the specter reached into the depths of the void, extracting the information Cassidon sought. When the image faded, he spoke quietly but firmly. "Piety can't be faked. You might keep up an act for a month or two, but what about 3, 4, 6 months? Only time can expose a false devotion." He paused, letting his words hang between them. Whether he can endure such a merciless trial, that remains to be seen. Damien allowed himself the faintest of smiles. Star-Lord's petition had arrived, but Damien had no intention of granting it so hastily. The Void had too many eager applicants already, greater and lesser souls alike clamoring for its power. Even Star-Lord's demigod heritage, remarkable though it was, meant little to Damien now. What truly mattered was the strength and purity of one's faith, and the consistency of one's actions over time. Right now, the endless stream of hopefuls formed a living proving ground. New arrivals, unfamiliar surroundings, the persuasive tongues of others, any one of these could shake a person's resolve. In the end, it was not bloodline or flashy powers that mattered most, but whether, under the unrelenting pressure of time, one's conviction would endure. And that judgment, Damien knew, would not be handed down lightly. Some people had only pretended to devote themselves to the Void Temple. The moment they stepped beyond its sacred halls, returning to their homes or even fleeing the island, they abandoned all pretense and indulged the darkest urges of their hearts, secure in the belief that no one would ever discover them. Yet when you look out at the universe, a vast stage teeming with countless lives. You see how rare it is for someone truly to embrace their convictions and never waver. Damien was determined to learn whether Star-Lord's faith would hold firm under such tests. "Okay," Sonia said softly. News had reached Sonia that Lord Cass-Adine himself had begun to keep an eye on Star-Lord. She smiled, relieved. Cassadine's personal attention meant she no longer needed to worry. For those already sworn to the cult of the Void, attracting Lord Cassadine's notice was a mark of honor, a clear sign that their talents had been recognized and that greater rewards, or heavier responsibilities, might soon follow. But for anyone still outside the cult's ranks, the development was far more unsettling. They had no idea that every move they made was now being watched by Cassadine. After all, intelligent beings often wear one face in public and another in secret. Damien might look the part and convince himself he'll sail through the assessment without a hitch, but he'd be wrong. In truth, only by standing out can he secure Mr. Cassadine's approval. Once he's formally admitted into the Void, any questions about his loyalty will vanish. Stay tuned. Today marks the release of our first 3,000-word daily installment. Chapter 422, Choice and Courage. Peter Quill, better known as Star-Lord, sat alone at a table in the nearly deserted cafeteria, quietly finishing his meal. Moments later, Loki and Thor strolled in behind him. Loki surveyed the empty room and the lack of any familiar faces. "Where are Renali and the others?" he asked, puzzled. Thor shrugged as he loaded his tray. "They're free to wander the island like we are. I'm sure they'll turn up." Loki still frowned. Although he hadn't been among the standout heroes in the Void campaign, wielding Thor's enchanted light blade had spared him from the supply runs. When Lady Sonia hadn't explicitly ordered him to join the transport teams, he'd chosen to remain on the island and train. Renali's squad had made the same choice, taking advantage of a rare breather after the battle. They'd all been together at lunch, but by dinner time, Renali and his people had simply vanished. "They should have shown by now," Loki muttered. Thor glanced out the window as dusk deepened. The sky was slipping from pale gold into rich indigo. He didn't think much of it and turned back to his companions with a grin. "Evening, you two. You look like you've got something on your minds." Star-Lord and Loki exchanged a glance. The unspoken worry between them mirrored in Thor's steady gaze. As the first stars began to appear overhead, the cafeteria's hush felt heavier than ever. An omen, perhaps, of the choices and challenges yet to come. Thor sat in the cafeteria, absently poking at the steam rising from his tray. Loki was beside him, already elbow-deep in a heaping plate of mashed potatoes, when a soft voice drifted over their heads. "Thor." Looking up, Thor saw Sarah gliding toward them, her smile warm as sunrise. She carried an empty tray and paused at their table. "Where are Renali and the others?" he asked. Sarah's eyes lit up. "Miss Lacey just got new orders from Sonia Senpai. She's leading the charge to conquer the land of nothingness. Renali, Kyle, and Predictor have all gone ahead to help." Loki froze mid-forkful and stared at Sarah in disbelief. "You mean that female Tyrannosaurus really is taking over the land of nothingness?" Sarah laughed, setting her tray down. "I know it sounds impossible, but I was there when Sonia Senpai officially appointed her. It's happening." Loki blinked, still trying to process it. "But Mr. Thor, what are our orders?" Thor folded his arms and studied the cafeteria ceiling as if it held the answers. Finally, he turned to Loki, his expression serious. "We stay ready. If a Tyrannosaurus is leading an invasion, we'd better be prepared for anything." He nodded to Sarah. "Thanks for the update. I'll let the others know." Sarah gave a graceful curtsy. "Good luck, Thor, and Loki." With that, she slipped away, leaving the two Asgardians to brace themselves for whatever challenge lay ahead. Sarah glanced at Loki over her teacup. "You know that in all 9 realms, calling someone a tyrannosaur means they're an ugly, ruthless woman, right?" Loki's eyes widened. "Yes." "And Lacey," Sarah went on with a faint smile, "is anything but that. She's kind and beautiful. Yet believe me, if she's ever in a foul mood and wants to pick a fight, you'd be top of her list." Loki shivered at the thought. "Thanks for the heads up, but please, tell me more." Sarah set down her cup. "Kyle and the others have already left. They're on their way to reclaim the land of nothingness." Thor, who had been listening, frowned and folded his arms. "Couldn't you come back later? This sounds urgent." Sarah sighed, her brow creasing with worry. It is a long story, and right now, I'm starving. Why don't we eat something, and I'll explain everything. She motioned to a tray of steaming pastries. Loki let out a relieved breath. Food and answers, my two favorite things. He grinned, no longer quite so pale. All three settled in around the table, ready for Sarah's tale. Damien exhaled, then simply said, good. At his words, Thor and Loki exchanged approving glances and each gave a short nod. Togi, there with a small escort, they left the judging chamber and made their way into the campus cafeteria. It was still early, only a handful of students milled about. Loki's keen eyes fell on a lone figure at the far end, head bowed over a chopping board. As they drew closer, he recognized the familiar leather jacket and the angular silhouette of Star-Lord. Loki hesitated. Should he greet him? Peter Quill, he began, voice low. You're here early. Before Loki could add more, Thor's booming voice carried across the quiet hall. Quill, a son of the Nine Realms seeking Void Island's blessing. Well met! The Prince of Asgard stretched out a great, calloused hand in greeting. Peter froze, knife poised above the cutting board. He'd spotted Thor and Loki the moment they entered. Anyone could recognize the royal garb and the gleaming armor. But Peter had not yet learned to channel the demigod blood in his veins. Compared to the likes of Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, or even Thor and Loki themselves, he felt unworthy to speak of his heritage here. He remembered Tony's promise to help with anything else, but the awakening trial, Tony had admitted, was beyond even his steel-forged genius. So Peter stood stock still, uncertain whether to lower his blade, raise his hand in return, or simply melt back into the shadows cast by two of the Nine Realms' greatest heroes. Thor cleared his throat. Come now, Peter. You'll catch your hand if you stand there frozen. That mild rebuke nudged Star-Lord back to himself. He set down the knife, offered a tight smile, and stepped forward to meet his greeting with honor. Star-Lord strode onto Void Island with his usual blend of bravado and barely concealed awkwardness. He'd come here specifically to enlist some help, but first he had to find Thor. Within minutes, he spotted the Thunder God lounging near a rocky outcrop. Thor, he called out, striding forward with forced ease. I, after handling a little business, wanted to ask you a favor. Thor looked up, slightly surprised that Star-Lord was the one making the approach. Before Star-Lord could tuck away his bravado, Thor covered the distance between them in under 3 seconds and settled down on the stone beside him. When did you get here? Thor asked, amusement flickering in his eyes. Star-Lord hesitated. Just now. Thor shook his head with a friendly grin. Strange, I didn't hear Tony mention your arrival. I only landed this afternoon. This place is massive. I haven't even gone to see Tony Stark yet. Relief washed over Star-Lord. If Thor, a prince of the Nine Realms himself, hadn't bothered to drop in on Stark, it meant Star-Lord's own request for help might not be so presumptuous after all. He leaned closer, voice low. Actually, that's exactly what I was hoping for. Think you could smooth things over for me with Tony? Thor's grin widened. Leave it to me. He owes me a cup of coffee. As the two fell into easy conversation, Loki lingered on the edge of the clearing, arms folded and eyebrows raised. Even the god of mischief had to admit, Thor's blunt courtesy was disarming. He watched Star-Lord's face brighten and wondered what kind of favor could bring them together so quickly. Loki knew that Peter Quill, Star-Lord, hadn't yet joined the Void Cult. Since his power was still too low to mix comfortably with Tony and Bruce, Loki at first ignored the pair. But true to Thor's generous spirit, he ultimately couldn't help himself and drifted over to Peter's table. Sliding into a seat, he greeted, Mr. Quill, and who is this handsome fellow? At that moment, Sarah spotted Thor and Loki taking up spots at the table and simply slipped in beside them. She assessed Peter with a friendly smile and said, I don't believe you've introduced him yet. Loki's eyes lit up as he leaned forward. Allow me. This is Peter Jason Quill, a demigod by blood, just like us, born in the Nine Realms. His divine powers haven't awakened yet, but the potential is off the charts. Even if he never formally joins the Void Cult, he should naturally manifest his abilities in a few centuries. Trust me, he's destined for greatness. Sarah let out an appreciative whistle. Impressive. Peter felt a pleasant warmth at the redhead's compliment, and when Loki's glowing endorsement sank in, she regarded him with genuine curiosity. The restaurant fell silent. Every diner, even the chef, turned to stare at Damien when Thor's words rang out. Heat crept up Damien's cheeks. He would have gladly burrowed into the floor rather than meet their gazes. Truth be told, he had little hope of awakening his powers on his own for centuries, if ever, but there was no harm in letting himself dream big. A soft voice cut through the tension. A woman approached, her robes embroidered with the emblem of the Void Flower God cult. "Greetings. I'm Sarah, recorder of the Void Flower God cult," she said, inclining her head in polite acknowledgement. Damien bowed awkwardly, still feeling the weight of 100 curious eyes upon him. Sarah's clear, gentle tone put him at ease, but he reminded himself that her title marked her as one of the cult's highest-ranking members. She smiled and hesitated for a moment before continuing. I'm not sure whether to address you as Star-Lord or as Mr. Damien." His pulse quickened, part embarrassment, part something else, before he forced himself to stand a little taller. "Please," he replied with a wry grin, "just call me Damien." Her smile grew warmer, and in that instant, the room's charged atmosphere seemed to ease. After all, to most outsiders, members of the Void Cult and the rest of the world really did seem like they belonged to two entirely different realms. Although it's only natural for Damien to be drawn to beautiful women, you can't help noticing, he also knew the importance of keeping his feet on the ground. He'd admired Pepper, Tony's wife, and Paige, Steve's wife, before. Both were lovely in their own right, but next to Sarah, their looks and poise seemed to lack something. Damien didn't know much about Sarah yet, but it was easy enough to guess that she'd already attracted plenty of admirers. Sarah caught the glance he tried to hide and smiled softly. "Modesty is a virtue," she said, "but there's no need to undersell yourself." Damien's cheeks warmed. "Mr. Saul has praised you highly," Sarah continued, her tone encouraging. "You ought to be a little more confident." She paused, studying him. "I know how uneasy an ordinary person can feel when they step onto Void Island and find themselves surrounded by so many powerful figures. I've been there myself." Her expression grew gentler. "But there's nothing to fear. Just be yourself. Void Island is safe, and everyone who's joined the Void God cult, both the senior members and the adults, has been incredibly welcoming." Damien wasn't one to suffer from low self-esteem, but setting foot on Void Island, among so many powerful warriors, had unsteadied him more than he'd expected. "Thank you, Sarah," he said softly, still surprised by her words of encouragement. She gave him a gentle smile, and something in Damien shifted. He raised his chin and met her gaze, taking in the features that so many found captivating. A warm confidence began to replace his earlier unease. At that moment, Loki, standing just out of earshot, watched with quiet admiration. Sarah's blend of graciousness and respect, her refusal ever to look down on anyone, explained perfectly why she held the recorder's post for the Void Cult, the role that demanded diplomacy with every member. Nearby, Thor observed Damien's transformation. He realized that his own brusque greeting moments before had been ill-judged. Clenching his jaw in mild remorse, he reminded himself to choose his words more carefully in the future. The tension that had weighed on Damien melted away under Sarah's kindness. As he drew a steadying breath, the ragged clouds of doubt dispersed, and he stood ready to face whatever challenges awaited him on Void Island. Damien strode into the chamber and halted before Thor, Loki, Sarah, and Saul, who awaited his answer. Thor folded his arms, his voice booming in the vaulted hall. "Where are your companions, Star-Lord?" he demanded. "I was under the impression you all arrived together." Damien met Thor's gaze without flinching. "They didn't accompany me, Your Majesty, but I carry their trust and their responsibilities with me wherever I go." Loki arched an eyebrow. "So you came alone?" "Alone, yes," Damien replied evenly. "Only one man was needed to stand before you today." Thor and Loki exchanged a swift look. Even Sarah, the only one who truly understood the gravity of this moment, felt the weight behind his words. She knew that to open the trial of the Void Cult, Damien had to clarify his faith, demonstrate unwavering devotion, and prove he could bear the hopes of others without faltering. She held her peace, letting the silence underscore his resolve. Saul leaned forward from his seat. "Very well," he said. "Then what are your comrades doing while you face this test?" Damien squared his shoulders. "They carry on our work, answering distress calls, rushing to worlds in need, and defending the innocent. I trust them to keep the galaxy safe." Saul frowned. "So you have no intention of dissolving the Guardians of the Galaxy?" A faint smile touched Damien's lips. "The Guardians are not disbanded," he affirmed. "But this trial is mine alone. The burden of leadership and of their trust rests on my shoulders today." He bowed his head respectfully. In that moment, Thor, Loki, Sarah, and Sol sensed the quiet steel in his heart. No distractions, no wavering faith, only the steadfast determination of a man prepared to bear the weight of others' hopes and, if necessary, lay down his life for them. The chamber fell silent, the trial of the Void cult poised on the edge of beginning. Though they insisted on charging a fee, the Guardians believed that helping people, no matter how little their clients could pay, was worth it. After all, nobody else bothered to answer low-paying bounties or distant distress calls the way they did. "How could the Guardians be broken up so easily?" Loki muttered, folding his arms. "They rushed in to rescue whoever called," Damien replied evenly, a hint of pride in his voice. Loki snorted. "And you'll all reunite in 2 years at the latest?" Damien's lips curved into a wry smile. "That's the plan anyway. 2 years is just our tentative timetable." He didn't deny that the team wasn't the strongest in the galaxy, but Damien thrived on the rush of saving lives, and the heartfelt gratitude that followed. He figured charging a small fee was only fair. At least it meant someone always answered when help was needed. Damien squared his shoulders and met Star-Lord's gaze. "If I still fail to pass the trial in 2 years, I'll find another chance. Unless I receive word of my father's death before then. If he falls in the valley prematurely, I'll have no choice but to abandon my quest for grace." A hush fell over the chamber. Star-Lord studied the young demigod thoughtfully. He understood Damien's determination to confront his estranged, illegitimate father himself, avenging past wrongs before the old man could perish of natural causes in the valley. If the father died early, Damien's hope would die with him. "Very ambitious," Star-Lord admitted, respect lacing his tone. "Everyone needs something to strive for." Thor, leaning casually against a console, offered an encouraging grin. "Take heart, my friend. Even if Damien falters, he mustn't lose hope or sink into despair. When I told him the future was his, it wasn't an empty promise. He has every right to choose his path. So long as he lives, his powers will awaken. If not now, then in time." Loki, arms crossed, regarded Damien's resolute expression. Rather than scoff, he found himself nodding. Who else would dare embrace their demigod heritage so openly and grow stronger with each passing day? Perhaps, he reflected, Damien's conviction wasn't so misguided after all. When you finally awaken, an entirely new life stretches out before you, a life without the fear of aging or death. Free from the ticking clock of a limited lifespan, you can afford to relax, play the long game, and wait patiently for the right moment to strike. After all, once awakened, the cosmos is yours to explore or conquer. Every star system and hidden realm lies within your reach. Why rush when you can secure power at your own pace, enjoying a risk-free ascent to greatness? Yet Damien refuses to follow that cautious path. Though he could drift lazily through uncharted dimensions, charting new territories and building alliances, his heart burns for a single goal: to slay his own father. Ego, Damien's biological parent, is heralded by none other than Lord Cassadin, the god of the void, as the most formidable being in the universe. Even if Damien completes his awakening and amasses vast new powers, challenging Ego carries a mortal risk. Should he fail, his life will end as swiftly as it began. Still, Damien presses on. He'd rather face certain danger than live forever in complacency. Such relentless determination earns respect even from Loki, the trickster god, who grins in admiration at his audacity. To Loki, daring the universe's greatest warrior is the boldest gamble of all. And so, with the second installment of 4,000 words now delivered, Damien's journey hurtles forward, ever closer to that final, desperate confrontation with his father. Chapter 423, Planning to Step Down Before Taking Office. Damien stood his ground, voice calm but resolute. "I know you speak the truth," he admitted, "yet I alone carry the blood of my father's illegitimate line. I'm the only one left who fully understands what really happened, and that makes this my burden to bear. If I don't pursue justice, the restless souls of my half-siblings, murdered and wronged, will never find peace." Star-Lord's lips curved into a wry smile. Retreat is a choice you only make when there's truly no other way. I admire your conviction. Thor, who'd been watching in silence, stepped forward. Respect shone in his eyes. Damien's decision might not have been the cleverest tactically, but it spoke to his honor, and that, Thor recognized, was far more valuable than any ploy. Star-Lord leaned back casually. You two carry on. I've got my own path to follow. Once I've sworn myself to the Void God's creed, I'll let you know what I decide. With that, he strolled over to Sarah, who was seated nearby. Thor and Damien resumed their hushed conversation, the weight of their responsibilities hanging between them. Miss Sarah, Star-Lord said, bowing his head slightly, thank you for reminding me how to live on this island. Your guidance cut through my doubts. Without it, these harsh conditions might have broken my faith entirely. Sarah offered him a gentle smile. None of us stands alone here, she replied. We're stronger when we help each other. For a brief moment, the three of them shared a quiet understanding. Their duties and beliefs lay heavy on their shoulders, but in that fragile unity, they found the strength to face whatever trials lay ahead. Because low self-esteem can easily invite disaster, Sarah laughed softly. All right, then I'll just wait until Star-Lord comes back to take notes from me. She accepted his gratitude with a warm smile. Thor, seeing Star-Lord about to depart, opened his mouth to invite him to dinner and a chat about the future, but Loki tugged gently at his arm. Thor glanced back, catching Loki's slight shake of the head, and let the invitation fall unspoken. Once Star-Lord had gone, Thor turned on Loki. Why did you stop me? Loki met his brother's gaze calmly. We were getting too comfortable with him. He's not ready for lofty discussions about destiny. Thor frowned. Our advice could only help. On the contrary, Loki replied, our words might sow doubt where he now stands firm. He doesn't want to burden anyone, least of all us. Let him find his own way. Thor considered that. Having never known the struggles of the powerless, he found it hard to understand such restraint. Loki, however, had spent years in exactly that position and recognized Star-Lord's fierce desire to carve out his own path. Star-Lord is a fascinating person, Loki said quietly. Thor nodded. Time will tell where he leads himself. Sarah, watching the two brothers, let a gentle smile linger on her lips. All right, let's order first. When Thor heard Loki and Sarah speaking, he realized they weren't talking about Star-Lord. Lacey's been appointed to govern the Void Realm, he said. So why are Renly and the others heading over there to help? Are they planning to spend even more time in the Void? Loki glanced down at the menu as he spoke. He liked Lacey's fiery spirit, but she'd always been patient in teaching him and had shown him a few combat techniques of her own. If she spent less time here on the island, who would Loki turn to for guidance? Sarah shook her head. No, it isn't about Lacey staying away. Senior Sonia intends to install a puppet ruler in the Void Realm. Miss Lacey's current task is to work alongside that puppet under Senior Sonia's direction. She tapped her fingers lightly on the table. Renali, Kyle, and Predictor have gone along to help identify suitable candidates. They might have to restore order in the Void Realm first, but once things settle down, Lacey will be able to return here to the island most of the time. Loki relaxed a little at her explanation, finally, able to set aside his worries. Why Lacey? Damien asked. Couldn't Renali or someone else take on this task? Sarah glanced at him and explained what Senior Sonia had decided. Miss Lacey's knowledge is among the strongest in the Void Cult. Having already witnessed the darkness hidden beneath the light, she won't be unnerved by the Void's own shadows. More than that, she's powerful enough to keep those shadows at bay. That's why she's our best and first choice. She paused, as if weighing her words. According to Kyle and the others, Lalatina and I are the backups. If Lacey refuses, the responsibility falls to one of us. Truthfully, I've never seen the light's darkness myself, but my years working in those celebrity hotels taught me how easily a person's perceptions can be twisted. It can break you. By accepting this mission, Lacey has shielded both Lalatina and me from that fate. Damien nodded slowly, his confusion clearing. He had no doubt, now. Lacey's deep knowledge and her ability to stand firm in the face of overwhelming darkness made her the only person truly capable of finding the puppet and controlling whatever forces lay waiting in the land of nothingness. Tony and Banner explained that Lacey had once worked at the Bounty Tavern, where she issued contracts and gathered intelligence. In their universe, virtually every major development finds its way to the bounty-hunting community. After all, these battle-hardened warriors share rumors and hard data gleaned from every corner of the galaxy. Given that network of informants and the hunter's word-of-mouth reports, it's no wonder Lacey knows so much. Sarah furrowed her brow. If that's the case, why haven't Lacey and the others just posted the news in the community chat? Saul, who clearly understood Miss Sonia's selection criteria, answered, Mr. Kyle, Mr. Renely, and Mr. Pye Predictor are all thrilled that Lacey has secured an official position. But why keep it quiet? Sarah pressed. Saul shrugged. I honestly don't know. My best guess is that once Lacey and the team are fully settled in the land of nothingness, they'll make a formal announcement. Loki cracked a grin. This definitely warrants a celebration, he declared. At the very least, Lacey should treat us to something nice. Chapter 7. The Call of Asgard. Damien strolled along the shore of Void Island, the late afternoon sun gilding the waves in molten gold. Beside him, Loki idly flipped a silver goblet in one hand, listening to the soft chime of metal. You'd think that with all the treasure I've amassed, I'd take more pleasure in a fine meal or good wine, Loki muttered. But nothing here feels quite right anymore. Damien gave him a wry look. Maybe it isn't the food or drink that's lacking, but the company and a proper dining hall. Loki paused and gazed across the water. You have a point. We've grown too comfortable in our little paradise. At that moment, Thor, who'd been examining a strand of coral, strode over. His great frame was relaxed, but there was a glimmer of restlessness in his eye. What are you two plotting now? He asked, shouldering his hammer casually. I thought Void Island's quiet suited you both fine. Loki sighed and rested a hand on Thor's arm. Tranquility is lovely, but duty calls. Odin and Frigga have been back in Asgard for some time. I find myself homesick. Damien nodded. Sarah told me there's peace throughout the 9 realms. No disasters, no wars. It might be the perfect moment to go home. At that very instant, Sarah appeared, her auburn hair glowing in the dying light. She gave Thor and Loki a warm smile. Why don't you visit Asgard? Father and Mother have missed you both. Thor's face brightened. Really? No crises at all? No crises, Sarah confirmed. Everything's calm. They'd love to see you. Thor threw back his head and laughed. A feast in Veloskjalf beats even the best roast we've had here. Truth be told, once I ascend the throne, I'll be buried in councils and statecraft. I won't have a moment's peace. Loki nodded, dead in agreement. And if I wait until I'm king, I'll forget what ease feels like. Sarah stepped forward, encouraging. Then why wait? Go now, while the realms are still at rest. Thor clapped his hands with a grin. I like the way you think. Let's make preparations at once. As they began to plan their departure, Damien watched Thor and Loki exchange eager looks. The pull of Asgard, its grand halls, familiar faces, and the responsibilities of rule, was strong. Yet in his heart, he knew they would carry the memory of Void Island's freedom and simple pleasures with them, wherever they went. And for today, that was enough. Wait, so Odin's back on the throne? Sarah asked, eyebrows raised. Then why is he still talking about abdicating? Loki let out a reluctant sigh. He says that once he reassumed kingship, he realized how much he despises the daily grind of governing Asgard. He wants his freedom, time to live for himself instead of endless council meetings and state ceremonies. Thor stood across the hall, jaw tight with frustration, and at once Loki's smug satisfaction wilted. Once Thor takes on the kingship, Loki knows he'll be tied to Asgard's politics too. No more leisurely strolls through the markets, no impromptu gatherings with old friends to debate philosophy or blow off steam. It's a prospect that makes Loki's blood run cold, but duty demands that Thor inherit the throne. A sly thought crossed Loki's mind. If he can persuade young Saul to marry and raise an heir, Thor's accession would be delayed for at least another generation. That, he decided, might just preserve a little of his own freedom after all. 2,000 years from now, at the latest, he could be free of Asgard, and that's millennia sooner than his father, Odin, who must rule for tens of thousands of years. All it would take to speed up the schedule is Thor's marriage. Loki's gaze rested on him, cool and calculating. The chill of it ran down Thor's spine. What are you planning, Loki? Loki's lips curved into a casual smile. Why do you ask, brother? Thor frowned. Because you're not acting like yourself. Loki chuckled softly. We're the same age, you and I. Shouldn't you be worried about your own marriage? Thor blinked. I almost forgot, but how would that even work? Won't father and mother still press Saul as heir? Loki's smile wavered. Of course, they'll keep prodding Saul, except once they see you walking down the aisle, you'll top their list of priorities. Trust me, it's rather entertaining to watch you squirm about weddings the way Saul does. Thor's suspicion flared. So that's it? You want me to get married, just to distract everyone? Loki shrugged, feigning innocence. Nothing more complicated than that. I merely thought you should settle down, secure the succession, start a family. You know how they love that. Thor crossed his arms, staring at his brother. And what do I get out of this, aside from endless matchmaking efforts? Loki's grin turned sly. Freedom from Asgard sooner than you ever imagined. Loki leaned back against the marble railing, a sly grin on his face. We could retire from Asgard in 2,000 years at most. Thor raised an eyebrow, but as things stand now, that plan isn't going to work. Why not? Loki spread his hands. 2,000 years isn't that long, when you think about it. Thor chuckled ruefully, sensing exactly where his brother was headed. Don't even suggest it. If I get married, I'll be miserable. Loki lifted an eyebrow. You're still young. Why worry about marriage? Thor waved a dismissive hand. Because the moment mother and father catch wind of it, they'll start hunting for a suitable match. I'm not ready for that kind of pressure. Pressure? Loki snorted. You think I wouldn't suffer the same fate? From the doorway, Sarah watched them with amusement. Even now, before either of them had claimed the throne, Thor and Loki were already plotting how, and when, they'd bow out of Asgardian life for good. End of chapter. Chapter 424, Restoring the Land of Nothingness. Sarah paused as she surveyed the assembly of warriors around her. It's far from simple to command such a vast force, she admitted. Thor nodded solemnly. Sonya is overwhelmed with duties from sunrise to sunset. Sarah let out a soft laugh. But you know, sometimes the best strategy is to take a break. Why grind ourselves to dust when we could be enjoying life? She cast a teasing glance at Thor and Loki. Who needs endless toil when you can roam free? Loki's eyes brightened. She's right. What thrill is there in staying cooped up in Asgard? Think of all the wonders waiting beyond our borders. Sarah grinned. Exactly, Mr. Loki. Your idea makes perfect sense. But let's keep this little revelation off the books of the void divine religion. Loki frowned, curious. Why the secrecy? Sarah leaned in, lowering her voice. If Sonya finds out we've been indulging in extracurricular adventures, she'll watch our every move. A touch of freedom won't harm our sect, but if every member catches the bug to slack off, the whole void divine religion could lose its focus. Even discipline needs a little moderation. Loki nodded, understanding at last, and the three exchanged conspiratorial smiles, ready for once to put duty aside and seek their own slice of fun. Once you've eaten too much and grown idle, it's only natural to start poking your nose into other people's business, and that's exactly how trouble begins. Miss Sonya is resting, Sarah murmured, leaning in close to Loki. She won't hear what we say. But, Loki waved a hand dismissively. Even if she's asleep, Lord Cassidon is watching us. Sarah's eyes flicked toward the raised dice where Cassidon sat, his expression unreadable. This is only my personal view. It doesn't concern the other members, or the people of Asgard. Loki cleared his throat and forced a respectful bow. I have no desire to fracture the void faith. Forgive me, Lord Cassidon, god of the void. At once, Cassidon fixed him with a steady gaze. The void cult prides itself on absolute freedom, but freedom isn't without its limits. Some notions are simply too radical to endorse. Cassidon himself has declared that now is not the time to splinter the faith into competing factions. For that very reason, the people of Asgard have not yet been drawn in en masse. Silence fell, broken only by the distant drip of molten metal in the forge below, an unspoken reminder that even in the void, boundaries must be respected. Damien leaned back in the high-backed chair of the mountaintop villa's library, the glow of the hearth flickering across his sharp features. Before him, Loki reclined casually on a chaise longue, one pale arm draped over the cushion as if he owned the room. If I start openly preaching all these new ideas, Loki explained, I'll fracture the Void God's followers before our plan even gets off the ground. Different sects will sprout overnight, each with its own agenda. The entire strategy we've so carefully built will collapse under its own weight. Damien frowned. But those factions were inevitable eventually, weren't they? Sooner or later, every movement has its splinter groups. True, Loki admitted, but timing is everything. Right now, the Void God cult is gaining momentum exactly as designed, slow, steady, unified. If I rush it, Asgard will find itself alone against all rivals. And you know what that means. He paused, letting the threat hang in the air. Damien watched Loki's expression darken. If my father has to choose between preserving Asgard's stability or watching his son sow further discord, he won't hesitate. First comes banishment, cast out into the 9 realms. And if he deems me a greater liability, well, he may see execution as the only true solution. Damien's lips curved into a faint smile. He tapped a finger against his goblet. So you're worried about Odin killing you. Not just killing, Loki said flatly. Disgrace, exile, losing everything. Queen Frigga trusts Thor implicitly, and Odin, well, he can be ruthless when the realm is at stake. This isn't about favoritism or sibling rivalry, it's pure politics. Damien set down his drink. I see your point. Fracture the faith now, and everyone suffers. Hold off, let the movement mature, then allow the natural emergence of sects on your terms. Loki's grin returned, sly and triumphant. Exactly. Factions will form one day, but I'll decide when and how that happens. Damien raised his goblet in a mock toast. To patience, then. May the Void God's light guide us both, just not too hastily. Even if dozens of rival factions spring up in the future, as long as they honor the commandments and acknowledge the Void God cult's supreme authority, any clashes between them will remain nothing more than minor squabbles. If a truly urgent threat does emerge, Damien will naturally leave it in Sonia's capable hands. Meanwhile, the Voidlands itself is slowly being reshaped. Former outlaws, desperados, and black market profiteers, once eager to exploit the chaos, are now clearing away corpses left by the war and patching up crumbling buildings and shattered grounds. Any notion of preying on the followers of the Void God cult has evaporated. The cult now holds undisputed ownership of the Voidlands. What new rules and levies will they impose? Will taxes and fees soar under their overlordship, or will this once lawless zone be transformed into a realm of radiant order? No one knows. If the cult merely tightens its grip without going too far, the displaced survivors still stand a chance of eking out a living here. But if the cult truly turns the Voidlands into a bastion of sanctity, they will have no choice but to seek refuge elsewhere. The Land of Nothingness may have once been the galaxy's largest black market, but it isn't the only one. Scattered throughout the universe are planets carved out for lawless types and desperados, many of them set up long ago by the Universal Presbyterian Church. Over time, these zones have grown comfortable in their isolation, forming tight-knit circles of smugglers, fixers, and rogues. But step into a territory run by a rival elder council, and you'll find yourself fighting for turf and scrambling to rebuild alliances. Sooner or later, that kind of scramble always boils over into bloodshed. Who knows what's coming next? Damien muttered, his cobalt skin glowing under the hangar's harsh lights. He was perched at the control console of an aging industrial freighter, tweaking fuel ratios as sparks flew from nearby repair rigs. Below him sprawled the dilapidated city, once prosperous, now half-sunken and overrun by gangs. He leaned forward, resting his chin on his knuckles. If this whole market collapses, I'll just retire somewhere quieter. His partner, a tall, brown-skinned pilot with amber eyes, flipped through the freighter's diagnostic readouts. You've already earned more credits than you'll ever spend, she replied, a wry smile tugging at her lips. She tapped a console button, then glanced around the shabby bay. Trouble always finds us, though. Maybe this time we actually deserve a break. Across the hangar, the hum of maintenance drones and the clang of welding torches filled the air. For now, at least, Damien and his companion could take comfort in familiar routines, patching up hull plating, calibrating engines, waiting for their next job to come barging in with more danger than they'd signed on for. In this line of work, retirement was always a moving target, but for these two, the promise of a peaceful planet still felt like the greatest gamble of all. Damien leaned back in the battered hollow chair, rubbing his temples. Retirement isn't as easy as it sounds, he admitted. If I walk away now, the intelligence network I've spent years building will evaporate, and I still have a fortune's worth of goods waiting to be sold. Across the scarred metal table sat Kale, the blue-skinned alien fixer whose wry grin never seemed to fade. Around them, dim emergency lamps flickered, casting long shadows along the walls of the lawless zone outposts. Here, desperados, black market traders, and casino barons all rubbed shoulders, each one clawing their way to the top through bribes, betrayals, and backroom deals. "Who among us isn't in the same boat?" Kale asked, leaning forward. "As long as we stay in the game, fresh credits flow into our accounts every cycle, and once you've spent your life handling desperate souls and their dirty secrets, a quiet retirement at some sleepy resort world sounds downright dull." He tapped a paper-thin datapad, scrolling through the latest briefs. "This place," Kale said, gesturing around, "is one of the best-informed hubs in the entire galaxy. You know that as well as I do." Damien took a slow breath. "I'm not looking to stake out new territory on other planets. The situation here, my rivals, my investments, I don't have the luxury of walking away." Kale shrugged, uncaring. "Then don't retire, but if you truly can't handle it anymore, step aside." Silence settled between them, broken only by the hum of distant engines. Damien stared at the datapad, torn between the promise of freedom and the web of alliances and obligations he could never fully abandon. Damien followed the two alien delegates into the observation gallery, where the endless flow of traffic along the space lanes stretched out before them. A lazy plume of silver mist curled from the lips of the brown-skinned woman at his side. "At this point, the best you can do is throw credits at the data brokers for the freshest reports," she remarked dryly. "Just don't lose sight of the big picture." No sooner had she spoken than a colossal warship loomed into view, eclipsing half the sky. The blue-tinged alien next to Damien let out an awed whistle. "In barely 5 years, the Void God religion has managed to field an armada like that?" he murmured. "It really drives home the fact. Strength remains the universe's true bedrock." The cruiser drifted closer, its hull bristling with turrets and sensor arrays. The blue-skinned delegate shook his head. "These dreadnoughts aren't items you simply pick off a catalog shelf. Even if you can afford the astronomical cost, nearly 50% above standard market rates, the ship's systems usually lag 1 or 2 tech tiers behind cutting-edge designs. Still, even second-rate battlestars are more than sufficient to crush any low-level civilization. Unless, of course, that world sits atop a deposit of exceedingly rare minerals or exotic energy sources." Damien watched in silence as the Void God warship sailed on, its presence a stark reminder of how quickly power could reshape or upend the cosmic order. Damien listened quietly as his advisors warned him. "Even if you sweep through those low-tier star systems, it'll be nothing but a money pit. Buying a space battleship is just the start. You'll bleed credits on upkeep, arms upgrades, and the specialized crews needed to run her." He nodded, bracing himself as the vast hangar doors rumbled open to reveal the Void God cult's flagship, a warship that gleamed like the newest prototype. Clearly, it had cost a fortune and leaned on powerful backers. As the boarding ramp descended, 4 figures stepped into the light. First came a tall man with silver hair draped in a matching cloak, his gaze as sharp as a blade's edge. Next followed a mountain of a man, bald-headed and broad-shouldered, each step reverberating through the deck. Beside him trailed a stranger entirely bound in heavy bandages, its intentions hidden beneath ragged wrappings. And last, a striking blonde in form-fitting black tactical gear moved with effortless grace, her every gesture betraying lethal precision. Damien's jaw tightened as a single thought crystallized in his mind. The land of nothingness had sent its finest, Sonic Linoli, Hercules Kyle, Predictor, and Lacey, to enforce its will. If they'd come aboard today, something monumental was about to unfold. I, Damien, had only ever sent laborers to the land of nothingness to haul debris, until now. This time I dispatched 4 specialists, Lacey, Renoli, Kyle, and the Predic, Thor, with explicit orders. Seize control of this forsaken realm and proclaim my new rules. No sooner had their battleship settled on the cracked earth than Lacey leapt from its deck, coming to rest a full meter above the barren ground. Over the past fortnight, ground crews had combed the plain, removing every corpse and washing away all signs of violence. yet the faint, metallic tang of old blood still clung to the soil. Where the Void Cult would recoil, these 4 battle-hardened warriors hardly noticed it. To them, that scent was as familiar as home. Kyle drifted beside Lacey and asked, "Who do you think really pulls the strings here?" Lacey surveyed the silent expanse. "I have a few ideas," she said, "but I won't know whom to summon until I finish reviewing the death list." Renoli's voice was cautious as she added, "Anyone with genuine authority in the land of nothingness answers to the collectors." Kyle frowned. "Then odds are they didn't survive the last war." Lacey's eyes narrowed with determination. "Perfect. Let's see exactly which names stand between us and my new order." Damien leaned back in his chair, reviewing the advisor's counsel. "When you install a puppet ruler, you don't pick someone with no standing, quite the opposite. If a candidate has already made a name for himself in the land of nothingness, he's proven that he knows how the world works. What you need is someone who combines worldly savvy with a clear moral compass, and of course, genuine talent. Anyone who can't navigate the intrigues of this realm isn't worth considering. You need competence without blind ambition, reputation without arrogance, and the tact to negotiate delicate matters rather than bulldozing through them. Elevate the wrong person, and you risk setting a hothead loose at court, someone who will burn through power and prestige in a heartbeat, only to fall from grace and force you to find a new puppet all over again. Still, replacing your figurehead isn't something to do on a whim. If a puppet stays in place too long, flattery and favoritism will erode his principles. He'll build his own little coterie, creating factions that threaten your control. A healthy cycle of turnover is essential, but not every year. You need at least 5, even 10 years under the same proxy to reap stability without breeding corruption. Damien nodded. The task was clear. Choose carefully, set firm limits, and refresh the court at the right intervals. Only then could he ensure the land of nothingness remained firmly in his grasp. Chapter 12. The Death List. In the vaulted chamber of the Voidland, Damien stood before the circular council table, its carved glyphs faintly illuminated by pale, shifting light. He tapped the table's surface with a slender quartz pointer and spoke with measured calm. "In 10 years, we'll have to initiate the next replacement cycle," he announced. "This timetable is set by Lacey's predetermined objectives, but its exact length will depend on unfolding events." Renoli, seated to Damien's left, frowned and leaned forward. "Who compiled the death list?" "Wuma Chi," Damien replied, his gaze fixed on the spectral projection hovering above the table. The list's names glowed in ominous red, each one a future casualty marked for judgment. Damien turned to the room's shadowed corner, where the predictor stood draped in midnight robes. "I'll need your assistance analyzing their character profiles, testing their foundations, probing the limits of their morality." Lacey, who had been watching silently beside the predictor, inclined her head. "Understood." The predictor offered a subtle nod. His gift, to see through countless possible futures, allowed him to expose the deepest strengths and weaknesses of any mind. It was precisely this insight that Lacey trusted would bind their faction together in the trials ahead. As Damien, Lacey, and their circle withdrew down the dim-lit corridor, a quiet buzz of speculation ran through the Voidland's populace. Whispers spiraled like eddies in still water. When would the replacement Klee truly begin? Who would survive the death list? And what verdict would the predictor ultimately deliver on the fate of each marked soul? With every murmur, the weight of the coming decade pressed heavier on all who called the Voidland home. Damien watched in mounting disbelief as the discussion unfolded. "Are we choosing an agent next?" the blue-skinned alien stammered, panic edging his tone. "Or are you going after the collector's most powerful remnants first?" The brown-skinned beauty at his side frowned. "It makes sense to round up the stragglers," she said. "But the real power brokers, aren't they already dead?" A third voice, cool and measured, cut in. "Exactly. With the collector gone, everyone below him simply falls into line." The blue-skinned alien's eyes darted around the chamber. "So I'm not considered one of the big players, then? Is it too late for me to run?" Damien's jaw tightened. He glanced over at Lacey, who was scrolling through a glowing datapad. The headache spreading across her temples told him everything he needed to know. Wumaki's compiled death list of the Land of Nothingness was grim reading. Every name of a high-ranking figure in Void Land, everyone they'd ever heard of, was marked in red. The Collector's inner circle has been wiped out, Damien said, stepping forward. Only a handful of former lieutenants remain, plus some outsiders who happen to be here. If the Void Cult really intends to purge them, none will escape. Chapter 4. Mapping the Void. Damien leaned forward as Lacey reviewed their plan. Storming the Land of Nothingness is the easy part, she began. The real challenge is keeping control. As the proverb goes, a mighty dragon can never fully suppress a local snake. That's why we'll co-opt a few native agents, our snakes in the void. They know the terrain and can handle problems on the ground. If any prove unreliable, they're expendable. The Collector will eliminate liabilities first. Understood, Damien said. Who's left standing in the void? Who can we turn to? Lacey tapped her console and brought up a shimmering holomap. Here's the roster of surviving superhumans. I've cataloged each operative's origin, powers, and known actions within the void. Just then, her cosmic communicator lit up with Wumaki's face. Sent by Miss Sonia to assist with the operation, he'd been compiling intelligence on the Land of Nothingness. Dream invasion was his specialty, a power that allowed him to slip into the deepest corners of anyone's mind and retrieve secrets they'd never disclose aloud. With my reports integrated, Wumaki said smoothly, we'll have a complete dossier on every potential ally and every loose end we need to tie off. Damien studied the list, the glow of the holomap reflecting in his eyes. With the void superhumans laid bare, the path to Dominion had never looked clearer. Damien had already learned that Lacey would assume control of the Land of Nothingness, so he'd done his best to cooperate. He didn't concern himself with why she'd been chosen over him or anyone else. His only goal was to wrap up business in the Void Land as quickly as possible and return to Void Island to relax. Thanks, Lacey said, taking the data from Damien. She studied the files closely, searching for individuals with extraordinary abilities. The dossier was impressively thorough, cataloging each person's origin, personality traits, superpowers, and even the skills they excelled at, making it exceptionally easy to reference. If she hadn't worried that members of the Void Cult might devolve into monsters within the Land of Nothingness, Lacey might have seriously considered naming Damien her acting agent there. But since she couldn't find any cult members she trusted to cooperate, the thought remained only a passing one. Chapter 425. I know how to intimidate the Void Realm still harbored countless superpowered individuals, none overwhelmingly powerful on their own, but each more than capable of tipping the scales in our favor. Of course, with no laws to bind them, recruitment required careful vetting. Lacey shortlisted a handful of prospects and turned to the seer. Seer, she said, pointing to the holoprofiles, run your tests on these two, Nikrov and Mrs. Dai. Observe how they react under pressure and the choices they make. Remember, our new pawn needn't be limited to a single personality. Adaptability is key. On the display floated two dossiers. The first was Nikrov, a stoic blue-skinned alien whose eyes betrayed centuries of guarded calculation. The second was Mrs. Dai, a strikingly beautiful woman with warm brown skin and an air of unshakable confidence. Both have roamed the Void Realm for hundreds of years, Lacey continued. Neither has broken into the mid-tier, let alone the upper echelons, but that's only because they never had proper guidance. Nikrov runs one of the largest black market arms empires in the region. Mrs. Dai owns the most exclusive beauty salons this side of the void. Their abilities are real, and with the right direction, they could ascend rapidly. She watched the seer's ethereal forms swirl around the profiles, ready to probe deep into their hearts and minds. The game was on, and Damien would soon have two formidable allies to bend to his will. Damien and his companion had always kept their powers well hidden, so here in the lawless zone, their names carried little weight. They'd never climbed high enough in any faction to attract real attention or earn real enemies among the black market traders and the proprietresses of the beauty parlors that made this outlaw enclave their home. But the prophet had talents of his own. As soon as he laid eyes on them, he sensed the subtle currents of their abilities. Damien's uncanny charm, his partner's quiet gift of mind control. Nodding to himself, The prophet released his power in a ripple that unfurled across the void lands, bringing every possible future within his grasp. In moments, he zeroed in on their location. They were aboard a battered industrial freighter, drifting among a convoy of smugglers. Astonished to find themselves detected, Damien and his ally exchanged a panicked glance, and then tried to flee. The prophet would not allow it. With a mere lift of his hand, he summoned twin bolts of energy that tore through the freighter's hull. The two industrial ships exploded in crimson fireballs, debris scattering off into the black. Expecting to see them scramble for escape pods or mount a counterattack, the prophet stared in disbelief. Damien and his companion stood frozen, neither casting a spell nor drawing a weapon. They remained stubbornly rooted to the deck, as if accepting whatever fate the seer now had in store for them. Damien dropped to his knees, his voice trembling. "I'll pay whatever fee the collector demands," he pleaded. "I know I'm no confidant of yours. I just want to buy my life." His companion echoed his desperation, but the prophet remained unmoved. He had already studied both their records, every quirk of their personalities, every moment of their pasts. As he'd made clear, he would not act unless driven to his last resort. When he'd offered them the assignment of serving as his agents in the land of nothingness, they had both tried to back out. "We're not the right people for the job," they'd insisted. "Find someone else." But with a simple, imperceptible gesture, the prophet had drawn out their dormant powers, stripping away any hope of escape. No longer able to refuse, they'd bowed their heads and accepted. The prophet regarded them with cool assessment. "You two have good character and solid abilities," he observed. "You're decent people, competent if not dangerously ambitious. And Damien," he added, inclining his head toward the kneeling young man, "you're especially adept at making every situation work in your favor." He paused, and leaned back. "Keep in mind, so long as the void divine religion holds sway over the land of nothingness, neither of you can afford to lose sight of your duty." In less than a heartbeat, the prophet's gaze flickered as he pierced 1,000 possible futures. Lacey, Renoli, and Kyle watched him, their own breath caught in their throats. Finally, he spoke. Lacey leaned forward, brow furrowed. "How on earth did you convince them to become your puppets?" The prophet tapped his fingers together, as if recalling a grim puzzle. "Their dossiers matched our requirements perfectly, but persuading them was anything but easy." Lacey watched him carefully. "Go on." He drew a slow breath. "First, we abducted them and locked them away. Then we broke them down, building fear and hopelessness until they lost the will to live. At their darkest moment, we revived them, physically intact but utterly desperate. Faced with death, they chose survival." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. Only when they believed there was no escape, no chance to live or die on their own terms, did they finally accept our offer. If they'd known the truth of their fate from the start, they'd have hidden their abilities and resisted to the last breath. Lacey's eyes hardened. "You toyed with their lives to force their obedience." The prophet shrugged. In thousands of possible futures, only one ended with their cooperation. Had Wumaki's files not flagged them as superpowered, we might have been outwitted entirely. Silence fell between them, charged with the knowledge of just how far the prophet was willing to go, and how few stories end well when hope is used as a weapon. "I'm good at intimidation," Kyle said with a confident grin. He didn't intend to kill them. Threats alone would do the trick. "Then let's just catch them first." Lacey exchanged a glance with the seer. She understood why he hesitated. These two suspects were at best operatives of the Void God cult, and at worst, mindless puppets. Unless they were facing imminent death, they'd never confess. A normal investigator might fall for their act, but not the seer. Barring some power that could neutralize his precognition, like Lord Cassidon's rumored void nullification, he could anticipate every move they'd make. "Let me track them down," he offered quietly. Renoli, who had been standing nearby, spoke up. "They're holed up in the repair brigade, 10 kilometers southwest of here. Industrial ships number 857 and 860. The seer nodded, memorizing the coordinates. In an instant, Renoli vanished. At the same moment, Niklov and Mrs. Hardwick, who had been watching in tense silence, sprang into action, ready to follow their lead. They whispered nervously aboard the industrial freighter, scrambling for a way out, yet a flicker of relief still warmed them. If the cult of the Void God didn't rewrite the rules of the Land of Nothingness, the worst they'd face was a steeper tribute. They could survive that. But then Damien felt it. Something tearing through the air 5 kilometers overhead, its passage shattering clouds and mist like a falling star. His face went pale. Whoever moved that fast had to possess supersonic Renoli's power, and that horror from the Void God cult was infamous across the galaxy for its ruthless strength. There would be no outrunning it, no standing ground against it. All Damien could hope was that Renoli and his forces would purge the Land of Nothingness swiftly before the chaos spilled over to them. In a heartbeat, a silver-haired figure plummeted from the sky, drawing Damien's full attention. Madame Butterfly, her bronze skin and proud posture suddenly diminished, cowered at Renoli's approach. "Not me. Please, not me," she mouthed, her whispered prayer trembling in the air. Damien didn't hesitate. He knew that capturing the pair first would send the strongest message. In an instant, he appeared behind their industrial freighter and slammed his palm against its hull. Bam! Bam! The massive ship, easily dozens of tons, careened off course. Still airborne, it took 3 more of Damien's precise palm strikes before it hurtled down and crash-landed exactly 100 meters from where Lacey, Kyle, and the Predictor were waiting. Niklov and Madame Butterfly were hurled against their seats by the violent impact. Dazed, they tumbled out of the cockpit. Though both had suffered hard jolts, neither even attempted to tap the superhuman abilities rumored to lie within them. Niklov, white-knuckled and humiliated, stumbled forward, mouth opening in protest. But before he could utter a word, Damien's voice boomed from overhead. "You're under arrest." Panic flared in Niklov's eyes. He threw up his hands. "Please, listen to me. I'm just a humble merchant. Yes, I operate a shop in this sector, but I'm no loyal subordinate of the Collector. Don't unleash your wrath on innocent civilians." A heavy silence followed. Damien hovered in the dim starlight, expression cold and unyielding. As Niklov's plea faded into nothingness, his heart sank. He knew there would be no mercy. Damien's heart pounded as Renault's enforcers closed in on him and Madame Butterfly. He sank to his knees, hands raised in a plea. "Please," he gasped, voice cracking, "I only run a men's grooming salon. Every year I pay the collectors their ordinary protection fee, nothing more." Madame Butterfly hurried to his side. "In this lawless sector," she said, forcing calm into her tone, "you have to pay to survive. We've never worked for the Collector." Lacey and Renoli stood a few paces away, weapons at the ready. They'd been tracking down anyone connected to the Collector's gang, and they looked ready to clean house. Renoli's dark eyes flicked between Damien and Butterfly. "Are you sure you're not in league with him?" she demanded. Damien straightened and met her gaze. "Absolutely. We captured the Collector ourselves. I interrogated him personally, then had him locked up." At that, Kyle, their leader, stepped forward. His expression was icy. He didn't ask another word, but the silence that followed felt like a verdict. Madame Butterfly and her lieutenant, Niklov, exchanged a frightened glance. Kyle's gaze drifted over Butterfly with a leering intensity that made her skin crawl. She had heard rumors of what happened to women who fell into his hands, and every instinct screamed that she could not show weakness. Still, she forced herself to stand tall. If she broke down now, there would be no mercy. Surrounding her, Lacey and Renoli tightened their grips on their weapons, uncertain whether to strike or stand down. Damien's voice trembled as he added, "We've cooperated fully. You have our word." Kyle's eyes narrowed, but he finally nodded once, curtly. The tension in the alley remained thick. None of them trusted the others, but for the moment, they would let Damien and Butterfly live. Damien dared not breathe until the enforcers finally turned and marched away, their heavy boots echoing down the street. Only when the last shadow had faded did he allow himself a shaky exhale. Madame Butterfly looked at him, relief and fear mingling in her eyes. They had survived this encounter, barely, but they both knew the danger was far from over. Damien's grip tightened as he hauled the 2 prisoners, helpless as squawking chicks, down the winding steps into the Collector's mansion. Despite its name, the mansion was more fortress than home, a labyrinth of vaults and galleries crammed with priceless relics, and a hidden wing of high-security cells built for one purpose only: interrogation. "Damien, what brings you here?" A tall man with deep blue skin looked up from his desk of scattered ledgers and artifact catalogs. He was the mansion's collection overseer, charged with logging every acquisition and dispatch. Even he sounded surprised. "We've been ordered by Miss Sonia to purge the land of nothingness," Damien replied smoothly, setting his captives on the cold stone floor. His smile was calm, almost casual. The overseer's eyebrows rose. "Does that include these two?" He nodded toward the bound prisoners, breathing raggedly, faces bruised. Damien inclined his head. "They're on her list." The overseer swept a glance over the newcomers as if assessing their potential value. Then he shrugged. "Very well. If you need an extra hand?" He tapped a finger against the ledger. "I thought you'd never ask." Damien's grin widened. Let's see how far they can bend before they break. Behind them, the mansion's hidden doors slid open, revealing a corridor of steel-reinforced cells lit by swinging lanterns. Shadows danced on the walls, promising answers, and perhaps mercy, only to those who survived the Inquisition. Damien leaned back in his chair, the low light of the interrogation room catching the faint bluish sheen of his skin. Across from him, a bound woman stared defiantly, her wrists chafing against the metallic cuffs. Beside Damien stood Kyle, that devilish grin already spreading across his face. "I'll do it if I have to," the woman said, lifting her chin. "And don't think I'll beg you for help, but by all means, have your fun." Kyle's grin broadened until it looked like a razor's edge. "Have our fun?" he mocked. "Oh, sweetheart, you mean like making me feel good?" Damien steepled his fingers, watching Kyle's reaction with deliberate calm. "Hold on," he said quietly. "We're not done determining whether she's worth our time." Kyle waved a hand dismissively. "Relax, Dee, she already cracked. Let me—" "Not so fast." Damien's voice was firm but far from harsh. "The whole point of this," he glanced at the woman, who met his gaze with stubborn pride, "is to leave her with a sliver of hope. When you strip someone of every last shred of hope, they break completely. But if they believe they still have options, they'll cling to them, and that's when they'll cooperate." Kyle paused, making a show of thought. Then he shrugged and slumped against the wall, still smiling. "All right, boss. You've got your method. I'll play nice. For now." Damien nodded and turned his attention back to the woman. "Let's see what you can really do," he said. As Kyle watched eagerly from the corner, Damien let the interrogation begin in earnest. Mind games first, then any other incentives they might need. Chapter 426. The Importance of Precepts. As soon as Lacey appeared, the cyan-skinned cultist of the Void Divine sect froze in his tracks. He knew that with Lacey present, even men as ruthless as Kyle, Renoli, and the Predictor would hold back. They might shake down anyone else for every copper they could squeeze out, but they wouldn't dare harm a beautiful woman, unless they had a hidden motive. Kyle circled his prisoner with a cruel smile. "All right," he said, voice low and dangerous. "You can summon me later." He paused, studying her pale skin as though evaluating a piece of art. "She's not exactly my type. Her coloring's a bit odd, but I'm willing to experiment." The cultist's eyes darted down to Madame Butterfly's legs. His pulse hammered in his temples. Swallowing hard, he dropped to his knees. "I'll cooperate. Anything you ask. Just spare my life." Behind him, 200 more members of the Void Divine sect, trapped in Madame Butterfly's domain, the so-called Land of Nothingness, pressed forward in terrified solidarity. Their voices tumbled out in frantic pleas as they vied to show submission and curry favor with their captors. Kyle's grin widened. The stakes had never been higher, and every word he spoke carried a threat darker than any blade. "Is it your turn to talk?" Madame Butterfly asked coolly. "It's entirely up to me whether you cooperate," she added, folding her arms. Kyle bristled at her words. "Fine. Just don't forget about my brother," he snapped. The cyan-skinned void cultist Kang Yuan watched Kyle's stance with growing certainty. He offered a faint, knowing smile. "Very well. Until next time." Kyle returned the smile, clearly pleased that Kang Yuan caught on so quickly. Renali, Predictor, and Lacey, long practiced in the art of intimidation, lingered nearby, their presence enough to cow any newcomer. Lacey sneered down her nose. "I'm not interested in your petty theatrics," she said dismissively. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving no doubt she meant business. Madame Butterfly let her go, observing the retreating figure with mild curiosity. She'd believed that Kyle and his allies merely suspected her and Nikrov of foul play, that they detained them only for questioning. As long as the interrogation yielded nothing damning, she was confident they'd be allowed to leave, alive. Damien stood at the edge of the shattered clearing, watching as the last flickers of evidence vanished beneath the Void Church's purification flames. From what he'd seen, every corpse here would be incinerated, every trace of their existence wiped away. When Hercules Kyle announced their mission, to cleanse this land of nothingness, he meant it. Yet the Void Goddess Sonia had not appeared to oversee the rites, and without her presence, even Kyle's authority felt tenuous. Beside him, Madame Butterfly trembled in despair. Her ornate robes were singed and stained, and though Damien had never seen her break so easily, now she pressed trembling fingers to her forehead, her eyes distant. Farther back, Kyle's captive, Nikrov, crouched in the dirt, silent and watchful. Damien guessed that, as an insider of the Void Faith, Nikrov knew too well how badly this scandal would reflect on their order, how unlikely it was that he would survive once blame fell. Kyle's gaze swept the ruins, then settled on Butterfly with a predatory grin. "Despite her current condition," he said, voice low, "I must admit, Madame Butterfly's beauty remains unharmed." He turned and grabbed Nikrov by the collar, hauling him to his feet. With one hand, he shepherded Butterfly, arms half lifted, half dragged, toward a rugged stairway chiseled into the bedrock. Damien followed them down into the underground passage. The torchlight threw dancing shadows across damp stone walls, etched with symbols only the initiated could decipher. He tightened his cloak and peered ahead. "What's our next move?" he asked quietly, matching Kyle's measured pace. "Business as usual," Kyle replied, without hesitation, his tone flat, resolute. Then, more to himself than to anyone else, "See, I still wonder if we've got the tools we need down here." He shot a glance back at Butterfly and Nikrov, testing their reactions as if they were pieces on a battlefield rather than prisoners of circumstance. Damien allowed himself a single breath as the corridor stretched before them. Whatever awaited in the depths of this forsaken temple, he knew the answers, and the danger lay just beyond each flickering shadow. Renoli leaned back with a predator's grin as he watched Kyle play the cruel tormentor. "Don't worry," he said softly. "In this lawless place, Miss Sonia won't punish us for anything we do." "As long as it never gets out," Kyle agreed, his voice low. "So keep it casual," Renoli continued. "There are plenty of brothers waiting in line." At the edge of the circle, the prophet shook his head. Gifted with visions of the future, he knew exactly which words would drive Madame Butterfly to the brink. "There are more brothers behind her," he cautioned. "We can't let her die too quickly." Kyle paused, surprised at the prophet's cold calculation, but he masked his shock with a shrug. Madame Butterfly's eyes widened at their callousness. Despair coiled in her chest. She understood now that no help was coming. In a final, frantic act, the nails on her right hand extended into razor-sharp blades and swept toward her throat. Just as they hovered inches away, a heavy finger closed around her wrist, forcing her blades sideways. A jagged slice opened on her neck. Pain burst through her senses, and for a fleeting moment, relief washed over her. With her vision blurring, she closed her eyes, grateful at last to escape the horrors still to come. Damien gasped as blood gushed from the wound at his neck, but to his astonishment, the pain began to ebb almost instantly. His vision sharpened, and the world snapped back into focus. He realized Kyle was hovering in front of him, arms outstretched, veins glowing with a rippling purple energy that streamed straight into Damien's body. Almost as quickly as it bled, the cut on his throat knit itself closed. Warmth and strength flooded his limbs. Easing Damien up to eye level, Kyle's face was a mask of absolute control. "Did I not make myself clear?" he said coolly. "Your fate rests in my hands. Whether you live or die, only I decide. No matter how grievously you bleed, if you're still alive, I can restore you at will. So don't bother struggling once you belong to me." From the shadows, Nikrov watched in horror. His heart sank with helpless dread. Against beings like these, they really stood no chance. It was a truth more terrifying than any blade. Who could explain why Kyle, already famed as the Hercules for his raw strength, also possessed such terrifying healing powers as if he could snatch souls back from death? It made no sense, and yet there it was, plain for all to see. Once captured by Renoli, none of them could dictate their own fate. "You devils!" Madame Butterfly screamed. "If you're going to kill me, at least do it right." She hurled every curse she knew at her captors, hoping to enrage them into ending her life swiftly. "The louder you shriek, the more fun I'm having," Kyle replied with a mischievous smile. "I must admit, I quite like your feisty spirit." Madame Butterfly fell silent, her rage dissolving into uncertainty. "What do you actually want from us?" Nikrov stepped forward and called to the prophet at his side, his voice firm despite the tension. "Tell us what you need. Only then will we cooperate." Kyle realized that without understanding Damien's vision, there could be no real cooperation, so he turned to the silent man at the far end of the chamber. "We haven't spoken with you yet," Kyle taunted. "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" Damien remained motionless, his expression unreadable. Kyle sneered. "No comment? Fine. Maybe we'll hear from you once we're done playing." With that, he refocused on Nikrov. In one swift motion, Kyle clamped his hand around the prisoner's throat. A sickening crack echoed as Nikrov's windpipe gave way. Blood spurted from the man's mouth, staining his lips and chin. Gasping through broken ribs, Nikrov managed to croak. I know I shouldn't speak out of turn, but please, tell me why you arrested us instead of just killing us." He coughed up more blood, each breath agony. "I'll do whatever you ask. Just, when it's over, let me die quickly. Don't leave me to suffer like this." Madame Butterfly stood to one side, her face pale as death. In her hollow eyes, even the thought of mercy killing felt like a luxury long since lost. Then Damien's gaze drifted upward, as if he saw something beyond the walls of the chamber. After a moment of hushed stillness, he spoke in a calm, distant voice. "Lacey, appear." Lacey's voice cut through the air, and in an instant she materialized before them. "Niklov," she began, her gaze cool and unyielding. "You're a master telepath and a wielder of Lady Butterfly's charm ability. I'm here to recruit you and your companion to govern the Void Land on my behalf." She paused, letting her words sink in. "You will administer its affairs, collect its revenues, and relay all financial reports and other detailed data directly to me at regular intervals." Niklov stiffened. "You've been dormant for 80 years, he said, disbelief sharpening his tone. "How could you possibly know about us, about what we can do?" Lacey's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. "I suspected you might ask that. Yes, this is all the work of the prophet's foresight." At the mention of the prophet, Niklov's heart clenched. He glanced sidelong at his companion. Both of them caught sight of the tall, cloaked figure standing just beyond the circle of light. In that moment, everything fell into place. The precog hadn't simply predicted their abilities. He had charted every possible outcome until he discovered exactly the one future in which they would acquiesce. Resistance was an illusion. Niklov swallowed hard, the weight of inevitability pressing down on him. Whether they struggled now or surrendered immediately, the prophet's vision would prevail, and they would serve. "Just don't subject me to that kind of cruelty, and I'll agree to anything you ask." Madame Butterfly pressed her hands together, her voice trembling with desperation. Lacey's cold stare brooked no argument. "And you?" Lacey turned to the man at Madame Butterfly's side. Damien glanced down at the wounded Nikrov. "My fate isn't mine to decide. Consent isn't mine to give either. That choice has already been made. Isn't that right?" Nikrov hacked up a spray of blood, but managed a weak, approving smile. "Astute. I admire those who know how to flatter." Damien allowed a faint grin in return. He swept his right hand through the air, channeling void energy into Nikrov's battered body. With his left hand, he gently but firmly forced Madame Butterfly to her knees. "From now on, you will remain on this island and reflect on your actions." Renoli cleared his throat, stepping forward. "Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. I understand." "Just don't tell Miss Sarah or Miss Lalatina about this," Damien added in a low voice. "They're innocent. They don't need to see our darker side." "I wouldn't want them to misunderstand," Renoli agreed with a nod. "Very well," Damien said, a satisfied glint in his eye. Renaud watched thoughtfully from the shadows. These four had fought side by side for over 5 years. Their loyalty ran deeper than any words could express. They have long since stained their hands with blood, so they know the horrors of darkness all too well. Once you embrace that darkness, you'll stop at nothing to achieve your aims. The more powerful Damien becomes, the more keenly he feels the terror of his own desires, and the deeper he appreciates the Void God cult's commandments and their vital importance. That is why they refuse to flee Void Island or slip beyond the watchful gaze of the Void God himself, or of Mr. Cassidon and Miss Sonia. As long as they remain under constant surveillance, the darker urges in their hearts stay checked. Left unrestrained, those ever-growing cravings would consume them, twisting them into monsters. With this third update, I've added 3,000 words, bringing the total to 10,000. Chapter 427. I haven't been a boss for many years. The prophet had never expected Damien to wield such overwhelming presence. Perhaps it was the palpable aura of killing intent that radiated from him, an aura so intense it sent both Renaud and the prophet himself stumbling back in shock. Neither man had any desire for a deadly confrontation, and so, shaken and unwilling to resist, they reluctantly agreed to Damien's demands. With the accord secured, Renaud politely urged Damien to remain on Void Island for the time being. As they spoke, the prophet found himself brooding in silence. Over the past weeks, his power had surged unchecked, and with each new victory, his empathy for ordinary life had grown ever colder. This sudden emotional detachment alarmed him. If he did not rein in these impulses, he risked sliding irretrievably into a monstrosity of his own making. At last, the prophet cleared his throat. "How can we assist you, Your Majesty?" he asked, striving to cloak his unease with practiced respect. A sudden wave of pain rippled across Nikrov's face, sharp, internal agony that had him clutching his chest. Yet within seconds he straightened, eyes wide as he realized what had happened. Damien's subtle display of power had tested their limits and forced his body to heal a mortal wound on the spot. Astonished, Nikrov turned toward Lacey, newfound reverence shining in his gaze. Damien's voice rang out, calm but firm. "I want the two of you to assume full charge of the Void." Lacey's lips curved into a confident smile. "With or without the Collector's blessing, we have the strength and the resolve to see your vision through," she declared. Renaud nodded in agreement, while the prophet simply bowed, his mind already racing through the challenges that lay ahead. Void Island had a new leadership, one forged in power, tempered by respect, and commanded by Damien's unshakable will. Madame Butterfly's beauty and charm have toppled countless men, yet she dares only approach 3 adversaries, Kyle, Renoli, and the Predictor. The instant she even considers unleashing her enchantments, the Predictor could strike her down without warning, so she never risks revealing her true power. Nikrov's telekinesis is far more than a parlor trick for lifting objects. He can generate impenetrable force fields, warp space itself, and hurl devastating telekinetic blasts capable of tearing star battleships apart. Against his might, even the most advanced fighter craft crumble like tin cans. He may not yet stand among the supreme cosmic entities, but in strength he surpasses the greatest champions of countless civilizations. All these exploits were the work of a young Nikrov, until his own people cast him out. Stripped of honor, he remade himself in the lawless frontier as a chameleon-like war profiteer, peddling weapons and top-secret intelligence to the highest bidder. Damien quickly settled into life as a regular at Madame Butterfly's shop, and by all accounts he was doing quite well. He eased back against the mahogany counter and murmured, "As long as it keeps us safe and solvent, I'm not complaining." Madame Butterfly smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. I don't know if there are any strict rules we need to follow." From the corner of the room, Nikrov's voice dropped low and even. "Rules? There are always rules." He stepped forward, every inch the calculating observer. Damien sensed at once that Nikrov had already figured out who he really was, and that no amount of hesitation would let him dodge whatever task lay ahead. Madame Butterfly swallowed hard. She glanced nervously at Kyle, whose earlier roar of confidence had given way to a polite, almost bland grin. If she'd ever believed Kyle's fierce facade was genuine, she wasn't sure anymore. Now she wondered if that calm smile masked an even fiercer temper. Either way, she resolved she wouldn't cross him. "All right," she said, nodding. "There are no hidden caveats. Your mission is simple. Maintain order in the Void. You're free to operate as you see fit, so long as you steer clear of human trafficking." Kyle's voice was smooth, but it carried an unmistakable edge. "Other than that, the usual void regulations apply. Madame Butterfly let out a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. We do like a little chaos around here, she admitted, but not so much that the whole place falls apart, you understand? Lacey, who'd been hovering near the back doorway, stepped forward. Just keep the balance, that's all we ask. She offered Damien a steady, encouraging nod. With that, the terms were set. Damien met their gazes, straightened his shoulders, and prepared for whatever lay ahead in the shifting depths of the void. Chapter 8. New Masters of the Void. Clear. When Damien heard that single word, he realized the land of nothingness hadn't been destroyed. It had only changed hands. Underneath its desolation, everything else was as it had been. Shattered dwellings, restless spirits, and the ever-present whisper of the Void cult. Becoming its new puppet ruler wasn't an honor, but it beat death by torture. I understand the situation, Damien said quietly, but the two of us alone can't possibly govern the Void land effectively. Madame Butterfly, seated beside him on a crumbling stone dais, leaned forward. Her voice was softer than a breeze, yet somehow both Lacey and Kyle heard her clearly. Just because you doubt yourselves doesn't mean you're incapable. Lacey laid a firm hand on Damien's shoulder. You'll take Madame Butterfly with you. Begin repairing the ruined structures, reopen passages, tend to the wandering souls, every task we assign. Kyle nodded, producing a datapad from his coat. We'll provide a detailed handover protocol. Study it thoroughly. Lacey's gaze hardened. And let me be perfectly clear. Don't attempt to flee. We'll track you across the stars. There is no refuge for you anywhere in the universe. Though Madame Butterfly spoke barely above a whisper, her warning echoed through the hollow chamber. Remember what we've told you. Damien swallowed hard. He had no choice but to accept their terms. If he could manage the land of nothingness with honesty and diligence, perhaps someday he would earn the right to step away, free at last from the void's dark grip. Madame Butterfly scarcely had time to catch her breath before an invisible force enfolded her, lifting her off the ground. Nikrov followed almost instantly, grasping her arm and propelling them both into the sky. Below them, the void realm's shifting sands and twisted spires became streaks of gray and crimson. Why didn't you use this ability sooner? Madame Butterfly demanded, her wings fluttering with surprise as they climbed higher. Nikrov offered a rueful smile. I had my reasons, he confessed. After everything that happened, I just wanted to operate quietly in the black market, far away from titles and politics. I never intended to become the boss of this place. Butterfly folded her arms, a frown creasing her brow. Yet Lacey and the others from the Void cult have cornered you, forced you into that very role. His expression darkened. True, he admitted, gaze fixed on the horizon. Until now, the only being I truly feared in the Void realm was the Collector. As long as I kept my identity hidden and obeyed the Collector's rules, this twisted expanse felt like home. It felt safe, but they've left me no choice but to stand at the helm. No more secrets, no more shadows. Madame Butterfly exchanged a knowing look with him. Below, the vast emptiness stretched on, a silent reminder that once you claim power in the void, there's no turning back. You told me earlier you have that ability. Why don't we just swap territories? Damien asked, his voice cool and steady. Madame Butterfly bristled at the suggestion. She paused, smoothing the front of her silken robe as she gathered her thoughts. In all honesty, the Void cult had no real reason to keep tabs on her. Her charm power only worked on men and on superhumans with shaky wills. Hardly the kind of leverage you'd need to run a shadowy organization. Thanks to her knack for negotiation, her little shop thrived in this lawless frontier, and she'd come to know practically everyone's secrets. But that only made her a savvy merchant, not a candidate for cult manager. Still, she'd noticed the cult's eyes on her, and she was certain someone far stronger was behind it. Nikrov, the quiet, inscrutable man who'd been her customer for 80 years, had to be involved. He'd visited her shop regularly, trading information as he bought his supplies, but she'd never dreamed he was the true architect pulling the strings. How would I know? She retorted, letting a flicker of frustration show in her eyes. If you want answers, you'll have to go find Nikrov yourself. Madame Butterfly frowned, frustration creasing her brow. I always thought the Void cult's reach would extend only as far as the land of nothingness. Damien shrugged, meeting her gaze. If your ties to the collectors are only nominal, you should be safe, so long as you pay the required dues and obey their rules." She let out an exasperated sigh. "Easy for you to say. You have no idea how much effort it takes me to establish a foothold when my powers are blocked." A faint smile tugged at Damien's lips. "You're one of the strongest beings out there. Why not just use your abilities?" In an instant, he rocketed them upward at Mach 3, yet Madame Butterfly felt no whoosh of air or pressurized blast slamming into her. It was as if he carried them on a silent, unbreakable shield. If they hadn't been intercepted by Lacey's squadron earlier, they'd either be dead or enslaved as puppets. She'd never realized just how formidable Damien truly was. Her eyes flickered with a sharp edge. "I already told you. Something happened back then." Damien's expression grew distant, touched by a quiet sorrow. Banished from his homeworld, he had stumbled into the void, a realm of utter emptiness. And yet, in that nothingness, he discovered a peculiar peace, a helpless calm that felt almost welcome. "For years I withdrew from the mightiest currents of the universe, concealing my true nature and living in obscurity. But today, when the crisis demanded my intervention, I shed every remaining pretense. I stretched out my right hand, and instantly, a swirl of fabric gathered at my command, twisting into a sleek black cloak and matching attire. In that blink of an eye, everything changed. My long white hair, once draped like a silent curtain around my shoulders, snapped off at the roots, reborn as a cropped silver mane that danced in the wind. The faint blue tint of my skin shifted back to its natural pale tone as powerful psionic currents surged through me. The frail, exhausted figure of an ordinary man vanished. In his place stood a tall, commanding presence, handsome, poised, and unmistakably formidable. I released my telepathic stance. The very air quivered, as though reality itself recoiled at the force I now projected. For a time, as a scion of a civilized overlord race, I truly believed myself invincible. But our prominence painted a target on our backs. Rival civilizations struck, decimating my people when we were most vulnerable. Now, cloaked in my restored power, I will confront only those who dare set foot on my world. In the face of the superweapons wielded by the universe's advanced civilizations, those planet-scouring arms capable of sterilizing a world in moments, Damien's gifts proved woefully inadequate. He could raise shields strong enough to save himself, but protecting others was beyond his reach. Confronted by his own limitations and haunted by past failures, Damien made a drastic choice. He abandoned his homeworld and drifted from system to system until he found refuge on the barren realm known simply as the Empty Land. There, stripped of all pretenses, he embraced a new creed of humility. He no longer aspired to be invincible or to dwell among the mighty. If he could only live quietly among the meek, that would be enough. Yet destiny had other plans. The enigmatic priests of the Void God religion decreed him their junior brother and thrust him back into the arena of power. Bound by this new allegiance, Damien found himself once more walking the path of the strong, though now, at least, his heart was tempered by the wisdom of his exile. Madame Butterfly could hardly believe her eyes when she encountered Nikrov's transformation. She had known him for years as a gentle, reliable friend. Good Nikrov, she used to call him, and she'd never suspected the depths of his strength. But now he stood there radiating an almost terrifying power, every line of his stance screaming that he was no ordinary man. That revelation struck her like a thunderbolt, and in its wake admiration gave way to a sharp, jealous resentment. She had always trusted him. Now she found herself wondering how well she really knew Nikrov at all. Lacey watched from a distance as Niklov's form shifted back to its true, fearsome visage. She offered a wry smile. "He's undeniably powerful, but he's not unbeatable. If Damien hadn't intervened, we'd all be his puppets right now." Kyle nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Exactly. And if Niklov really were at the peak of strength, the Kree Empire wouldn't have laid waste to his world." As Niklov stood there, his speed and might had once intimidated dozens, but against the handful assembled here, it counted for nothing. No one feared he might slip away or turn on them. They all knew his history. His spectacular reign had drawn the Empire's gaze long ago, marking his civilization for annihilation. And what is the Kree Empire, if not the very pinnacle of cosmic power, technology so advanced it can fell gods? Unless you can master every weapon and secret in the universe, you're powerless to stop their onslaught. In the end, all the strength Niklov boasts cannot shield him from a full-tech bloodbath. In the grand calculus of the cosmos, mastering void travel is the truest mark of a civilization far beyond mere high technology. With it, you can slip free of your home sphere and confront enemies anywhere among the stars. Damien clearly hasn't reached that pinnacle. Otherwise, he wouldn't be stuck out here in the Voidlands, clearing rubble by hand. "Lacey, when are we going to replace our proxy?" Renoli asked, watching Damien gather massive chunks of debris with a flick of his will and begin tidying the shattered landscape. Lacey paused, considering. "Originally, we planned to swap him out in 5 to 10 years, but we've already identified 2 promising candidates. Then, barring any critical setbacks, we could accelerate the timeline," Renoli said. "As long as he doesn't draw the attention of some greater power or a top-tier expert," Lacey replied. "Damien's abilities are more than enough to keep the Voidlands under control, for now at least. Talent like his doesn't turn up every day. I'd rather leave him in place and see how he develops." Madame Butterfly's role remains vital, verifying every scrap of intelligence. In the Voidlands, most of the lawless factions may be ruthless, but they're woefully lacking in resolve, and that, above all, is what keeps their world hanging together. Madame Butterfly's real strength lies in her ability to turn anyone who dares target her into an ally, and in the process, glean invaluable intelligence that ordinary agents could only dream of. "Kyle," Lacey said, "you're going to the Land of Nothingness to announce the new regulations and let them know that Niklov and Madame Butterfly are now our official agents." Kyle raised an eyebrow. "Why do I have to go?" "Who better than you?" Lacey replied. "Your reputation will open more doors than mine ever could." Kyle hesitated. "I still need to run the handover details by Miss Sonia." "That's all the more reason," Lacey insisted. "Once that's settled, we'll all head straight back to Void Island." A reluctant smile crossed Lacey's lips. "Fine, I'll do it." Kyle returned her grin. "The Predictor and I will stay behind and keep Niklov under observation. You two handle the rest quickly, okay?" Renault spoke up too. "I'll help with the watch." Lacey stepped into the Collecto, Ars mansion, moving swiftly through its marble-floored halls until she found a secluded parlor. It was still early morning on Xandar, so she had no doubt Miss Sonia would be up. Activating her comlink, Lacey addressed the holographic projection that sprang to life before her. "Good morning, Miss Sonia. I believe I've found the ideal candidate, a puppet, as you requested, to oversee the Void. I'm sending you the dossier now." With a silent pulse, the data streamed into Sonia's display. Lacey watched as the older woman's eyes narrowed in concentration. "Nikrov," Sonia murmured, scrolling through line after line. "The telepathic manipulator, former overlord of the Tesma civilization." She glanced back at Lacey. "He has the raw power, the strategic reserves, the administrative acumen, everything we asked for. It's astonishing that someone of his caliber was out there, in the nothingness, waiting to be claimed." Lacey allowed herself a small, relieved smile. "If you approve, we can finalize his assignment immediately." Sonia tapped her chin thoughtfully, then nodded. "Proceed. I want him in place before the next void cycle begins." Lacey inclined her head. "Understood. I'll make the arrangements at once." As the comlink closed, Lacey exhaled, tension giving way to anticipation. With Sonia's blessing secured, the first and most crucial step in their plan was now firmly in motion. Chapter 428, I'm happy to meet you. Nikrov stood on the observation deck of his flagship, his gaze sweeping over the countless stars beyond the viewport. To a warrior of his stature, every planet in the galaxy was simply another prize to claim. One of his lieutenants leaned in and murmured, "Once the Kree Empire falls, Lord Nikrov will dedicate himself entirely to our Void God faith." Lacey noted Sonia's approving nod and spoke up. "It's far too soon to launch a full assault on the Kree. Our Void God religion still needs time to take root. If Nikrov arrives before we're fully prepared, nothing and no one will stand in his way. Then, at long last, our vengeance will be complete." Sonia turned to Mr. Cassidy for his counsel. He shook his head, his expression grave. "You're right, the moment hasn't arrived. But should we share these plans with Nikrov? Once he learns of them, his ambition to conquer the Voidlands will only grow stronger." Lacey frowned. We've already declared ourselves enemies of the Kree, yet we haven't engaged them directly. Disclosing every detail now would be reckless. Sonia paused, weighing both arguments. Finally, she met Lacey's eyes and said, "Then we wait. Our time will come." "All right, I understand," Damien said, leaning back in his chair. Lacey gave a measured nod. "Then, let's get into the details of the handover." She tapped a datapad, and a holographic chart flickered to life between them. "First, we need a clear account of all revenue and expenses tied to Voidland. That includes mining rights, trade tariffs, security payouts, everything that goes in and out of the treasury." Damien studied the numbers hovering in midair. "Anything else?" "Yes, we must map out the Void's intelligence network, who's supplying us with information, and which factions are feeding in external tech or rare artifacts. Some of these discoveries could be game changers, so we'll need to decide which go through official channels and which we let slip under the radar." He tapped a finger against his lip. "And enforcement? The Void is notorious for harboring outlaws." "That's exactly why we can't overdo it," Lacey replied. "Voidland's profitability comes from its lawless reputation. If we clamp down too hard, every criminal enterprise in the galaxy will scatter to the next ungoverned sector. Instead, we take a targeted approach, root out the biggest threats immediately, shoot the first bird, so to speak, and otherwise let business flow freely. No major incidents, no strict codes of conduct. As long as they keep the peace, anyone can trade here." Damien nodded, absorbing her plan. "So the bottom line is, maintain order just enough to prevent chaos, but let the Void's laissez-faire economy hum along." "Exactly," Lacey smiled. "That's the handover in a nutshell. Keep the coffers full, manage the intel, and trust the rest to the market." She swiped the datapad closed. "Welcome to Voidland." Sonia settled behind the obsidian conference table, her expression composed as she outlined the arrangement. "Leave the logistical details to the Void Realm's agents. Your only task is to verify that the intelligence they gather is accurate." She paused, then continued. "In return, you'll receive 1% of the realm's total revenue. Should you require additional funds beyond that, simply submit a requisition through me." Lacey's eyes widened. Even a single % of the Void Realm's annual income translated into billions, easily hundreds of billions of credits flowed through its coffers each year. Most collectors, modest savings drained away chasing rare artifacts. With this cut, Lacey could finally secure her own fortune. "Isn't that a bit much?" she asked, equal parts thrilled and apprehensive. Sonia inclined her head gravely. "Lord Cassidon, the god of the Void, decreed it himself. This is his will." A nervous grin tugged at Lacey's lips. "So my only responsibility is to oversee the realm's operations?" "Exactly," Sonia replied, smiling. "As long as the Void Realm prospers, your share will grow with it." Owned as she considered the reward. Human nature is quick to doubt when the stakes seem too low, and Lord Cassidon, the god of the Void, knew better than to test her faith that way. Although Lacey held a public office like Sarah, her duties were far more burdensome. No, he would never risk undermining her loyalty by offering a paltry sum. "Thank you, Lord Cassidon," Lacey said reverently. "I am honored by your generosity." Sonia gave her a knowing smile. "His lordship also asked me to pass along a small reminder." Lacey leaned forward. "Oh?" "The universe may be vast," Sonia quoted softly, "but true friends are rare. Don't let time or trivial distractions scatter the bonds you've forged." At those words, Lacey's face brightened. She immediately understood. This was about Kyle, Renly, Predictor, Tony, and the others. They had all pledged themselves to the Void God in the early days, and each had flourished under his guidance. Compared to the newer adherents, they were already a tightly knit circle. "That's exactly what I needed to hear," Lacey said, exchanging a grateful look with Sonia. "Thank you for the reminder and for everything you've done." Lord Cassidon nodded. "Very well. I won't keep you any longer. I have pressing matters to attend to in the Void Realm." Sonia let out a soft laugh after she finished recounting the story, then returned her attention to her meal. "We've only covered the handover and a few other points," she said, smiling. "Still, you did exceptionally well. I never imagined such talent could be found in the Void." Damien, who had been watching Sonia and Lacey converse, grinned and spoke up. "Lord Cassidon, are you familiar with his background as well?" Sonia paused mid-bite, pleasantly surprised by the question. I never claimed to be omniscient, she replied. The universe is vast, and mysteries abound. It's only natural that some things remain unknown. Damien nodded thoughtfully. Once he mastered the Void Prophet's power and wielded the Eye of the Void, he would edge closer to true omniscience. Yet even then, absolute mastery over every aspect of reality felt far off, perhaps forever beyond reach, even if he collected every hero template in existence. Damien was determined to edge ever closer to omnipotence. Enslaving Gao Qianzun had been a calculated move to make up for his inability to resurrect the dead. There's still so much in this world that remains a mystery, he said. That's exactly what makes exploration exciting. Sonia hesitated before replying. Damien, but if you really achieved omniscience, wouldn't everything just become boring? She'd never truly understood what it meant to be all-knowing or all-powerful. In a state of omniscience, nothing in the universe could remain hidden from you. And though that would grant unimaginable abilities, it would also eliminate every surprise, stripping life of its greatest joy, the thrill of discovery. Damien considered her words. You're right. Endless knowledge could grow tedious. Still, it's the first step toward mastering your own destiny. Sonia's eyes lit up. Only if you could turn it on and off at will. That would be perfect. A wry smile touched Damien's lips. Exactly. There's no need to survey every secret of the cosmos 24/7. Use it only when you really need it, Sonia said, a faint smile playing on her lips. That way, you'll still get the fun of discovering things on your own. Damien nodded, setting down his spoon. Mr. Cassidon, he began slowly, if your goal is true omniscience and omnipotence, then why not just collect the Infinity Stones? Sonia interrupted. But you told me that with all 6 stones, one achieves near omnipotence and near omniscience, Damien pointed out. Sonia tapped her fork against the rim of her bowl, thinking it over. They do grant phenomenal power and knowledge, but only near omnipotence. And here's the crucial part. Each Infinity Stone's influence is confined to its home universe. A stone taken from another reality won't function here at all. They fell silent, tea for a moment, eating. Damien's curiosity got the better of him. He looked up, eyes bright, and asked, so parallel universes really exist? This was the first time Sonia had heard Mr. Cassidon speak so plainly about multiverses. Ever since childhood, she'd been fascinated by the idea of parallel worlds, always only as unconfirmed theories. Now, faced with Cassidon's certainty, a thrill of both excitement and awe ran through her. Cassidon settled back in her chair and regarded Sonia coolly. It's not just a parallel world we're dealing with. It's a parallel universe. Sonia's pulse quickened. She'd long trusted Cassidon's expertise, and if she said this was possible, it had to be true. The universe really is that vast, she murmured. Cassidon nodded. And only the strongest can scale its heights. Remember, the same individual in different universes can end up with entirely different destinies. Damien offered a small, rueful smile. Think of Stark and Banner, roaming countless timelines, witnessing futures none of us could have imagined. He paused, eyes on Cassidon. So, in another universe, I might never have met you? Sonia blinked at the question, then looked away, her thoughts drifting. Her life had been transformed the moment she met Cassidon. Had they never crossed paths, had she somehow survived Ronan's assault on Xandar, she might still be slogging away in a nondescript office, working toward a promised retirement at 30 after years of saving credits. But now, thanks to Cassidon, her future was just beginning, and the idea of settling down seemed as distant as any far-flung universe. Right. Such a revelation could have shattered an ordinary person's worldview, yet Damien neither laughed nor denied it. Instead, he offered a warm smile. Honestly, I'm glad I got to meet Mr. Cassidon. Sonia returned his smile, eyes bright. It's like my eyes have been opened to a world I never knew existed. She didn't know what her life might look like in those other parallel universes, but here, right now, she felt content and optimistic. Everything, she thought, had begun the day she crossed paths with Mr. Cassidon. Damien watched her thoughtfully. He'd seen her cycle through shock, suspicion that her future might be prearranged, confusion, even a flicker of fear, and yet now, genuine excitement. I'm happy to meet you too, he said softly, meeting her gaze. When he casually mentioned the multiverse, Sonia's heart gave a little leap. She looked away for a moment, a playful smile curling her lips. Just don't lose yourself, she warned lightly. Seeing too much might make you question everything you thought was real. Damien chuckled, eyes warm. Point taken. Damien shook his head gently. No, I'm perfectly happy where I am right now. I just want to see how the future I've planned will unfold. Sonia returned his smile. Take all the time you need. There will be plenty of opportunities down the road. Damien nodded. He could tell that Sonia's wish to glimpse an alternate future was born of simple human curiosity, and he understood that all too well. Chapter 429. We're reasonable. Lacey stepped out of the void's threshold just as Sonia's reply came through. Renly looked up from his writings, a casual grin on his face. How did it go? Did Miss Sonia agree to appoint them as our agents? Lacey returned his smile. Renly knew that, like himself, she wouldn't move forward without Sonia's blessing. After all, Sonia was the Void Cult's second highest authority and commanded deep respect from every member. Her approval would settle any doubts. She did, Lacey said, and she admitted she never expected to find someone as gifted as Damien here in the Void Realm. Renali raised an eyebrow. Damien, huh? Even I'm impressed. Speaking of which, has Lord Cassidon finalized the reward? Lacey's eyes sparkled. Yes, Cassidon has decreed that 1% of the Void Realm's annual revenue will be granted to you. Renali laughed, leaning back. 1%? Just like that? I won't argue. Lacey didn't hide her excitement. She knew her friend's windfall might spark envy, maybe even jealousy among the others. But if they valued honesty and loyalty, keeping such news to herself would only breed suspicion. They shared a look of mutual understanding. In the unpredictable depths of the void, at least they could be reasonable with one another. What the hell, Damien? You're rich! Renoli couldn't stop himself from swearing, eyes widening when he realized Damien was about to receive 1% of Voidland's annual revenue. 1% a year, that's no small sum. That has to be Lord Cassidon's decree, Prophet Sonia said, still looking stunned. Her tone held no hint of envy, though. After all, once we all take up our official posts, we'll be in line for generous rewards too. Voidland pulls in hundreds of billions each year. A 1% cut means you're getting a full billion. Kyle ran the numbers in his head and nodded in admiration. At first I thought it was too much, but Miss Sonia told me it was Master Cassidon's will, and I couldn't bring myself to refuse. Damien took in their reactions, then offered them a grateful smile. Thank you, everyone. It seems I've finally shed my past and embarked on a whole new life. Kyle returned the smile and clapped Damien on the shoulder. Congratulations, Damien. You've earned it. As long as you dedicate yourself to the cult of the void, your efforts will be rewarded, the predictor pronounced, his voice calm but carrying an unmistakable weight. Renaud nodded approvingly and stepped forward. Lacey, congratulations. You've successfully set foot on the path you've longed for. All three of them exchanged glances. They knew better than anyone how fiercely Lacey had pursued this moment, how tirelessly she'd studied every ritual, practiced every incantation. It was her determination that had opened the doors of the Void God cult to them all. At the outset, none of the trio truly grasped what it meant to be devout. Each of them had once been staunch atheists, viewing gods merely as more powerful beings rather than objects of faith. But Lacey was different. Even without witnessing Lord Cassidon's power firsthand, she believed wholeheartedly in his divinity. In her mind, receiving his blessing was the key to profound change. No matter how irrational her actions might appear, she clung to the teachings of the Void God with unwavering conviction. It was precisely this hunger for transformation, this fierce, unshakable faith, that carried Lacey through the trials and earned her a place among the faithful. 5 years ago, none of us dared rest on our laurels, especially not with Lacey, a woman of humble origins but fierce ambition, setting the bar. Watching her push herself mercilessly, we couldn't afford to slack off. We adopted her ruthless discipline, driving ourselves harder than ever. Before long, the three of us had grown stronger than we'd ever imagined. Now, Lacey's name carries weight across the cosmos. Lord Cassidon, the god of the void, personally summoned her and entrusted her with the conquest of the Voidlands. In the hierarchy of the void, she's become nothing less than a legend. And every step of her rise, from that very first spark of desire for change to the steel determination that turned dreams into reality, has led us here. We're only getting started, Lacey reminded us with a confident smile. There's still a long way to go before the future I envision. She paused, warmth shining in her eyes. And I couldn't have come this far without your help. A hush fell over us as her words settled in. Kyle exchanged a look with the others, then stepped forward, his voice steady and hopeful. What do you see for your future, Lacey? I don't know if Lord Cassidy still remembers meeting me, Lacey admitted, her voice soft as she stared off toward the shimmering spires of Void Island. Damien gave her an encouraging smile. Whether he remembers you or not isn't the point. What matters is that you'll see him in person, thank him face to face. Lacey's shoulders relaxed, and a genuine smile bloomed on her lips. She owed more to Cassidy than mere blessings. Her faith in the Void Cult began the moment she first stood before him. Unfathomable though he was, he had never broken a vow, so when he sent word that she could come and receive his grace, she had sailed here without a second thought. I'm sure he remembers you, Damien added, his tone firm. Kyle, leaning against a nearby stone pillar, shook his head. Don't be so sure, it'll be easy to fulfill the future you're hoping for. His gaze shifted to the ancient temple doors. Most people on Void Island have already seen Cassidy's true form, the god of the void. Their stories aren't exactly reassuring. Lacey drew a determined breath. Whatever trials lay ahead, she would face them. She had come this far, and she would not turn back now. Only a handful of people have ever spoken face-to-face with Lord Cassidy, the god of the void. Among them are God King Odin and Tony Stark, who once pleaded for an audience over a void matter. The sole other person granted direct access is Miss Sonia. Lacey wasn't after a brief, formal request like Tony's or a lucky chance meeting. She wanted a true, heartfelt expression of gratitude. I know it won't be easy, she admitted, but it's not impossible. She met the prophet's calm smile without surprise. The future stretches out forever, Lacey mused, and it's full of unknowns. Yet nothing is completely impossible, the prophet replied. I, too, long to find Master Cassidy and thank him in person, but first, I must secure a position with public standing. When that moment comes, I'll make my move. Renoli nodded. As one of the Void Cult's earliest initiates, he had felt the boundless hope that evolution brings. He may not be as fervent as Alex, but his reverence for Lord Cassidy was unquestionable. Master Cassidy has been watching us. There'll be an opportunity soon, one of Lacey's companions murmured. Damien glanced up from the map he'd been studying. By the way, Damien, how did your assignment turn out? Did anything unexpected happen? Lacey leaned forward, her eyes bright with relief now that her friends were openly strategizing. Nikrov isn't a match for us, she said confidently. True, in the land of nothingness he's considered an overlord-level threat, but here, he's no real danger. Another friend frowned. Still, it puzzles me why Madame Butterfly was so entangled with Nikrov in the first place. Why didn't she disappear when she had the chance? Now he's marked her, and she can't even slip away. Damien offered a reassuring smile. If Nikrov had kept his distance, or if he'd fled earlier, none of this would have happened. Even if they'd heard his name, they wouldn't have gone after Madame Butterfly. She's timid, she'd have pleaded for mercy. In reality, she's only in jeopardy because Nikrov dragged her into his schemes. Lacey nodded slowly, the pieces clicking into place. So it was always about him. No wonder she couldn't escape the fallout. Niklov knew he was in the wrong, but faced with Madame Butterfly's relentless scolding, he do nothing but stand there in embarrassed silence. After a moment, Kyle cleared his throat and addressed his aide. Renoli, bring Niklov and Madame Butterfly to me. Lacey, standing beside him, smiled. These two were her puppets, yes, but that didn't mean their services came free of charge. They would be paid fairly for the work they'd done, and the work still to come. With a silent nod, Renoli vanished from sight. Less than a minute later, Renoli reappeared, escorting the two puppet keepers into the room. Niklov inhaled sharply, but the tension eased once he remembered Renoli's earlier explanation. Kyle simply wanted to go over the handover details and discuss their future assignments. Bowing deeply, he spoke first. Lady Lacey, Lord Kyle, thank you for seeing us. We await your instructions. Madame Butterfly followed suit, lowering her eyes respectfully, Neither dared utter a single false word. Chapter X. The handover. Lacey folded her hands in front of her and regarded Damien and Niklov with calm authority. "Let's discuss the transition," she said. "From now on, I won't need to come here often. I've appointed the two of you as co-managers. The land of nothingness will fall under your care." She paused, letting her words settle. "So you needn't worry. You'll only have to deal with me, the plague god, on the rare occasions I choose to show myself." Damien and Niklov bowed their heads respectfully. Lacey waved off their reverence with a small laugh. "Plague god? Honestly, none of us ever imagined Lady Lacey in that role." Niklov's pulse quickened at her admission. Though secretly pleased, he dared not smile. He adopted a measured tone. "Please, don't pretend you don't know what I'm thinking." "I couldn't care less about your opinion of me," Lacey replied coolly. "What matters is your competence. If you carry out your duties properly, the Void Divine Cult's decision makes perfect sense." She leaned forward, her gaze sharp. "I won't kill you, and you'll be fairly compensated. I refuse to let your efforts go unrewarded. Once the handover is complete and everything runs smoothly, the true successor of the Land of Nothingness will be installed. Then both of you will be free to leave this realm unharmed." Lacey studied Niklov's expression, detecting a flicker of uncertainty. She let the silence stretch before finishing, her voice low and precise. "But make no mistake, I expect absolute loyalty and flawless execution." When Niklov and Madame Butterfly heard this, they exchanged a single wordless glance, each seeing disbelief mirrored in the other's eyes. Author's note: this third installment is roughly 3,000 words long, and we've just hit 10,000 subscriptions. Thank you for your support. Please don't forget to vote and subscribe. Chapter 430. Individual Assessments. Everyone had steeled themselves for failure. Survival felt like the only real victory after nearly facing death. Damien and his partner had just weathered the most desperate trial of their lives, teetering on the brink of oblivion. And while Kyle's heavy-handed demands were maddening, there was no arguing with him. In this world, the weak have no leverage against the strong. So they were stunned when Lacey announced, "You won't be working for nothing. As long as you deliver, each of you will earn 10 million credits a year." Damien knew they'd saved enough from their own little shop to retire comfortably, maybe even for life. But people raised on chaos find peace harder to accept than conflict. That was exactly why Niklov and Madame Butterfly fought so hard to stay in the lawless zone. Lacey's eyes flicked toward the group. "And let me be crystal clear. If you botch this assignment or try to deceive me, you'll regret it. If you want everything kept under wraps, focus strictly on your own duties and don't draw any unwanted attention." "Don't think you can conceal your actions from the Void God religion," Lacey warned, her eyes flicking between Damien and Niklov. Damien nodded, swallowing hard. "Understood." Niklov's jaw dropped at the mention of a 10 million credit annual salary. They already pulled in more than that, the cumulative reward for decades of meticulous work. Yet the actual figure no longer mattered. If the Void God religion truly offered it, those terms would bind them as contractor and patron. Suddenly, every promise Lacey made carried the weight of divine endorsement. He dared not entertain any notion of outwitting his new benefactors. The sect had already penetrated his carefully cultivated anonymity, his face altered, his identity hidden. He had slumbered in the shadows for more than 80 years. And there was no point in adopting another alias. Countless souls shared his name across the cosmos, and his spotless record rendered him invisible. Not even the Collector, the sect's famed seer with sight into the future, could pierce his true nature. With that unspoken truth hanging in the air, they all understood the bargain that lay before them, and the price of betrayal. Damien stared at the pale woman before him, Lacey, an emissary of the dreaded Void Divine Cult. He'd always thought himself above the petty intrigues of back-alley smugglers. After all, what concern was a collector of his reputation to a common black-market dealer? Yet the cult had somehow unearthed every secret of his past and compiled a dossier on every illicit trade he'd ever brokered. Their reach, their ruthlessness, left him unsettled. Lacey gave a curt nod toward the man standing beside her. "Niklov has agreed," she announced. "Come with me, and we'll go over the handover details." The mansion's grand display cases stood empty now, but its sturdy furnishings, polished mahogany tables, marble pillars, remained as silent witnesses. Niklov and his partner, Madame Butterfly, weren't bound in chains. They simply fell into step behind Lacey's small retinue. Fear had taught them its lessons. Trembling under threat changed nothing. And if Kyle, the cult's enforcer, wanted them dead, no amount of pleading or scheming would save them now. Damien leaned back in his chair and recited the new communication protocol. The minimum handover frequency is once a month, at most once a quarter, and never later than 6 months. When the time comes, I'll reach out to you directly. If you run into serious trouble or an outright enemy, contact me immediately and file a report. I'll decide whether to send instructions or come in person. If you come across any particularly sensitive intelligence, get in touch right away. For routine, minor issues, you two are free to discuss and resolve them on your own. He paused to let that sink in before dismissing the briefing. Even on the island, Lacey trained without respite. Her true motivation in appointing Nikrov and Madame Butterfly as her lieutenants was simple. She wanted Ted to free herself from needless interruptions. If either of them brought her every trivial matter, she wouldn't hesitate to replace them on the spot. Yet she harbored no real fear of their scheming. Each week, she summoned Wumaki to pore over the dossiers and decrypt their communications. If she ever caught them plotting beyond their authority, she'd eliminate them immediately, and then take her time selecting new successors. But as long as they stayed in line, they could continue their duties indefinitely. In this way, Lacey ensured that the island operation ran smoothly, her subordinates clever enough to handle the details, but ever aware that she held the final, ruthless whip hand. Okay. Damien gave a curt nod. This ritual exchange happened at least twice a year, an acknowledgement that, although the Void cult now ruled the land of Void, they had no intention of radically reshaping its landscape. Beside him, Nikrov understood the unstated politics. The cult preferred a smooth takeover over chaotic upheaval. Madame Butterfly's eyebrows rose at Lacey's nonchalance. Relief fluttered in her chest, but she forced it down. She still couldn't be sure Lacey was speaking the whole truth. Instead of exhaling, she managed only a polite, if cautious, smile. And what exactly must we hand over? Lacey caught the shift in their expressions and dropped the pleasantries. She laid out the requirements with methodical precision. 1. Financial records. All revenue from the Land of Void must be consolidated and submitted. Every sum, every source, every transaction, each detail must be logged in full. 2. Intelligence reports. Only those pieces of information currently confined to the Shadow Network, data not yet public, need to be turned in. Anything that's already common knowledge among the ordinary folk can be omitted. 3. Standard protocols. Beyond these handovers, the Void Cult has its own internal methods for vetting and distributing sensitive intelligence. That's everything, Lacey concluded. Her gaze swept the three of them, Damien, Nikrov, and Madame Butterfly, leaving no doubt that compliance was not optional. With the terms spelled out, the room fell into a tense silence. Damien steeled himself for what would come next, the meticulous work of gathering and cataloging secrets, all under the watchful eyes of the cult. You will guarantee the information's authenticity, Lacey warned, her voice cold as steel. If it's false, you'll pay with your lives. Nikrov and Madame Butterfly exchanged terrified glances, as though a ravenous beast hovered just beyond their backs. Madame Butterfly was the first to speak. Of course, we'll make absolutely sure it's accurate. Her voice trembled. And, if we succeed, we really can retire alive, right? Nikrov cleared his throat, still eyeing Lacey nervously. The Void Cult is reasonable most of the time, isn't it? Lacey's lips curved into a slow, knowing smile. Reasonable, at least in theory. Inwardly, Nikrov reminded himself that the theologians of Shu Holdings wielded immense power and influence. Questioning their word was unthinkable. He dared not speak those thoughts aloud. All right, Lacey said, her gaze never wavering. Do this properly, and you live to see another day. Nikrov dropped to one knee, bowing deeply. Thank you, Mistress Lacey. We will not fail you. Excellent. Lacey leaned back in her chair, her expression cool and confident. I've already informed the Void Cult that this sector is now under your jurisdiction. We leave shortly. Feel free to begin your work. Niklov studied her for a moment, curious whether these two newcomers could really pull it off. Only after the first handover and a field inspection by Wumaki would the truth come out. Clearing his throat, he asked, "You're leaving now?" Madame Butterfly jolted to her feet at Lacey's sudden movement. Hearing those words made her heart pound. Thankfully, the plague gods had withdrawn, giving them a little breathing room to process today's chaos. She smoothed her skirts and said, "The new regulation NS are in effect. The detailed cleanup is up to you." "Don't let me down," Lacey replied, offering a thin smile. "I trust my instincts." "Of course," Niklov said immediately, bowing once. In the blink of an eye, Lacey vanished from the room. Madame Butterfly exhaled, relief flooding her features. "That's settled. You may go." Outside the mansion's grand entrance, Lacey emerged into the moonlit courtyard, where Renoli, Kyle, and the Predictor were already waiting. Under the watchful eyes of Niklov and Madame Butterfly, Lacey and her three companions boarded the space battleship and lifted off without a backward glance. "They really are gone," Madame Butterfly murmured as the engines roared to life. Niklov folded his arms, eyes on the now empty landing pad. "What do we do next?" Madame Butterfly stared out at the land of nothingness, still scarred by the recent conflict. "First, we clear up everything the war left behind and get these shops back in business." She paused. "Economies don't heal themselves, especially in a place like this." Niklov nodded. Once an overlord of an entire civilization, he knew that rebuilding infrastructure and restoring order were the essential first steps. The land of nothingness might be small, hardly an empire, but its people still needed markets to open, roads to be cleared, and basic services to resume. Power had just changed hands here, and with it came uncertainty. Many who could flee did so, others stayed, either to witness the outcome or simply because they had nowhere else to go. In lawless regions like this, rogues and opportunists thrive when order collapses. "We start with a damage assessment," Niklov said. "Then we organize relief for anyone still stranded. If we can kickstart the local trades, that'll draw people back in and show them that stability isn't just a rumor." Madame Butterfly smiled, determination in her eyes. "Once commerce picks up, we rebuild trust. Before long, this place will be more than a battlefield. It'll be a community again." Together, they turned toward the town's battered streets, ready to breathe life back into the land of nothingness. Countless people have been cast out from their civilizations, their hometowns reduced to rubble. By the time Lacey and the others made their way back to Void Island, night had already fallen. Word of Lacey's successful bid for public office spread quickly. Tony, Banner, Thor, and Loki all congratulated her in the community channel. Although Tony and Banner were swamped with their research projects, they insisted on swinging by in person to celebrate. Seeing their messages gave Lacey the perfect excuse to host a small dinner party immediately. It wasn't about cutting corners. There simply weren't more than 10 residents on Void Island at the moment. Most of the team had either ventured to other planets on business or slipped into the void to transport precious cargo. Void Island wouldn't hum with activity again until the collectors finished relocating the Void Land archives. Sarah and Lalatina, alerted by the announcement, wasted no time heading to the cafeteria. "Already finished?" Sarah asked curiously as Lacey and Kyle stepped through the door. "Efficiency is our top priority," Kyle said with a confident smile. Over the next few months, he planned to stay on the island and focus entirely on training. After all, Miss Sonia had already sent him 100 million cosmic coins. Earning more credits elsewhere was the last thing on his mind. "So, who's been chosen?" Tony asked, walking up beside Kyle. "Can we actually trust this person?" Banner added, folding his arms. "Miss Sonia wouldn't endorse just anyone," Tony said. "Who has her seal of approval?" Lacey watched them with a faint, knowing smile. "You're all dying to hear her choice, aren't you?" Loki, always eager for recognition, pushed forward. "Show us," he demanded. "I want to see who's supposedly stronger than me now." Lacey's grin widened. She knew how desperately Loki craved validation from Lord Cassidon, the god of the void, and from Miss Sonia herself, hoping to scrub away his tarnished reputation. "Stronger than me, too?" she teased. Loki bristled. "I refuse to believe it," he said, voice low and challenging. "Prove it." At once, the spark of competition lit in Loki's eyes. His stubborn pride flared. and he squared his shoulders, ready to face whoever or whatever had earned Miss Sonia's glowing recommendation. Lacey tapped a holo control, and 2 detailed profiles flickered to life before Loki. One on Niklov, the other on Lady Butterfly. "Here's Niklov," Lacey began. "They call him the Mind Manipulator, the former overlord of the Tesma civilization. With nothing more than pure psychic force, he can tear entire starships apart as if they were scrap metal." Loki's mouth fell open. "No way. Telekinesis strong enough to rip cruisers in half? That's ridiculous." "All it takes is awakening and mastering your psionic abilities," Lacey said coolly. "Still sounds outrageous, doesn't it?" Loki scowled. "Why wasn't he active during the Void War? I don't recall a single mention of him in the archives." "You don't always see the greatest threats coming," Lacey replied. "You only know what you happen to notice." Loki shifted his gaze to the second profile. Lady Butterfly, an elite covert operative whose silent blades and near invisibility earned her a reputation as a ghost on the battlefield. Swift, lethal, and utterly untraceable. He closed the file and muttered under his breath, "I've faced psychics before, but never anyone as twisted or powerful as Niklov, a conqueror of entire worlds, and yet he vanished when it mattered most." Lacey leaned back, a faint smile playing on her lips. "You'll see him in action soon enough. Until then, save your envy. Telekinesis isn't the only trick in the galaxy." Loki ground his teeth. "If only I had half that power." Damien slipped quietly into the briefing room, pausing just inside the door to listen. Around the central holo table stood Loki, his arms folded, Lacey, her expression stony, and Tony, scrolling through data on a handheld display. All eyes were on Loki as he summarized what they'd learned about Niklov. "With raw power like his," Loki began, "he's more than capable, but not invincible. He ranks above average in the Void Cult, though he's not one of their top champions. Given the trauma he's endured, his village razed, countless tribesmen slaughtered or maimed, you can bet he's plotting ruthless vengeance. All he needs is new allies and the right moment to strike." Lacey shook her head. "He's heartless. There's no reasoning with a man like that." "Niklov was forged in lawlessness," Loki replied calmly. "He's honed hidden reserves of strength wherever order has failed. Someone with that kind of ferocity, whose home was destroyed and loved ones left for dead, won't rest until he's paid them back in full." Tony stepped forward, tapping his display. "We're not dealing with some street gang. Beyond the few galaxy-spanning governments, there are even greater apex powers. The Kree Empire, for one, is unstoppable to most civilizations. It's not that Niklov lacks ambition, far from it, but he's simply outmatched right now." He looked around at the others. "Dreams and ideals are fine, but you have to be realistic. Recognize the terrain before charging in. Those who understand the stakes, that's where true strength lies." Damien watched them debate, weighing their words. He understood better than anyone the price of underestimating an enemy or overestimating oneself. When he finally spoke, it would be with that lesson in mind. Damien leaned back in his chair, studying the holo display before him. "If the war erupts again," he said, "the Tesma civilization might not take catastrophic losses on the battlefield, but their entire culture would come under direct assault from the Kree Empire. They could be completely wiped out." Bruce Banner nodded in agreement. "Adapting to the situation won't hurt. In fact, it makes sense. If they know we're prepared, they're less likely to turn on us." Thor, who had been quietly reviewing the dossier, and Niklov, finally spoke up. "I see now why Miss Sonia holds him in such high regard. As acting overseer of the Land of Nothingness, I'd feel entirely comfortable in trusting this mission to him and handing him off to Lacey afterward." Lacey gave a slight nod. "This place is a crossroads of every sort of underworld trade. There are arms dealers hawking weapons and intelligence brokers selling secrets. Even flesh traders have set up shop here. Lawlessness is practically its own industry." Sarah closed the file on Madame Butterfly, her expression thoughtful. "I've spent more nights in the Bounty Hunter Tavern than I care to admit. Information sells like a commodity there, just like people do in certain parts of the city. Neither surprise me anymore." Damien tapped his fingers on the tabletop. With Nikrov's reputation for discretion and Madame Butterfly's network of contacts, their small team was about to walk into the heart of chaos. But they were ready to navigate every back alley deal and shadowy rendezvous that awaited them. Chapter 1. You can't say that, Lalatina snapped. Damien tilted his head. Why not? In the land of nothingness, that sort of thing happens all the time. It's illegal, she replied, narrowing her eyes, even if it's not exactly a capital crime. At his casual shrug, Lalatina felt her opinion of the land of nothingness drop even further. Once controlled by the legendary collectors, it had since devolved into the universe's largest and most chaotic black market. Only those who'd ventured there firsthand could grasp just how lawless it truly was. Lalatina had no intention of setting foot in such a place without an ironclad reason. End of Chapter 1. This story updates daily with 4,000-word installments. Chapter 431. Members send their congratulations. That's settled. Sarah swallowed her curiosity at Lalatina's words, but couldn't resist pressing on. Come on, Lacey. What kind of pay are we talking about here? Loki caught the exchange between Lalatina and Sarah, and Kyle couldn't help shooting sly winks at them. Realizing they were skirting a sensitive topic, Loki smoothly interjected, Don't be too surprised by what I'm about to tell you. Sarah and Kyle leaned in. Kyle urged, Spill it. Loki cleared his throat. I'm getting 1% of the Void Land's annual revenue from now on. 1%? Sarah gasped. Lacey, you're about to become a billionaire. No, a multi-billionaire. Kyle's grin widened. At that scale, you'd be pulling in 10 to 20 billion credits every year, just for showing up. Loki gave a casual shrug. The Void Lands cover an immense swath of civilized space. Hundreds of billions in yearly revenue is pretty standard. So yes, your share could easily hit the tens of billions annually. Sarah and Kyle stared at him in disbelief, while congratulatory messages already began pouring in from every corner of the network. It looked like Lalatina's new role wasn't just prestigious. It was astronomically lucrative. Lacey didn't have to earn a single credit beyond what she already controlled. After decades of managing the Wasteland's resources, she could easily fund an entire space fleet. Tony and Banner merely exchanged bored looks. Tony pulled in more than a few billion credits every year, and Banner's net worth was set to explode as soon as his sublight drive prototype went into production. Damien raised a hand. Let's not broadcast this to the whole council, he said quietly. If word gets out, it'll stoke resentment among the others. Lacey inclined her head. True, she could make vast sums almost by doing nothing. But in a lawless frontier, trouble was inevitable. And that was exactly why Sonia had picked her. It wasn't just Lacey's skill that mattered. Sonia had wanted protection for both Lacey and Damien. Sarah felt no envy whatsoever. She understood that Sonia's first choice was a safeguard. Even united, Lacey and Sarah didn't possess the power to challenge Nikrov directly. As long as Sonia maintained sufficient resources, she could keep the Void God faith expanding without fear. As the old saying goes, a single person can provide enough food and drink for the whole family. Ask for too much money, though, and you're just asking for trouble. Still, a modest request shouldn't breed any real discontent. Tony leaned back, pondering Lacey's words. Did Miss Sonia tell you to keep this quiet? Lacey hesitated. In truth, he didn't think the rewards on offer were excessive. If he managed the Void Lands well and lifted that burden from Sonia's shoulders, nearly all the profits from the Void Realm could flow directly to Kassadin and Sonia, and a 1% cut for himself was hardly unreasonable. But Tony was right to wonder whether they needed to keep it a secret. No, Lacey admitted. Miss Sonia never said anything about that. For a moment, Lacey looked startled by Tony's question. Then he squared his shoulders and said, Since I never forbade you from speaking, go ahead and tell it calmly, Sonia said. Everyone in the Void Cult already knows your strength and skill, Kassadin added. It's only natural you'd earn a public office here. If others learn that not only are you recognized, but that you're handsomely rewarded, they might feel envious. On the other hand, they could also become more committed to the Void Divine religion, hoping your talents will be put to greater use. When Damien realized that Sonia hadn't objected to him speaking, he finally understood what she and Kassadin were driving at. As the Void Cult expands, formal public offices are bound to appear. Outsiders can be hired, just as Lalatina manages his factory, but the core leadership must be true members of the cult. In fact, Damien himself is essentially the very first public official of the Void Cult, personally brought in by Kassadin. He even enjoys direct access to the mountaintop villa, where he can confer face-to-face with Cassidon and Sonia on all important matters. In other words, he wields considerable privileges. Damien's assignment wasn't particularly complicated. He was to develop technology for the cult of the Void God, and, if possible, turn a tidy profit on the side. His true status within the organization was classified. Only insiders like Lacey knew the full story, but that was no obstacle to discussing budgets. "So that's all there is to it?" Lacey asked, frowning as she tapped her tablet. "Don't overthink it," Tony replied with a shrug. "Every initiate in the Void God religion receives an allocation of 100 million credits. It's a standardized stipend, nothing more, nothing less." Lacey's lips curved into a half-smile. Well, they're certainly not calling him filthy rich, but Damien isn't exactly scraping by either. Tony nodded, leaning back in his chair. "Exactly. I wouldn't be surprised if Cassidon and Sonia themselves cobbled together that 100 million credit figure. The cult leaders want to curb everyone's appetite for quick money. That way, when public officials receive their offerings, they'll have an easier time accepting them as legitimate donations." He tapped a few commands into the console in front of him. "Predictor, run me the timeline. What happened after we made this budget announcement?" The holographic display flickered, then coalesced into a series of data streams. Lacey studied it thoughtfully. "Tony's theory checks out," she said, tracing a spike in official approvals right after the funds were dispersed. The donation receipts cleared within hours, and there was no fuss, no extra scrutiny. Damien watched the exchange quietly. His work may have been straightforward, but in the murky world of the Void God religion, even simple budgets could conceal deeper schemes. And he had a feeling this was only the beginning. After Lacey shared the news in the Void cult community, congratulations poured in, and a few members even floated the idea of a celebratory dinner. The prophet wasted no time casting a quick divination. "All signs point to great fortune for Lacey," he declared. "Your announcement will bring you every blessing." Alex, who was usually blunt to the point of rudeness, surprised everyone with genuine praise. "You've earned this," he said, voice firm but warm. Though he rarely spoke kindly, his words carried unexpected encouragement. Nearby, Thor and Loki exchanged amused glances. Each had already inherited 100 million, and before departing for Asgard, their parents had left them billions more. They weren't hurting for money, but even they felt a twinge of envy at Lacey's new position. If nothing went catastrophically wrong, her salary would be guaranteed for life. As Sarah reminded the group, Lacey's duties only kicked in during special missions. She wouldn't be busy every single day. "Well then," Lacey said, smiling with relief, "I'll make it official." She exhaled, tension finally melting away. She'd fretted that others in the Void cult might resent her for landing such a high-paying role, but the outpouring of support proved her wrong. Though Lacey viewed this honor as proof of her abilities, she was careful not to upset the balance among her fellow practitioners. After all, only members of the Void God cult could truly trust one another, and outsiders remained wary of her motives. Taking a steadying breath, Lacey activated her cosmic communicator and announced her new assignment as Overlord of the Land of Nothingness, along with the generous stipend that came with it. Almost instantly, congratulatory messages flooded in from across the Void God cult network. "Another wealthy benefactor for the cult. Sounds like a feast is in your future," one member teased. "Rightly earned," chimed in another. "Your strength deserves recognition." As the final seconds of the transition ticked away, Alex, whose display name read Jan Molix, began firing off messages in rapid succession. "Lexi, I've always known you were destined for greatness. This is only the beginning. Never forget that it's Cassidon, the Void God himself, who has bestowed this honor upon you. It's a rare privilege. Carry yourself well, and don't let the Void God cult down. You have my full support, just as I know you have mine." Before signing off, Alex made sure to tag their closest allies, Miss Sonia, Sarah, Lalatina, Lacey herself, as a reminder, and Claudia, so they could all share in Lacey's triumph. Several women in the Void cult seldom speak up in the group chat, and when they do, it's always because something big is happening. So when Lacey finally broke her silence, everyone sat up and took notice. No sooner had she spoken than Damien was officially named Grand Steward of Voidland. He'd already laid out plans with Kyle, Renoli, the Predictor, Tony, Thor, Banner, and the rest. Any urgent matters, they were to report directly to him. "Understood," Lacey replied, offering a bright smile. "I'll follow your lead and make sure the Void Cult never loses face." Damien returned her grin. "Honestly, do you really think getting 1% of Voidland's daily revenue is something to crow about?" Half a galaxy away on Blue Star, Steve scrolled the announcement and couldn't help but wonder why Damien was so pleased. Compared to Tony's share, 1% isn't exactly earth-shaking. It probably nets him a few billion credits a year. Impressive, but nothing Tony couldn't top. Thor, overhearing Steve's voice booming through the comlink, laughed. "Damn, when's it going to be my turn to snag a deal like that?" Steve rubbed his chin, a twinge of envy creeping in at the thought of those annual billions. Damien and Peggy exchanged satisfied grins as they watched their balance climb toward 200 million universe coins. In just a year, Lacey had managed to multiply their original savings more than tenfold. Although Steve hadn't officially settled in the universe yet, he was already well aware of what that kind of money could buy. "When you're ready to make Void Island your permanent home," Steve said with a knowing smile, "we'll talk about securing you a government post." Tony raised an eyebrow. "Sounds good, but tell me, when can I finally leave Blue Star and move to Void Island for good?" Steve considered the question. "It really comes down to two things, Tony and Banner's research and how Pietro and Wanda's training progresses. Once those are squared away, your residency on Void Island becomes permanent." He paused, meeting Tony's hopeful gaze. "I can't give you a firm date just yet, but don't worry, we're on it." Tony fell silent, his shoulders tensing. With no clear timeline in hand, he forced a nod and tried to sound upbeat. "All right," he said. "Just let me know when it's set." "As soon as possible," Steve said, his eager expression belying the fact that he knew some things simply couldn't be rushed. Still, he couldn't help but voice his hope of settling on Void Island permanently at the earliest opportunity. Frankly, Tony should have been more patient. He ought to have let Blue Star mature fully before integrating it with our operations. If he'd given it time to stabilize, we wouldn't be scrambling now or worrying over its fragile launch phase. From the mountaintop villa, Damien watched the flurry of messages pouring in on Sonia's cosmic communicator. The announcement that Lacey would assume management of the Voidlands had ignited the group chat. Excitement buzzed through every thread. A satisfied smile crossed his face. Sonia, scanning the flood of replies, noted with approval how many Void Cult members were already clamoring for public posts. Her deal with Mr. Cassidon had clearly paid off. With that, she tapped send on the second 3,000-word update. Chapter 432. His test will be difficult. Sonia had arranged a prestigious public post for Lacey, complete with a generous salary, a decision she'd negotiated personally with Mr. Cassidon. On one level, this was simply fair compensation to ensure Lacey embraced her new duties. On another, it was a calculated move to stir excitement among the Void Cult's members, laying the groundwork for the future selection of overseers for their breeding program. In fact, they planned to appoint multiple supervisors. Announcing those roles now would rally the faithful and inspire them to commit wholeheartedly to the cause. Before they acted, however, Sonia wanted to give the idea time to take root and spread. Meanwhile, she was preparing for a journey to the planet Moose, where she intended to negotiate the purchase of several promising worlds, a deal they hoped to finalize in a few months. Since most of the civilizations on prime planets near Xandar fell under the protection of the Nova Corps, direct conquest wasn't an option. Fortunately, the Void Cult's leadership remained reasonable. If they could secure what they needed through diplomacy and credit, there was no need to resort to theft. Sonia continued compiling the inventory of artifacts retrieved from the Void and began appraising their value. Since neither she nor Mr. Cassidon had any interest in collecting, most of these items would have to be sold off. As for the specimens of various races, Sonia decided to consult Mr. Tony. These samples fell squarely into the realm of genetics. If properly studied, they could yield breakthroughs in advanced genetic medicines. Such developments might one day allow the Void God cult to enhance the overall gene pool of its home civilization, creating stronger, more loyal members. Of course, all of that depended on Mr. Tony's willingness to take on the project. If he passed, the specimens would simply go to waste. At the moment, Sonia's responsibilities were twofold. She managed operations on Void Island and worked with Mr. Cassidon to set the cult's long-term goals. Once their broad strategy was in place, she would design and execute the detailed plans. Building a powerful faction was a complex undertaking, and Sonia knew it would take more than a single leap. It would require careful planning, steady progress, and plenty of patience. Sonia knew that, although seizing territory could quickly swell their ranks, the Void God cult simply didn't have enough people yet to hold new lands, no matter how swiftly they took them. So she decided to put expansion on ice for the time being. First, she would delegate every internal role, raise the cult's overall power several notches, and have new recruits begin their training immediately under seasoned seniors. Only once each recruit had direct responsibility for a region would they revisit the idea of pushing their borders outward. With that settled, Sonia turned her attention to the recent haul of appraised relics. She sorted them into two piles, those destined for the cult's vaults and those to be sent to market, and estimated the eventual windfall. Once every last item sold, the Void God cult would finally be free of its chronic cash shortage. That evening, after Lacey, Tony, and the others toasted their growing fortunes, they finally turned in for the night. A month later, it was already March. The cult's members had emptied the entire lifetime collection of Voidland's greatest hoarders, and their coffers were fuller than ever. With duties assigned and resources secured, Sonia felt the Void God cult was stronger than it had ever been, and ready for whatever came next. All of the shipments were sunk into the organized storage complex on the seabed beneath Void Island. Since this stretch of ocean belongs entirely to Void Island, it doesn't matter exactly where the crates go. As long as they're cataloged and ready for processing later, the work is done. For the past month, aside from eating and sleeping, Star-Lord has spent every waking hour in front of the Void Temple. A full 30 days have passed without any visible progress. An ordinary person would have lost patience long ago, but Peter Quill has committed himself to a war of attrition. If Tony Stark hadn't cautioned him that he could walk away after 2 years with nothing to show for it, Quill might well have stayed for decades, or even centuries. After all, if it takes 100 years to stir something here, that's still a blink compared to natural evolution. Meanwhile, Damien has been watching Quill's efforts closely, determined not to let him off the hook. He wants to see just how far Star-Lord will go in pursuit of vengeance. Outwardly, Quill shows no sign of reverence. He grumbles to himself in private. Each night before he drifts off, and again every morning upon waking, he steels his nerves, offers a silent prayer, and begins another day of ritual at the temple. The other worshippers in the courtyard had already begun to exchange puzzled glances at Star-Lord's behavior. To them, his ritual stance looked oddly vacant, almost foolish. But to Damien, this reaction was entirely predictable. Beyond the trial of time, there was no test more telling than the judgment of strangers. Damien didn't need to probe the convictions of those who'd already pledged themselves to the Void Cult. Their loyalty was evident. His real concern lay with outsiders like Star-Lord. Only by discerning the true measure of a man's character could Damien decide whether he might serve the interests of the Void God. In his mind, Damien reviewed what he thought he knew of Star-Lord. He lacked overwhelming power, yet he was a hero steadfastly bound by principles, someone who never hesitated to defend the helpless. That reputation, however, told only part of the story. How far would Star-Lord endure hardship? How patient could he be when pushed to his limits? Until now, Star-Lord's fate had followed a familiar path. But something had changed, an unseen shift in his fortunes. If Damien possessed the prophetic sight of a Void Prophet, he could simply peer into the future, watch Star-Lord's journey unfold, and decide at once whether to extend an invitation to the cult. Lacking such divine vision, he had no choice but to keep his gaze fixed on Star-Lord, observe every move and every hesitation, and wait for the moment when the true man would finally reveal himself. Damien watched Star-Lord closely and couldn't help but notice how completely the young hero had changed. The old swagger, the street-tough attitude, was gone, replaced by a calm, measured maturity befitting someone who understood the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. Sarah's warning still echoed in Star-Lord's mind. He was vulnerable on Void Island, and it would do him no good to flaunt his powers or ingratiate himself with its inhabitants. Better to observe from a distance. He could have strolled right up to Tony and the others, struck up a conversation, and fit in almost immediately. Yet a month had passed, and Star-Lord remained as distant as ever. Damien found this self-restraint surprising, and, in a way, reassuring. Still, Damien knew it was far too soon to bring Star-Lord fully into the fold. Humanity was only just beginning its ascent, and every day of hesitation made the trial ahead that much steeper. As a human-god hybrid, Star-Lord's lifespan and latent potential surpassed those of ordinary people by orders of magnitude. If he awakened prematurely under the Void's blessing, his power would surge beyond anything anyone could control, and his life's trajectory would peak centuries ahead of schedule. When that hidden nature finally surfaced, all bets would be off. For now, Damien remained undecided. He respected Star-Lord's newfound restraint, but he also knew that extending a formal invitation to the Void carried risks no less daunting than those they faced already. Either Star-Lord's potential is simply limited, or it's so immense that it makes him even more impulsive than Thor. After all, Thor is Odin's son, and his divine heritage guarantees tremendous power. Yet even if Thor follows his destined path, he won't lie peak until middle age, perhaps even later. And Asgardian tradition forbids him from unleashing his full might too early, for fear he could never control it. By contrast, Soul's nature is utterly pure, without a hint of malice. Damien knew he couldn't make a judgment right away. He resolved to watch Star-Lord for at least 2 years before deciding whether to back him fully. After all, Star-Lord had told his allies he'd regroup with them in 2 years' time. If he failed this test of patience, if he couldn't rein in his power and his appetites, then Damien would have to accept that Star-Lord's awakening was more hype than substance. But if Star-Lord endured 2 full years of restraint, his potential would be undeniable. Unknown to Star-Lord, Kassadin, the mysterious god of the Void, had already trained his gaze on him, waiting to see how his story would unfold. Damien could feel the curious stares of the onlookers all around him. No wonder the Void God cult's trials were becoming ever more demanding. These piercing looks and whispered remarks were tests in their own right, meant to shake the resolve of any aspirant. Damien took a steadying breath before the weathered statue of Kassadin. With folded hands and a solemn expression, he whispered, "Great God of the Void, Master Kassadin, grant me your blessing and reshape my destiny." He repeated the prayer again and again, his voice unwavering, even as cold eyes surveyed him from every corner of the temple courtyard. He didn't know how long the trial would last, but he understood this much. Only unshakable faith could earn him true recognition. 3 kilometers away, hidden among the branches of an ancient oak, Kyle watched the scene below with keen interest. Beside him, Renoli leaned forward, her eyes bright beneath her hood. "He's really committing to it," she remarked. Kyle nodded slowly. "Do you think he'll pass?" Renoli let out a small, wry laugh. "I won't claim to know his fate, but I didn't expect someone as adaptable as Damien to endure a test like this." Kyle's lips curved into a thoughtful smile. "People can surprise you. I've heard a few things about him. This trial may very well be the making of the man." Damien glanced across the chamber and caught sight of Star-Lord, the same scrappy kid who had begged him for mercy on behalf of his comrades during the Battle of Xandar. A hushed conversation broke out among the gathered adepts. His father's lineage is extraordinary. When the boy awakens, he could become a top-tier powerhouse. Master Kassadin ought to consider recruiting him. Even if Lord Kassadin agrees, his trials must be far more demanding than the others. At those words, the prophet rose from his seat, his stern gaze sweeping the assembly. "You speak wisely," he began. "This youth is the product of a cosmic overlord's bloodline, a hybrid of mortal and god. Once awakened, he stands poised to reach the level just below the universe's true pinnacle. That is the raw potential lying dormant within him. Should he also receive the blessing of the Void, he would ascend into the ranks of the galaxy's greatest. But mark my warning, such explosive power awakens a hunger unlike any other. We have all felt how unchecked strength fans the flames of desire. In his case, that desire will outpace his reason. If his path ever falters, he will lean on power alone, gradually discarding every moral restraint until he becomes nothing more than a monster. A hush fell over the hall as the prophet took his seat, leaving everyone to weigh the terrible promise and the even greater peril of Star-Lord's potential. Such a being might mean nothing to Lord Cassadin, the god of the void, yet its existence posed a dire threat to the universe. Even Odin, mighty god-king of the cosmos, had to undergo formal negotiations before joining the void cult. In the end, Master Cassadin consented to admit Odin, despite the god-king's legendary renown, his countless years of rule, and his unshakable pride. If Odin's character had not been thoroughly vetted and proven, it would have been uncable for Cassadin to extend such an invitation. The same principle applied to Star-Lord. Had his nature not met Master Cassadin's exacting standards, he would never have been granted entry. The Void Cult is no stranger to power and does not lightly confer its allegiance. Gao Tianzun, for instance, was branded a slave the moment he stepped out of line. The faith of the Void demands champions who possess three qualities above all: unwavering principles, mastery of their own desires, and absolute loyalty. Without these, no matter how great a warrior, one may find himself crushed beneath the weight of the Void. Chapter 433, Responsibilities of Island Defense. How difficult can it be? Kyle murmured, pondering the prophet's analysis. If his prophecy is true, Lord Cassadin, the god of the void, has more trials in store for him. Renoli nodded. The words and actions of those seeking grace are the simplest of tests. Kyle leaned back, eyes narrowed. Over time, the firmest convictions grow the hardest to uphold, especially when latecomers receive the gift before you. That kind of perceived injustice can shatter anyone's faith. From across the chamber, Lacey added, I've already sent Wu Maki to the Land of Nothingness to audit last month's handover. It's purely a routine inspection, not a reprimand. There's no need for the three of us to travel together. Now relieved of immediate duties, the three advisors could observe the grace seekers from afar. Among all those petitioning for Cassadin's favor, Damien drew the keenest attention. If he succeeds, he will ascend as the Void God's preeminent champion, and quite possibly the most formidable being in the universe. More than a month has passed since Star-Lord arrived, and Miss Sonia still hasn't stepped forward to persuade him to leave. That can only mean his trial is ongoing, but perhaps it isn't as grueling as usual. I see, Kyle murmured. If he really does clear Master Cassadin's specially designed test, he must be ruthless. Renoli nodded. Ordinary worshippers often spend years, sometimes decades, petitioning the Void God before they even get a blessing. Everyone here knows Star-Lord's background. He's driven by a desire to avenge his estranged father. Cassadin must know this too. Revenge is one of the most common and most perilous faiths in the universe. It captures hearts easily, but can so swiftly lead to ruin. That is why the Void God cult is so strict. They hunger for that vengeful fervor, yet only a tiny fraction of supplicants ever make the cut. To date, only one person has earned the Void God's blessing under Cassadin's watch: Claudia, who survived 4 months of exacting trials before being accepted. Damien stood on the cliff's edge, recalling the whirlwind of emotions that followed his revenge. In the aftermath, his spirit had wavered, but not for long. Gradually, he found a new purpose: to defend and rebuild his hometown. Whenever he had a spare moment, he no longer lingered on the island. Instead, he returned home to help it rise again. His previous trials had also taught him one thing with absolute clarity. Master Cassadin's tests were far harsher on those who clung to vengeance. If he's still here in a year, Renoli remarked with a teasing smile, then I'll finally call him a man. That's a long time, Damien replied, meeting Renoli's grin. We'll see if you keep your word. Renoli laughed. In any case, it's almost dinner. There's a big event in the arena tonight. Why don't we join the fun? At that, Kyle, who had been leaning casually against a tree branch overlooking the courtyard, sprang down and cast a challenging look at the 300 competitors gathered near the Void Temple. If Lacey isn't here, who else do you expect to face off against a monster like me? Renali's brow lifted. In these Void-enhanced sporting events, every contestant tapped into extra power. It was only because Lacey possessed extraordinary skill that she could go toe-to-toe with someone of Kyle's caliber. Without her, the matches would be far less interesting. Damien managed to parry a few of Kyle's strikes, but the difference in skill was too great for him to mount any real defense. Besides, he was tied up in Tony's lab with vital research and simply couldn't afford to spar right now. Hasn't Thor already pushed 70 rotations in the gravity chamber? Someone piped up. Kyle grinned. I'll see if he's free to accept a challenge. He knew exactly whom he had in mind. Thor's latent potential was staggering. In less than a year with the Void Cult, evolutionary breakthroughs had unlocked new depths of power, and the blessing of divine energy had sent his strength soaring. His gravity chamber numbers were climbing fast, maybe fast enough to catch up with the best of them. Renoli leaned back, nodding. Thor, raw strength's one thing, but your technique still needs work. A brief silence fell before Renoli added, if you feel you're coming up short, there's only one solution. Train harder. Kyle chuckled. Then what are you waiting for? Go ask him yourself. Renoli couldn't help but agree. No one enjoys feeling outclassed, but the path to improvement was clear. More practice, more discipline, and always pushing beyond yesterday's limits. Damien and a few others were just arriving at the mess hall when Thor and Loki showed up. Thor caught sight of them and raised an eyebrow. Where have you been? We were expecting you in the gravity chamber. Loki chimed in. 2 hours of training already today. You must have been too busy to endure it. Damien grinned. Actually, I went to check out the new arrival, a demigod who showed up on the island. A demigod? Thor's interest was instantly piqued. You mean Star-Lord? Sarah, who had just stepped in behind Damien, nodded. That's who it is. Loki pursed his lips. Damien, it's hardly polite to joke about someone who has come seeking our blessing. Sarah held up a hand. I'm not making fun of him. We were simply curious, and I heard he might be joining us. He seems very different from how he was before. Damien leaned back against the table, folding his arms. Exactly. He's changed a lot. I thought you two might be interested in what I found out. Loki leaned back against a palm tree and shrugged. You can stay on the island this time. At least they won't throw you out the moment you arrive like before. Damien's jaw tightened. I came here in good faith to ask for their blessing, he said, his voice low. Before I even had a chance, they told me I wasn't welcome. That's just human nature. Of course you're upset, Loki replied with a casual grin. But it's your own fault for not knowing when to keep your tongue in check. A laugh tinkled through the air as Renoli joined them, her smile light and amused. You really don't know when to shut up, do you, Loki? Loki opened his mouth to argue, then thought better of it and fell silent. The four of them strolled down the sun-dappled path until they reached a long wooden table. They sank onto benches and flagged down a server to place their lunch orders. Damien leaned forward, the tension in his shoulders easing as he rubbed his hands together. Saul's opening the competitive sports grounds this afternoon, he said, glancing at Thor. You coming with me to check it out? Thor looked up from the menu, a slow smile spreading across his face. Sounds like fun. Count me in. I think so, but I got completely wiped out a couple of weeks ago, and I really need to train again. Saul frowned at that. It hadn't been Kyle who beat Damien, but several other members of the Void Cult. In raw strength, Damien easily ranked among their top fighters, but his control was another story. He'd spent hours watching matches in the competitive arena and convinced himself he could step in and dominate. The moment he actually entered the ring, though, he discovered just how difficult it is to limit your movements to a confined space, regulate every ounce of power, and still obey the rules. At first, Damien blamed his opponent's tactics. He cycled through more than a dozen challengers, determined to prove that the problem lay with them, not him. Only after his string of losses did he face the hard truth. It wasn't that they were unbeatable. It was that his own technique was weak. He still vividly recalls the stunned expressions on their faces when they triumphed. Each of them had expected to face a battle-hardened boss, and instead found a rookie. That realization hit Damien hard. He spent the next week in a funk, replaying each defeat in his mind. Now he's determined to hone his control and come back stronger. Over the past few days, Damien had been recovering in the gravity chamber. As a result, Kyle refused to go easy on anyone. Everyone's felt the frustration of rules keeping their power in check, and failing because of it, Kyle said, watching Damien slump against the wall. Don't take it too hard. Realizing your skills aren't enough yet just means you need more practice. This is a necessary step toward getting better. Kyle gave Damien a reassuring smile. In the Void God sect, most disciples simply try to brute force every challenge, which comes naturally to someone like Kyle, who was born with extraordinary abilities. It wasn't until he'd endured one brutal training session after another on Void Island, suffered setback after setback, that he understood raw strength alone wouldn't carry him. That realization drove him to study refined combat techniques, an often discouraging process of failure and frustration, but one that offered a clear path forward. Damien's expression remained sullen, but Kyle didn't press him further. Everyone's mood could get complicated after a round in the gravity chamber. Still, they'd keep training, unless someone was perfectly content to stay weak, in which case they'd just have to accept being left behind. Give me some time, I'll spar with you once I've finished my shock gold training. Damien understood exactly why Kyle had suggested it. He wanted a worthy opponent on the competitive field. But Damien's skills still lagged far behind Kyle's. If they actually faced off now, it would be a one-sided rout. Damien and Loki had dove straight into the gravity chamber, skipping their shock gold drills and leaving their fundamentals shaky. Otherwise, anyone who could comfortably withstand 70 times Earth's gravity would have terrifying power control. That half-baked foundation was why Damien had earned puzzled looks after losing bouts to other Void Cult members during recent competitions. I get why you're holed up in the gravity chamber, Sarah said, but if you want to progress faster, you need a well-balanced training regimen. Loki raised an eyebrow. Miss Sarah, have you ever even been in a fight? She smiled. Didn't Kyle mention you've never had a real one? Loki shot her a doubtful glance, clearly unconvinced. Sarah bristled under Loki's appraising stare. I may not carry a formal title, she said, but that doesn't mean I lack combat training. I've mastered Rujin. Though she'd never faced enemies on the battlefield, that didn't stop her from honing her skills. As a graduate of the Celebrity Hotel Academy, she'd learned to absorb techniques quickly. After consulting Sonia's seniors, she picked up Rujin in no time. At first, Lord Kyle and Lord Lacey deemed her too inexperienced for major campaigns, and even during the Voidland's Second Great War, Sonia assigned her to island defense, hardly a chance to prove herself against real foes. Loki's eyes flicked with disbelief. Go easy on me? He challenged. He couldn't fathom how someone with no battle record could outfight him. Sarah felt her competence questioned, and she knew that mere words wouldn't earn his trust. Damien watched in awe as Sarah slammed her jade green palm against the table with a sharp crack. Instantly, the water in Loki's glass, set a few meters away, began to ripple violently. The liquid spiraled upward in a perfect column, arcing toward Loki's head. Before a single drop could fall, Sarah swept her hand through the air. The water reversed course and flowed effortlessly back into her own cup. Not a drop spilled. She set the untouched cup on the table and offered a calm smile. There, that's it, right? A stunned silence fell over the room. Finally, Kyle's eyes snapped open wide. But, Sarah, you said your evolution count is low, and you've hardly had any real combat experience. He stared at her, incredulous. When I first joined the Void God sect, he continued, I begged Senior Sonia to teach me how to get stronger. She showed me the tide wave technique, and it took me months of grueling practice before I could even lift a teacup with it. And Lalatina, she's never faced a real fight either, yet she mastered it, in days. You're telling me you've barely fought a single skirmish, and yet you can control water like that? Sarah's smile grew gentler. Experience helps, of course, she said, but it's not everything. Magic is about understanding the flow, seeing the potential. Evolution points give you power, but mastering an art comes down to focus and intuition. Once you learn to read the element, the rest falls into place. Damien exchanged a look with Loki, who still hadn't recovered from the wet miracle he'd just witnessed. Kyle ran a hand through his hair, speechless. All around them, the truth settled in. Sarah's talent and her confidence ran far deeper than anyone had guessed. Though I'd like to argue otherwise, the facts simply don't allow it, Renoli admitted with a wry smile as she watched Sarah demonstrate her technique. Sarah returned the grin calmly. She had mastered the principle of softness in combat without ever having stepped onto a battlefield, a feat that left even Renoli, well-versed in theory, without a rebuttal. It was clear both Sarah and Lalatina possessed an innate gift for fighting. Thor blinked in astonishment. "You really think you can pass the shock golden test?" "I've never tried," Sarah replied, shaking her head. Thor's eyes lit up. "Then why not give it a go right after lunch?" "Sounds good to me," Sarah said with a laugh. "By the way, aside from improving your flexibility, what else has Miss Sonia taught you?" Renoli leaned forward, concern knitting her brow. Sonia was almost always busy, and the rest of them rarely had a chance to speak with her. Sarah, it seemed, was the exception. Sarah tapped her fingertips together thoughtfully. "Miss Sonia's lessons cover a lot. First, you need to learn the core combat techniques, developing your own signature moves, your trump cards. Then there's charting the proper path for your evolution, mastering how to channel the power of the void, and of course, studying all the theoretical knowledge behind it. It's a comprehensive system, but with the right guidance, it all comes together." Thor nodded eagerly. "It sounds intense." "It can be," Sarah admitted, "but with Sonia's training, it's more than manageable." "There are countless possibilities," Damien said, tapping a finger for each idea as he spoke. Lately, he'd found himself with far more free time than he knew what to do with. So every evening after work, he drifted over to chat with his mentor, Sonia. On one such night, Sonia issued a stark warning. If she and Lord Cassidon, the god of the void, ever left the island, and a dire threat were to arise in their absence, only Damien and Lalatina would be left capable of facing it. She admitted that the chance of such a scenario might be slim, but insisted they train relentlessly just in case. Though Damien had once been Sonia's junior, he respected her counsel without question, and threw himself into his studies with renewed determination. First update, 4,000 words. Please remember to vote and subscribe. Chapter 434, The Incarnation of the Treasury of Knowledge. All you ever do is hang out at the Temple of Records, pop in to log entries when someone arrives, then sit around twiddling your thumbs when no one shows up, right? Damien's eyes widened as Sarah rattled off her criticisms. Everyone on the island knew how relentlessly busy she was. "It's not that I'm idle," Sarah explained. "Between meals and sleep, I just need something to keep me occupied. Otherwise, life would be unbearably dull." She smiled faintly and shrugged. 12-hour days were standard for her as one of the island's most celebrated hoteliers, and even then, she still found time to slip away for a walk. To Sarah, downtime wasn't a luxury. It was an invitation to a new challenge. Thor and Loki exchanged knowing glances. Only now did they realize what they'd underestimated. Like Miss Sonia, Sarah preferred to hone her strength in quiet solitude, never drawing attention to herself. It was only after their earlier conversation about training that the brothers grasped how formidable Sarah had become, her power steadily growing under the benevolent guidance of the Void God cult's blessed evolution. Having a master to guide you makes all the difference, and Sarah's mentor is none other than Miss Sonia. Word of Sonia's power has already rippled through the land of nothingness. From dozens of kilometers away, the aftershock of her casual palm strike can cleave mountains and fissure the earth. Her true capabilities remain shrouded in mystery. As her apprentice, Sarah's own strength has surged dramatically. Damien leaned forward, curiosity alight in his eyes. "You mentioned void power techniques. What exactly has Miss Sonia taught you so far?" Sarah tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a small smile playing on her lips. "Senior Sonia says I've only undergone a handful of evolutions. She's saving the more complex spells for later. Right now, she wants me to master the basics through plenty of practice." "Such as?" Damien prompted. With a flick of her wrist, Sarah revealed a softly glowing rune. "I've been studying some signature spells from other Void Cult disciples. This one is Master Lix's Void Transformation Technique. It lets me alter my body's shape and appearance at will, and amplify or dampen my physical strength accordingly. It's perfect for adapting to any battle or adversary." Damien watched as Sarah smiled, gathering her composure. I've also learned how to convert raw void energy directly into void flames, she said. Sir Alex taught me this technique. Damien frowned thoughtfully. Isn't that a variation on Miss Claudia's void freezing technique? Sarah nodded. It is, but I don't possess Miss Claudia's innate power. Right now, if I push myself to the limit, I can only freeze everything within 100 meters, and it eats up every ounce of mana I have. I know it seems weak, but I'm only going to get stronger. With that, her appearance began to shift. Sarah's tall, mature frame shrank and softened. Her dark hair flared into a riot of bright red curls, and her eyes took on an impish sparkle. In an instant, she looked like a little girl. Void energy coalesced in her left hand, crystallizing into a delicate pattern of silver ice, while her right palm blazed with black, boiling flame. The juxtaposition of ice and fire, and her unexpectedly childlike form, made the sight as enchanting as it was terrifying. Renoli's jaw dropped. The predictor gaped at her in stunned disbelief. Beside him, Kyle, Thor, and even Loki exchanged wide-eyed glances. All of them had been so close to this power and never even realized its true potential. Damien took a step forward, heart pounding. He'd thought he knew every secret this place held. Clearly, he'd been wrong. I'd never thought to ask Sarah about her evolutionary path, because she'd never shown any interest in fighting. Everyone had written her off as weak, nothing worth learning from. Yet as Void Island's official record-keeper, Sarah was deeply respected by our community. Alex in particular spoiled her relentlessly. Kyle had picked up a bit from Lacey when it came to the void transformation technique, but he still didn't know how to evolve his own body shape. He hadn't even bothered to consult Alex. Meanwhile, Sarah had already mastered the process. Miss Sarah, Thor said, turning to her with sudden seriousness, aside from all you've already accomplished, how much void magic have you actually learned? Sarah met his gaze calmly. I'd estimate around 100 different spells at this point. Thor raised an eyebrow. That sounds impressive, but don't most of them require you to evolve in very specific directions, sometimes repeating the same change dozens of times before you can unlock their full potential? There must be a lot of restrictions. As Senior Sonia instructed, Sarah replied, every single requirement and limitation is meticulously recorded in our archives. Nothing's been overlooked. Thor nodded, satisfied. In that moment, a Damien realized that judging someone by appearances alone could blind you to hidden depths. Sarah's quiet diligence and Alex's unwavering faith in her were teaching me more about true strength than any combat lesson ever could. Senior Sonia now has a clearer picture of everyone's abilities on Void Island. A mischievous grin spread across Damien's youthful face. All of the research on void magic? It's right here. These notes are my personal record. Loki blinked in surprise. Damien, could we take a look at them? Soul's expression softened. Senior Sonia said that studying these thoroughly is essential if we want to receive advanced instruction in void magic later on. Members of the Void Cult need to choose their own evolutionary path, Saul continued. Once you know which route suits you best, you find a mentor who follows that same path and learn from them directly. He tapped his temple. But if you swallow too much void magic at once, you risk failing to master any of it. Damien shook his head. Actually, when I discovered that Mr. Alex had already unlocked the new branch of void magic, I went straight to Senior Sonia with questions. She told me to ask everything I could. Who invented this technique, how to learn it step by step, what pitfalls to avoid, and to keep meticulous records from day one. Senior Sonia is fully committed to advancing the Void God religion, so she's thinking ahead to ensure its future disciples are properly prepared. Sarah nodded as soon as she heard the plan. Specialization really is the beginning of any evolutionary path. It sounds like our best bet is to become mentors ourselves, Thor murmured. Thor had finally grasped why they weren't allowed to study the others' techniques up close. Every Void Cult member's ability was unique. To learn them all would be possible in theory, but would squander precious time and energy and leave no room to develop a true specialty. He glanced at Damien and smiled. I'm eager to see the void magic you create, Damien. Sarah returned his smile, especially since there's still no void magic tied to thunder. As she spoke, her form shimmered, the childlike guise slipping away to reveal the seductive curves of her true adult body. Loki studied her carefully, curiosity in his eyes. Though he already suspected her focus, he still asked, "Sarah, what evolutionary path are you pursuing?" Once your physical form evolves enough times, it naturally channels void power above all else. "Because Sonia-senpai asked me to pursue that path," Sarah replied with a bright smile. Thanks to over 100 void evolutions, she'd mastered everything Lord Alex and Miss Claudia had taught her. Thor regarded her thoughtfully. "So Sonia must be a prodigy in void magic, then?" Sarah shook her head. "Not exactly. Her void talent is indeed extraordinary, but her physical strength is just as formidable. I'd wager her body is at least 10 times stronger than yours." Loki leaned forward, his expression dark. "I've seen her power firsthand. I still recall the gaping fissures she rent across the breachlands with a single palm strike from 30 kilometers away. And that was before she even summoned her void energy. No one knows how many times she's evolved. If that's not proof of her physical might, I don't know what is." "Miss Sarah, I suppose I'll have to be consulting you far more often from now on," Kyle admitted, glancing at Renly and the Predictor, who both wore equally surprised expressions. Though Kyle, Renly, and the Predictor ranked among the Void Cult's most powerful practitioners, none had anticipated Sarah's true value. As the cult's official recorder, she was beloved, its very mascot, and curiously innocent in the eyes of her peers. Whenever she struck up a conversation, even the most guarded members would chat away, unaware that every word was being carefully noted. Over time, Sarah had quietly amassed a vast trove of hidden lore, secrets her colleagues never suspected she possessed. Day by day, she continued to gather more, all in preparation for the advanced stages of void magic. This initiative had been entirely her own. Miss Sonia had entrusted the cult's record-keeping to her, but had issued no explicit orders to seek out additional intelligence. When Sonia eventually called on every member to formalize their archives, Sarah would already hold more knowledge and insight than anyone else combined. "Master Kyle," Sarah said, bowing her head respectfully, "you are far stronger than I could ever hope to be. I only ask for your guidance." There was no hint of arrogance in her voice, only sincere humility. After all, every scrap of information she wielded had been handed down by the very pioneers of void magic. Damien had long been fascinated by the idea of tying his void magic to his clone, the one that shared all 5 of his senses. In theory, channeling the void through a sensory doppelganger could unlock power no ordinary practitioner dreamed of. But in practice, he was still groping in the dark. He needed more guidance, more insight. Leaning forward, he fixed his gaze on the 2 figures across from him. "Can you tell me more about what Miss Sonia taught you?" he asked quietly. The Predictor studied him with mild curiosity. "We're not prying into Sonia's vault of secrets," she said. "Just the lessons she passed on to you. After all, Miss Sonia is Master Cassadin's direct apprentice. Her approach to the void must be far beyond that of an average mage." Damien nodded. "I understand. I'll speak to her tonight and get back to you with a clearer answer." Loki arched an eyebrow and leaned in, his voice low and teasing. "Did Sonia forbid you from sharing her methods?" A corner of Damien's mouth curved into a wry smile. "No prohibition, just respect for how valuable this knowledge is. I'd rather confirm with her first than risk miscommunication." Both the Predictor and Loki traded amused glances. They wanted to press him harder, to glean any scrap of information they could, but Damien remained composed, his confidence belying his youth. Few realized that, although he looked scarcely more than a novice, he had already mastered the art of reading people, and he intended to keep it that way. She clenched her teeth and held her ground, not out of stubbornness, but because she wanted to gauge Senior Sonia's reaction. At a nearby table, diners laughed and chatted over their meal, their lively conversation providing a warm counterpoint to her tense resolve. This was the second installment of 3,000 Words. Chapter 435, The Foundation of the Strong. After breakfast, the group made their way straight to the training grounds. Sarah wasn't driven by mere rivalry. She wanted to see if her newly mastered tenderness technique was truly up to par. Under the watchful eyes of Kyle, Renly, the Predictor, Thor, and Loki, she leapt into the arena. The Predictor, having extended the reach of his foresight more and more, had grown reluctant to offer casual glimpses of the future. He found it far more entertaining to simply watch events unfold in real time. As Sarah landed among the scattered shock metal weights, she strode confidently from one to the next, finally pausing in front of a 200-ton block. At once, void fire erupted around her. The infernal flames danced through her red hair, turning it a deep, living crimson, and her eyes glowed with fierce intensity. A potent, almost fanatical aura radiated from her every pore. "Why do I feel like I'm seeing Alex's shadow in you?" Thor murmured, sensing something achingly familiar in her battle-ready stance. "Don't be alarmed. That's just Alex exhaling." Kyle, who knew Alex best, caught the subtle shift in the air and gave Sarah a confirming nod. Across the clearing, Damien ignited his void flame. It wasn't ordinary fire. The inferno blazed with such ferocity that it magnified his explosive strength, a living testament to his destructive creed. At the same time, those violet-black flames coalesced into a swirling shield. To harm Damien, one would first have to shatter that searing barrier. By contrast, Alex's specialty, Eternity of the Void, drew its power from the regenerative heart of the void. His flames possessed formidable destructive force, yes, but their true purpose lay in restoration and renewal. That fundamental difference had charted the two young men onto very different paths. Sarah's own void energy suddenly roiled around her, flickering into view as a tide of blue-black flame. In the next instant, the fire vanished, and then reappeared, surging into her outstretched hand. Wreathing her jade-adorned palm, the flame swept forward and slammed against the 6-meter-high lattice of vibrating metal. The inferno clung to the plates, forcing them into a frenzy of resonance that unleashed a thunderous, metallic roar. Alex's feedback blast slammed into Sarah's void flame barrier and fizzled out against her defenses. It was exactly the kind of all-offense, no-defense style Alex favored, domineering but ultimately futile against someone like Sarah. In an instant, Sarah's demeanor shifted. She became as cold and immaculate as the first frost, her every movement composed and precise. A sharp crack sounded beneath her boots, and frost leapt across the stone floor, shimmering in crystalline patterns. Ice formed at her left hand, coalescing into a jagged shard, which she drove into the resonant metal conduit once more. The metal screamed with energy, an impossible fusion of ice and flame, erupting into a swirling tempest of frozen sparks and licking fire. The conduit vibrated madly, sending a continuous hum through the air as it threatened to unleash a devastating aftershock. Idle Skylark, positioned just outside the 10-meter blast radius, tensed for the impact, and then vaulted clear at the last moment, narrowly escaping the irregular explosion. She landed lightly, brushing a wisp of snow from her shoulder, and muttered in reluctant admiration, "I'll say it. Void Island's women are not to be underestimated." On the sidelines, Damien watched Sarah's display of raw power and fluid grace. Despite himself, he felt a thrill of respect and a twinge of anxiety for what she might do next. Loki had never intended to upset Sarah. Her gentle nature was one of the reasons he'd brought her into their circle. But it turned out to be a shrewd decision. Though she lacked battlefield experience, Sarah's raw strength was not to be underestimated. Loki observed her with quiet approval. "She's mastered every technique I taught her," he admitted. "I still haven't learned how to be truly graceful. I suppose, I'll have to set aside time for that." Damien felt that same undercurrent of power emanating from Sarah. He admired her abilities, yet couldn't help feeling a pang of pressure. After all, she was barely 20 years old, while he had lived nearly 16 centuries. In his long life, he had relied almost exclusively on brute force and heavy steel, enough to fell monsters and foes across the 9 realms, but never to hone his finesse. Confronted now by the disciplined ranks of the Void Cult's elite, Damien realized one unsettling truth. He might very well be the least skilled warrior among them. True strength doesn't belong only to those born mighty, but to the weak who ache for power. Because the weak know all too well the sorrow and helplessness of weakness, they never cease striving to grow stronger. The truly strong, however, have never tasted that despair. They become complacent and stop moving forward. Only when you awaken to your own weakness can you begin to become truly powerful. That's what Lacey taught us. Kyle glanced over at Sarah as she methodically tested the shock metal, her hammer ringing out with every strike. He felt a swell of admiration. Sarah had never faced real combat, so she couldn't have known firsthand how brutal it could be. Yet, perhaps because of Sonia's influence, Sarah understood how vital it was to build her strength. Quietly, she'd set out on the path of improvement, and Kyle could already see her potential was boundless. He tapped the side of his recorder. It wasn't enough just to log data. As a recorder, he needed to do more than merely observe. Inspired by Sarah's resolve, he vowed that he, too, would push himself beyond his limits. Though it isn't in Miss Sarah's usual temperament, when the Void Cult calls on her, as one of its few public officials, she will unleash a display of power capable of rocking the entire world. Did Lacey really say that? Loki's eyes flashed. He knew at once that such a bold observation could only come from someone with her grasp of true strength. If he'd reached this insight long ago, if he'd devoted himself wholly to magic instead of joining the Void, then after 1,500 years, the gap between his power and Thor's might not be so vast. He'd picked up the basics of sorcery from his mother, but as a god, he'd always preferred to rely on raw divine force in battle. To him, studying magic felt half-hearted, like fishing for 3 days only to spend 2 more drying the nets. It was never a wholehearted commitment. Damien paused for a moment, then looked across the shadowed chamber at Renaud and began. Here's what Lacey told us after she finally joined the Void Cult and received the Void Blessing. Before that day, she'd spent years trying and failing to gain entry. She said the real tragedy of weakness is praying your whole life for power and never getting a single chance. But if Lord Cassidon, the god of the Void, offers even the smallest sliver of opportunity, you have to seize it and change your fate. We were born with extraordinary abilities, strong by mortal standards, but among the true powerhouses of the cosmos, we were nothing. So she argued we should pray not just to maintain our strength, but to grow ever stronger. After all, no matter how mighty we become, there will always be someone stronger. At the time, Kyle and I still possessed the predictor, and I'll admit I thought Lacey's fervent prayers were a bit naive, maybe even ridiculous, but her words rang true. They stripped away my arrogance and drove me to pray with everything I had to join the Void Cult. Now, Lacey has won even greater favor with Lord Cassidon. She's been appointed steward of the Void Realm. Our original wish, our very first step toward real power, has been fulfilled. Renaud inclined his head, admiration shining in his eyes. Damien's innate powers might never match Thor's, but even among ordinary people, and many other superpowered beings, they were formidable. His gift had smoothed every step of his life from childhood onward, and with that ease came an unavoidable arrogance. It wasn't until Lacey confronted him that he began to see just how blind his pride had made him. If she hadn't spoken the truth, he might never have questioned himself or let go of his conceit. Lacey ultimately succeeded in joining the Void Cult, but Damien, Renaud, and Kyle were forced to part ways. From that moment on, the 3 of them set out together on the path of endless improvement. Every new level of strength brought fresh wonders. Rising suns over distant battlefields, whispers of power from long-forgotten ruins, the thrill of testing oneself against daunting foes. With each triumph, Damien felt his past arrogance melt away, replaced by the humbling realization that no matter how strong he became, there would always be someone or something stronger. If I'd met Lacey sooner, he often thought, perhaps I'd already understand that. Meanwhile, Loki listened in as Renaud and Kyle recounted Lacey's history. Born a god, he prided himself on understanding both the mighty and the meek. Yet hearing their stories revealed a truth he'd overlooked. His own divinity gave him no real insight into the struggles of the powerless, only a false sense of superiority. Compared to his cosmic peers, Thor among them, he considered himself relatively humble. But next to countless ordinary souls in their quiet, everyday battles, his power towered over them all. And that, Loki realized with an unfamiliar pang, was a form of arrogance he'd never acknowledged, until now. Damien had never known real weakness, so he couldn't grasp the trials of those who did. At the summit of magical power stood the ancient supreme mages, and natural witches boasted abilities so tyrannical they left no doubt. The highest magic was never frail. To Damien, magic wasn't just one path to supremacy, it was the only one worth following. Yet because his divine power had grown so quickly and visibly, He had all but ignored the slower, subtler art of spellcraft, magic with a ceiling far beyond any gift of the gods. He knew that in his heart, but he refused to admit it. After all these years, his sorcery still lacked the raw, devastating force capable of leveling an enemy with a single gesture. Only now, under the Void Divine Cult's blessing, has Damien discovered a second road to power, one not bound to magic alone. But by the time he saw the truth, his pride had already taken root. Though the gods smiled on him, he burned with envy of Saul. That resentment warped his mind, driving him into reckless schemes and shameful mistakes he can scarcely bear to remember. If Damien had met Lacey, really met her, talked with her, and grasped the value of every opportunity, perhaps his history would have turned out differently. He thought of how much he'd changed since then. "You've grown," Loki said quietly, his eyes bright. "It's not too late to see the truth and move forward." Thor smiled and clapped Loki on the shoulder. "There's still plenty of road ahead of us, nephew." The prophet, standing nearby, offered a gentle nod. "It's never too late to wake up. The greatest tragedy is to live in pride and never understand that until it's too late." They paused as Sarah burst onto the training ground, finishing her 10-minute trial with a final, triumphant flourish. She hammered her chest in victory. "I did it!" Kyle waved from the sidelines, grinning. "Told you I'd be easy on you." Sarah wiped the sweat from her brow, her face alight with joy as she waved back at Kyle, Loki, and the others. "Thanks for believing in me." Chapter 436. Open Your Eyes and Tell Lies. Loki let out an appreciative whistle and applauded as Sarah breezed through the shock gold test. "I definitely underestimated you before, Miss Sarah. Your combat prowess is impressive." Kyle, still catching his breath, looked at Sarah with newfound respect. He'd only learned Rujin so far and hadn't yet tackled Lacey's more advanced transformation Jin. In terms of raw power, he knew there was still a gap between them, and Sarah lacked his battlefield experience, but it wasn't nearly as wide as he'd assumed. "Miss Sarah, could you share any tips on controlling softness? I'd love to learn from you." Thor, who had just flown over, joined the request without hesitation. "Yes, any advice you have would be most welcome." Sarah smiled modestly. "I don't have any groundbreaking secrets. I simply followed Senior Sonia's method. Gather a pair of objects with very different hardness levels. One fragile, one sturdy." She demonstrated with her hands. "Hold one in each hand and squeeze with just enough force that you feel it might crack, but without actually breaking it. As soon as you can sense how much each item can withstand, you'll train yourself to gauge precisely how hard you're exerting. Then you adjust. Never too soft, never too hard, and you'll avoid damage altogether." Loki leaned forward, intrigued. Kyle and Thor exchanged determined looks, ready to put Sarah's advice into action. Controlling every ounce of your strength is the very first step in mastering soft strength. It's the bedrock of the entire discipline. Sarah had watched countless students train, but this was her first time working directly with the shock gold technique, and she could already feel energy surging and releasing through every fiber of her body. A rush of exhilaration swept over her. When Saul looked to her for guidance, she waved her hand casually and began to explain. Saul furrowed his brow, still struggling to grasp the method. "I don't understand," he admitted. "Why does this seem harder than the approach we learned before?" Kyle, who had long since mastered Rujin, raised an eyebrow at Sarah's description. "I was just thinking the same thing," he said. "Maybe Miss Sonia can't channel shock gold the way we do." "Is that why she devised this, more subtle method?" Renoli asked, nodding in agreement. They all knew the Void God sect had been established for years, yet none of them had ever witnessed Miss Sonia practicing in the training grounds or the gravity tower. If she ever appeared in those places, it was only to watch from a distance. And now, as Sarah unraveled the hidden principle behind her approach, they began to understand why. Sarah paused, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "That was only the first step of Rujin," she said. "Now for the second." Kyle exchanged a puzzled glance with Renoli and the predictor. "And what's the second step?" "Power transmission," Sarah replied crisply. "You strike the surface, but the true force travels inward before it detonates. It's easiest to understand with a demonstration." She scanned her surroundings, then stooped to lift a hefty stone, roughly the size of a large loaf of bread, and held it aloft for everyone to see. Gathered around her were Kyle, Renoli, the Predictor, and two eager trainees, Loki and Thor. The latter pair leaned in closer, determined to absorb every detail of Rugian's technique. Kyle, Renoli, and the Predictor watched as well, keen to confirm whether their own practice of tenderness, a discipline passed down from Miss Sonia, was on track. Sarah lifted her right hand and slapped the stone's surface. The rock rippled with violent tremors, rattling the dust from its edges, yet the outer shell held firm, not a crack in sight. Then, slowly, deliberately, Sarah pressed a single finger against the center of the stone. In an instant, her fingertips sank through solid rock, punching a neat hole as the interior collapsed into fine, sandy powder. The golden grains spilled out in a silent cascade. Kyle and Renoli exhaled in unison. Ketur's eyebrows shot up. Even Loki and Thor, who had expected something impressive, looked momentarily stunned into silence by the elegant destruction before them. Sarah withdrew her hand, studying the sand trickling through her fingers. "You see," she said softly, "it's not brute force. It's precision, transmitting power through a focused point so that the core disintegrates. The exterior barely registers the blow, but inside, it's absolute collapse." She tossed the remaining rubble aside and met each of their gazes in turn. That, friends, is the second step of Rugian. Sarah's shot was astonishingly precise. The once solid stone was now completely hollowed out. She turned back to her friends and asked with a smile, "Do you see how it's done?" Kyle frowned, studying her fluid motion. "Are you sure this is Rugian's method?" Sarah chuckled as she reloaded. "It almost feels more like Huajin's technique, doesn't it?" From the sidelines, Renoli watched Sarah's confident display and realized her skill far outstripped their own. The only person in their circle who wielded greater power was Lacey, and yet even Lacey had showed them every step of this technique, patiently guiding them in private. Despite her thorough instruction, none of them had managed to replicate it. Lacey's mastery was simply on another level. She could summon or dissipate force at will, dialing its impact up or down instantly, even from thousands of meters away. Although Sarah's demonstration still fell short of Lacey's mastery, it was obvious that she was moving in the same direction of energy transformation. Renaud nodded in agreement, and the seer peered at Sarah expectantly. "So what comes next?" he asked. Sarah took a breath. "According to what Senior Sonia taught me, there are 9 steps in total. 1. Power control. 2. Power transmission. 3. Power elimination. 4. Material transmission. 5. Material elimination. 6. Air transmission. 7. Air elimination. 8. Transforming chi into physical form. 9. Guiding chi by intent." Senior Sonia has already reached the 9th step, Sarah continued, her eyes lighting up. With a casual palm strike, she can send an opponent flying for kilometers or simply dissipate their energy altogether. She paused, cheeks coloring slightly. As for me, I've only fully grasped the 2nd step, power transmission, and I'm still incomplete on the 3rd, power elimination. Otherwise, I would have been able to clear away all the residual energy just now. A hush fell over the group as everyone absorbed the gap between Sarah's current skill and Senior Sonia's legendary prowess. Sarah shifted uneasily, but held their gazes, determined to close that distance with further practice. After Sarah finished speaking, Renaud, Kyle, Predictor, Thor, and Loki exchanged knowing looks. They all remembered how, moments before, Sarah had subtly generated a secondary wind current from her palm to cancel out the force of her own movement. Now it was clear to them that this was no mere trick. It was an advanced method of power amplification. And her casual remark about erupting in one place and mysteriously reappearing miles away could only have come from Miss Sonia's instruction. They'd seen Sonia in action during the Voidland campaign. A single palm strike from dozens of kilometers off could split mountains and crack the earth below. Her mastery had utterly transformed their understanding of what was possible. "Based on this system of classification," Renaud murmured, "Lacey must have reached at least the 7th step of annihilation in the air over a year ago. I wonder if she's learned to give her key physical form by now." Renaud's mind replayed the techniques Lacey had demonstrated for them in the past. Even if Lacey's skill wasn't quite as polished as Miss Sonia's, the gap between them wasn't nearly as wide as he'd first supposed. Damien studied the instructor's classification board as they compared Ru Jin and Hua Jin. He'd always assumed their abilities were nearly equal, but this breakdown made it clear they were worlds apart. Kyle's shoulders slumped. Frustration darkened his brow. With these standards, I'll barely make it into the second stage of the transmission technique, if that, he admitted, voice heavy with disappointment. Quiet, Thor snapped before Kyle could sink any deeper. You haven't even started your practical yet. Kyle bit his lip and fell silent under Thor's impatient glare. Thor rubbed the back of his neck, cheeks burning. He'd built his reputation on brute strength, but in the realm of refined skills, he was hopelessly out of his depth. He sighed. Maybe I should switch to magic. From his spot against the wall, Loki chuckled. He'd just unlocked the physical evolution path, but knew it wasn't for him. His talents lay in sorcery. Even at only the second level of the transmission technique, he'd mastered its subtler, softer powers. Lucky I never chose the flesh path, he teased. Nearby, the prophet nodded thoughtfully. His specialty was precognition, break through an enemy's defenses with a single glimpse of the future, and all other tactics fell away. In his hands, a battlefield became a chessboard with every move laid bare. In that moment, each of them realized how different and how demanding their chosen paths truly were. Thank you, Miss Sarah. I understand the method. I'll go back and train hard. Damien bowed respectfully. His power right now came almost entirely from divine energy, but he knew he couldn't neglect his physical strength. As his divine power grew, so would his body, if he practiced diligently. If he didn't, all that raw potential would be wasted. I'll focus on mastering the techniques you showed me, he said. Beside him, Renoli gave a determined nod. He, too, planned to return to his quarters and test the limits of his foundation. Renoli's talent lay in blistering speed, supported by expert weapon use. But he understood that true divine speed demanded a body capable of withstanding tremendous stress. If his muscles or bones buckled under the strain, he'd be courting disaster. So my plan is the same, Renoli explained. If I can apply your training methods, Sarah, it proves my foundation is solid. If I can't, I'll keep practicing until it is. Strengthening my body will only improve my weapon skills, too. Miss Sarah allowed herself a small, approving smile. Their resolve was exactly what they needed to face the challenges ahead. Lacey has only been wielding the universal weapon for a few years, but she's already astonishingly adept with virtually anything she picks up. There must be something to her transformative gift that accelerates her learning. Kyle, you're glowing, Sarah teased, watching him nearly bounce on the balls of his feet. What's on your mind? Kyle turned, eyes shining. Miss Sarah, you really are a walking encyclopedia. Hardly, Sarah protested with a wave. All credit goes to Senior Sonia. It's nearly impossible to get in touch with her, Kyle replied. But we can always reach you. Then teach us more of what you know, Thor said, grinning. Both he and Kyle had assumed Sarah's knowledge was homegrown. Learning it actually came from Senior Sonia was an unexpected windfall. Even if they couldn't properly practice void magic just yet, they could at least expand their command of raw power. Sarah looked at them, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. I've only reached the second tier myself. Beyond that, everything's still theoretical. I'm not sure I'm qualified to teach you. Kyle smiled reassuringly. That's fine. Second-tier mastery is more than enough to get us started. Thor nodded in agreement. We'll take every lesson you're willing to share. Sarah inhaled and offered them a small, determined smile. All right, let's begin. That's enough theory, Damien said, settling the matter in a single sentence. Thor barely paid him any mind. He'd been eager to put the softer orbs into practice, and now fate had handed him the chance. As long as you don't mind, he replied, eyes already glinting with anticipation. I'm filthy from today's Damien continued. I'll head back to the Records Temple to shower first. He turned to give his companions a polite nod. You guys go on ahead. See you this afternoon. Sarah grinned and waved them off. I need to test my foundation. Catch you all later. Kyle watched Sarah's retreating back. With that, he decided it was high time to start his own preparations. In moments, the group had dispersed, each to his or her own task. Thor and Loki returned to the experimental wing in high spirits, immediately resuming their search for the elusive materials. Meanwhile, Tony and Banner, having just wrapped up their lab work, were sitting down to a hearty lunch. They barely noticed the Asgardians rummaging in the corner. Then, out of nowhere, pop, pa, two sharp blasts echoed through the hall, rattling their ears and sending a buzz through the air. Banner half stood from his seat. "Should we go see what that was?" Tony waved him off, unfazed. "Relax. It's probably just a stray reaction, an old pipe or something snapping." Returning to his sandwich, Tony shrugged. Whatever the blasts were, he was sure it wouldn't be the last surprise of the day. Less than 10 seconds later, the sharp clang of breaking china rang out again. Tony Stark's brow furrowed, a vein throbbing at his temple. Before Bruce Banner could say a word, Tony was already striding away. Bruce hurried after him into the kitchen, where he found Thor and Loki crouched amid shattered dinnerware. Tony surveyed the mess with narrowed eyes. "What on earth are you two doing?" Thor picked up a jagged shard, his expression sheepish. "We're, trying to figure out exactly how much force it takes to lift these plates without crushing them." Loki nodded, eyeing another piece of fine china. "It sounded so simple in theory, but if you press too hard, instant splinters. Too soft, and nothing moves." Tony folded his arms. "You've gone through 3 sets of my grandmother's china. Why not use the standard issue Stark dinnerware in the supply closet?" Thor shrugged. "Where's the challenge in that?" Loki lifted a fresh plate with exaggerated caution. Less than 2 seconds later, it cracked clean in half between his fingers. He blinked. It just slipped. Bruce buried his face in his hands. "Honestly?" Tony rubbed his temples. "You want to test your limits? Fine. But do it somewhere that isn't my personal dining set, and somewhere we don't mind cleaning up after you." Thor stood. "All right, brother. Let's move this to the training room." Loki sighed dramatically as he gathered the broken pieces. "Very well, but mark my words, next time we'll get it right on the first try." Tony shook his head, a reluctant smile tugging at his lips. "I'll believe it when I see it." Bruce knelt down to help, already pulling out his phone. "Don't worry, Tony. I'll order replacements." "We'll pick one up on our way out," Saul said, his attention still on the plate he was gently wiping. "Then why are Thor and Loki smashing dishes?" Tony snapped, amusement and irritation warring in his tone as he watched the 2 Asgardians methodically chip away at fine porcelain. The crash of shattered china drew Banner over. He surveyed the growing pile of shards on the floor and frowned. "What on earth are you two doing?" Thor set down his hammer, flushing with indignation. "Who said learning the gentle technique can't involve smashing every plate in sight?" Tony interrupted. "How on earth is that supposed to help anyone master the Regin style?" Loki shrugged, feigning innocence. "It was Miss Sonia's suggestion." "Miss Sonia?" Tony echoed, incredulous. "Yes," Loki said, a mischievous glint in his eye. "She assured me this was the best way to internalize the form." Tony's skepticism shifted to curiosity. "You're telling me she really teaches by having you destroy the very instruments you should be learning to wield?" Loki nodded solemnly. "Indeed, if you'd seen it in action." Tony cut him off with a smirk. "Oh, I have. Jarvis recorded every second of her demonstration on our Null Realm training grounds." He paused, then leaned closer. "All right, Loki, tell me exactly what she did." Loki grinned broadly, eager to relay every detail. Meanwhile, Banner and Saul exchanged bewildered glances. Clearly, this was just the beginning of a very unconventional lesson. Sonia stood unmatched among the Void Cult's warriors, a living weapon whose single palm strike could shatter mountains and crack the earth. In sheer physical power, she eclipsed all others. Loki caught the flicker of hesitation in Tony's eyes and couldn't resist a tease. "Someone just said this plan was a bit unreasonable, right?" Tony spun toward Banner, putting on an angelic grin and giving him a conspiratorial wink. "Did you hear anyone complain, Banner?" Banner watched Tony's innocent act, so blatantly false it might have passed for modern sleight of hand, but he chose not to call him out. With a calm shake of his head, he replied, "No." Chapter 437, A Tailor-Made Plan. "That's enough. Knock it off," Thor grumbled, stepping between Tony and Banner as their bickering escalated. "Honestly, these techniques could be just as valuable for you two." Loki raised his hands in mock surrender. "I promise, this isn't just my idea. Sarah here actually learned it from Sonia." He nodded toward Sarah, whose cheeks colored slightly at the unexpected credit. "Sonia's approach makes mastering the Regin method far less grueling." Tony frowned. Our training was brutal, hours of constant tension. You're saying it doesn't have to be like that? Banner folded his arms, eyes narrowing with skeptical curiosity. Loki took a deep breath and began to lay out the essentials of Sonia's instruction. As the explanation unfolded, Tony and Banner grew increasingly astonished. Under Sonia's guidance, the techniques remained challenging, but the punishing exhaustion vanished. Of course, there was a catch. Some finer details of the practice would be sacrificed. Even so, the payoff was well worth it. After all, learning to achieve softness was only the second stage in true skill control. Tony opened his mouth, ready to dismiss the whole thing. If it hadn't come from Sonia, he probably would have. Yeah, sure, I'm not convinced. But he fell silent. There was no denying the raw power Sonia had already demonstrated, nor the look of genuine confidence on Sarah's face. Even Tony Stark had to admit when someone else had outdone him. Does that mean the soft touch I've been so proud of only works on the second step? Damien frowned after hearing what Thor and Loki had told Sarah. Thor shrugged. It's pretty common to claim you didn't feel a thing after a hit. Renoli, Kyle, and Predictor all chimed in that they'd better double-check their foundations too. Seeing Damien's skeptical expression, Thor grinned. Your turn. Give it a try. Damien had been planning to cook, but the challenge was too tempting to resist. Is that it? Easy. He picked up a delicate porcelain plate and balanced it in his right hand. It held firm. Damien exhaled in relief and flashed a confident smile. Now hand me one of the big bowls. Use both hands this time, Loki teased, flinging a hefty bowl his way. Startled, Damien reached out with both hands, and just like that, the porcelain plate slipped, cracking loudly as it shattered on the floor. Loki's low chuckle filled the workshop. According to what Miss Sarah said, it isn't enough to hold two objects of differing hardness. You need to sense each one's endurance the moment you pick it up, then apply just enough force so you don't crush it. He handed Damien two items, a steel block in one hand, a foam cylinder in the other. That's the first step of soft strength. Damien's face went red. He managed to steady the foam cylinder, but the steel block slipped, clattering to the floor and leaving a dent in the metal plate beneath. Loki couldn't hold back his laughter. Come on, Damien, is that the best you can do? I can at least hold one, unlike you, who can't even show off. Damien shot back, struggling to lift his chin. Loki's smirk faded. Fine, if you can't do it yet, then learn, and quickly. You two clean this mess up, then go practice at the other houses. Replace everything you break, and don't disturb us here. Our research is almost complete. Damien ground his teeth but didn't argue. He turned away, dark frustration twisting in his gut, and strode off to gather broken pieces while Loki returned to his workbench, confident the final breakthrough was at hand. Although Damien hadn't succeeded this time, he knew the method was sound. Give me at most a month, he promised. You'll teach me what you learn, right? Banner called after him with a nod of approval. Banner watched Damien leave, then turned to Loki and Thor. So, who's cleaning up this mess? After Damien and Banner were out of earshot, Loki and Thor exchanged glances. Obviously it's your job, Thor said without a second's hesitation. Why me? Loki complained, folding his arms. I'm your brother, and you've got magic. You can just sweep it away. Thor shrugged, smirking. Doesn't seem like it'd be too hard for you. Challenge accepted, Loki muttered. He wove a quick spell, gathering the shattered debris into a neat swirling pile, then strode off to find a more secluded spot where they could practice without disturbing anyone. Loki scowled to himself. He'd only teased Damien, but he couldn't deny the boy's control over his power was impressive. Moments ago, Loki had slipped a section of unpredictable hardness into Damien's training material, hoping to throw him off. But Damien had pushed through. If he'd been fully braced for it, none of his fingers would have cracked. Though Tony hadn't reached perfection from day one, a bit of preparation made it surprisingly easy to master the fundamentals and close the gap between them and his skill. And now that Tony was fully absorbed in his research, the rest of the team finally had the chance to catch up. High on the mountainside, Damien Cassadine leaned against the marble countertop of the villa's grand kitchen. He watched the others fumble through their assignments, while Sonia sat at a nearby table, eyes fixed on her laptop, fingers dancing over the keys. Damien's attention drifted to a tray of desserts laid out like tiny works of art. Quietly, he lifted 2 porcelain dishes, one large, one small, and inspected their balance, turning them over in his palms. Then he strolled over and set the dishes beside Sonia. "Care for a dessert break?" he asked, voice easy. Startled, Sonia looked up. Damien offered her a knowing smile. "I'm just going to have a quick taste," he said, lifting a spoon to his lips. Sonia hesitated, then tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "All right, but let me finish this section first." "By all means," Damien replied with a nod. "Just call me if you need anything." Sonia returned to her work, though Damien's casual offer left her slightly unsettled. He stepped away, still cradling the dishes, and continued to turn them over in his hands. The porcelain was cool, its weight perfectly measured, a small reminder that with patience and practice, even the simplest moments could be refined into something exceptional. Damien set the dishes down on the counter and studied Sonia. "Sonia, how did you master Hua Jin?" He knew her control of power already surpassed Lacey's, but he had no idea how she'd trained. Many of her practices on the island had gone unseen, and he'd never once caught her working on that technique back at the villa. Sonia tilted her head, clearly puzzled. "Hua Jin? What do you mean by Hua Jin?" "It's the advanced realm of the 9 power techniques you taught Sarah," Damien explained. "Lacey reached the 7th level in your classification, what she calls energy transformation. That's the same ability you're using now." Sonia frowned, still uncertain. "I've never heard it called that. Is that Lacey's term?" "Names don't matter," Damien said gently. "What matters is that you've mastered that skill." Noticing the confusion on Sonia's face, understandable since Lacey had coined the label, Damien decided to ask in a different way. Damien looked up at Sonia with keen interest as she began to explain. "So this is it," she said, spreading out her notes. "Once you achieve true, flawless control over your power, everything else will fall into place naturally." Damien nodded. "When Sarah asked me how to learn Rujin, her goal was simply to help Kuai get started," he explained. Sonia smiled. "That's exactly why I approached it systematically. I mapped out each stage of my own power control, identified the advanced techniques and realms you'll need, then crafted a personalized training plan for Sarah." She paused, tapping her pen thoughtfully. "You have to understand the celebrity hotel mindset. There was a time when every member had to master a broad set of skills, no matter how difficult or tedious. Why? Because learning adds value. If you can't or won't learn, you risk being left behind. Your value drops, and you get eliminated." Damien raised an eyebrow. "So as long as the lessons are clear and detailed, Sarah will work through them?" "Exactly," Sonia said. "In that environment, you learn to embrace any challenge. It doesn't matter how tough a lesson is, if you can put it to use, it's worth every minute of study." That's the core philosophy of Celebrity Hotel. It's also why so many of our veterans transition into rewarding lives once they retire. When Sarah first arrived at the Celebrity Hotel, she couldn't grasp even the basics of energy work. Learning didn't come naturally to her, so Sonia devoted countless hours to tutoring her. It was only when Sonia broke everything down into a clear, step-by-step progression plan that Sarah suddenly took off, each lesson building neatly on the last. In the process, Sonia discovered how to craft a truly individualized training regimen. Damien raised an eyebrow. "All right," he said, "if you custom-built Sarah's program, then why did you learn energy manipulation yourself in the first place?" "Don't laugh at my answer." Sonia chuckled, leaning forward. "Honestly, my power keeps growing with every evolution. If I hadn't mastered control, I'd probably have broken half the training hall in front of Mr. Cassidy by now. You might overlook a few slips, but I'd be mortified." She paused, eyes twinkling. "So I tackled it head-on. I focused first on the fundamentals, how to let chi flow exactly as I willed, how to sense its currents. That stage came naturally to me. Only after that solid foundation did I push into the higher realms, refining my technique through endless practice." She smiled. "In short, I learned to manage raw power before I ever tried to amplify it." To train Sarah effectively, Sonia had broken the path into distinct stages, each with clear exercises and milestones. For someone like her, adept at unraveling and mastering her own abilities, it was second nature to design a learning roadmap. Damien watched in silence as she adjusted the intricate runes on her scrolls. "I understand," he said after a moment. Sonia glanced up, her expression unreadable. Good. Carry on then. As Damien observed her, he realized that Sonia's true aim wasn't only to teach Sarah, but to hone her own power in the process. As the Scroll Sovereign, once she chose a path, she pursued it relentlessly, refining every detail until she reached its utmost limits. What felt routine to her would demand extraordinary mental focus from most. Curiosity got the better of him, and he ran a discreet analysis of Sonia's techniques. To his surprise, he discovered that he himself had already achieved the 9th stage, the ability to unleash his energy at will and retract it just as effortlessly, even from a distance. He'd long restrained his raw power in favor of control. Now it seemed his culmination had arrived. If you need anything, just let me know, Damien offered. Sonia nodded without looking up, her attention returning to the softly glowing scripts before her. Damien stepped back quietly, giving her the space she needed to continue. Cassadine cut in abruptly, her words tumbling out without a second thought. After all, it wasn't unusual for Mr. Cassadine to keep tabs on island affairs and inadvertently pick up bits of conversation. If he was asking about it now, it meant Sarah must have already mentioned these details to someone else. As for who they should tail, Sonia had her candidate in mind, and since this wasn't exactly a state secret, there was no harm in Sarah letting it slip. With that settled, Sonia dispatched the second update. 3,000 words sent. Chapter 438. Tony and Banner's research is successful. Damien leaned back in his chair, a faint smile playing on his lips as he watched Thor and Loki clang dishes together, producing a playful ping with every collision. He'd just discovered that the new assignment had been tailor-made for Sarah. Even though her posting on the island would afford her a more relaxed pace, Sarah refused to let herself grow idle. After years of navigating the ruthless world of celebrity hotels, where only the fittest survive, she'd internalized one lesson above all: movement equals progress. That's why it made perfect sense for her to ask Tony for an early refund. If she'd been granted nearly a year off, she worried complacency would creep in. Too much idle time could slow her down, and before long she might fall behind, risk dismissal, and be forced into premature retirement. The celebrity hotel circuit was tough, but it rewarded those who resisted temptation. Every extra month on the job translated into more experience, deeper knowledge, and a broader network, assets you carried with you when you finally graduated into retirement. Meanwhile, in Stark Industries' lab, Tony Stark and Dr. Bruce Banner stood over their latest prototype, eyes shining. After months of relentless tinkering, they'd achieved a breakthrough. The new arc reactor design was stable and extraordinarily efficient. The device hummed with a steady blue-white light, its energy output surpassing all expectations. Tony's usual swagger gave way to genuine excitement as he tapped the reactor's control panel. "We did it," he declared, his voice echoing off the metal walls. Banner allowed himself a rare, satisfied smile. "We did." In that moment, with Sarah's future secured by her own drive and the world's energy future brightened by Tony and Banner's success, Damien felt a swell of pride. Everyone played their part, on the island or in the lab, and none of them ever truly stood still. And so Chapter 438 closes on a high note. Sarah's determination remains unshaken, and Tony and Banner's research has finally paid off, promising a cleaner, more powerful tomorrow. Damien leaned back in his chair, turning over his options. With the experience and connections he'd built up here, he could step right into countless jobs, or even strike out on his own as an entrepreneur. He thought of the villa manager who'd retired from the celebrity hotel at barely 30 years old. For Xandarians, whose lifespans stretch past 200, even nearing 300 years, 30 is barely adulthood. The memory of Sonia's deep, graceful bow as she left the hotel came to him then. At the time, he'd assumed she was simply relieved to be free, as if stepping out of a prison she'd never want to revisit. Now, though, he understood it differently. That bow had been an act of sincere gratitude. She was thanking the celebrity hotel for the rigorous training it had provided, teaching her a valuable skill set and releasing her unharmed into the wider world. After all, the celebrity hotel prided itself on its exacting standards and unforgiving environment. It ruthlessly refined its staff, but it never trapped them. When a manager chose to resign, the hotel saw no reason to make departure difficult, and it certainly never feared a shortage of top-tier villa managers. For Damien, that realization was reassuring. In this institution's brutal forge, only the best survived, and only the best ever chose to leave. Chapter 7. Mastery of Softness. It was absurd to think that the entire celebrity hotel could grind to a halt just because one trainee failed. Damien cast a troubled glance at Thor and Loki. They'd been struggling for hours, and their progress was painfully slow. In contrast, Kyle, Renoli, and the Prescientist had already cracked the secret of softness long ago. At first, Kyle, Renoli, and the Prescientist had fumbled. Their early attempts left shattered plates, dented beams, and a trail of broken furniture in the training wing. But they'd followed the method faithfully, and within 2 hours each of Word Hem had unlocked the technique. They could now sense the tensile limits of any material, wood, steel, even reinforced glass, and dial their strength down to the exact right level. It was as if their arms had become shock absorbers, molding and yielding on command. Damien knew Tony Stark would have no trouble picking it up next. But Thor, Loki, and Bruce Banner, who was due to begin training soon, were in for a bumpy ride. Just then, Kyle threw his hands into the air and whooped. "I did it! I did it!" His grin stretched from ear to ear. Renoli laughed and clapped him on the back. "Look at you, Mr. Last Place Champion," he teased, winning by a landslide. Despite the ribbing, Renoli's eyes shone with pride. They'd all been in the same boat, struggling with the basics, but once they mastered the core principle of Rujin's technique, everything clicked. The Prescientist had astonished them all by nailing it in under 10 minutes, his predictive insight giving him that final edge. Damien took a deep breath. He was up next, and if Kyle and Renoli's rapid success was any indication, the real challenge lay not in learning the method, but in letting go of old habits. He flexed his fingers, felt the subtle give in the training sword lying on the floor, and whispered, "Here goes nothing." Damien sat quietly, his mind racing through 1,000 potential outcomes in the blink of an eye. This uncanny foresight, his signature skill as the foreseer, was just the beginning. Under Miss Sonia's tutelage, he had already mastered the fundamentals, always staying one step ahead before moving on to the next lesson. "Kyle," Damien said, leaning back, "Thor and Loki probably haven't finished their training yet. Let's not tease them too soon." Kyle looked up with eager relief. "They just joined the Void cult a few weeks ago. We haven't even covered the Rujin principles with them properly." Damien smiled. He'd tested his own foundation to its limits, so he knew exactly how shaky a newcomer's footing could be. "Relax, I'm not that harsh," he assured. "In fact, sharing our progress might boost their confidence. But first, I want to learn the method of material conduction." Kyle nodded enthusiastically. "If we can master that, along with all the other techniques, our strength will skyrocket." Over the next month, Thor and Loki threw themselves into study with relentless fervor. Outside of meals and sleep, they practiced material conduction day and night. They subjected countless objects to their experiments, crushing them, reforming them, probing their very cores, until at last they saw real progress. They hadn't yet achieved full mastery, but the breakthrough was unmistakable. Each could now sense an object's fundamental substance the instant they touched it and redirect its energy through either hand at will. It was a small step, but one that promised to carry them to a whole new level of power. Damien and Sonia had practiced their new technique until, at last, they could brace themselves and grip the fragile shock cores with both hands without shattering them. Eager to see how far they'd come, the two of them made their way to the training grounds. In the past, they'd relied on nothing but brute force to batter the shock gold cores, an approach that never truly unsettled them. Today, however, a single precise strike sent the cores vibrating in their mounts. "As I expected from Miss Sonia," Loki remarked, his voice brimming with admiration, "disciples of Lord Cassidon, the Void God, always pick up new skills so fast." Loki studied the trembling cores with undisguised awe. He had no doubt this method had been personally devised by Master Cassidon for Sonia's benefit. Of course, the full foundation of the technique hadn't yet settled. Both he and Damien would have to advance steadily, step by step. After a month of repeated failure, Damien felt his own spirit harden. He'd grown markedly more patient in both mind and movement, and his competitive fire burned brighter than ever. Without that blend of perseverance and healthy rivalry, each setback would have left him more discouraged than the last. And by his side once more, just in time for these trials, was Lacey, who had returned within the past weeks. 1 month after Miss Sonia first revealed her advanced techniques, the entire team felt the effects. Lacey broke through the long-standing bottleneck in her training. She'd already mastered the 8th stage of materializing strength, and an unexpected flash of insight had set her on a new path, learning to shape her chi in perfect harmony with her intent. That very day, as Loki and Thor were comparing notes on their own rapid progress, 2 bulletins lit up the community network. Tony Stark, billionaire inventor, announced, "My sublight thruster engine is fully researched and ready for testing." Bruce Banner posted, "I'm free at last." With those 2 breakthroughs achieved, Stark and Banner declared themselves officially released from their current research duties. They'll return to more speculative projects, reality gems, mind gems, and the like, but there's no longer any rush. For now, the focus remains on perfecting the powers each of them has already begun to unlock. Damien stood beside the massive holotable, watching Tony Stark and Bruce Banner make the final calibrations on their sublight drive prototype. This engine wasn't just another experimental model, it was the linchpin that would allow Void Island to construct its own fleet of starships, and it would give the Blue Star her first true leap into interstellar space. There was no room for error, and no time to waste. For months, Tony and Banner had chased one dead end after another. Every theoretical breakthrough had collapsed under practical tests, and every promising circuit design had blown a fuse or overheated beyond repair. Still, neither genius had dared to concede defeat. They refined their equations, rewrote their code, and retooled their machinery late into every night, fueled by the certainty that once the sublight thruster was mastered, nothing could hold their civilization back. Now, with the last diagnostic complete, both men leaned back and exchanged a long, silent glance. Relief and something like triumphant joy glowed in their eyes. "We did it," Bruce said at last, his voice low with awe. Tony pressed a finger to his lips. Not quite yet. He tapped a few more holographic controls, and the hum of the thruster grew steadier, more confident, as if it too understood the momentous achievement it represented. Across the room, Hercules Kyle strode forward. He'd come to witness the climax of a project years in the making. "Is it operational?" he asked, folding his arms. Tony allowed himself a grin. "Fully operational. Sublight speeds, right up to the universal limit. No more guesswork. This engine is the real deal." Kyle's grin mirrored his excitement. "This changes everything." He looked at Damien. "With this under our belt, the Blue Star can chart new star lanes, and Void Island can build battleships without outside help. We've just turned ourselves into a galactic power." Bruce nodded. "True lightspeed and warp drives are still on the horizon, but they can wait. Sublight propulsion is already the pinnacle of known technology. It means untold wealth, and it gives us the strategic edge every empire needs." Damien felt a thrill ripple through him. He doubted they could ever pull it off, but here it was, the key to their future. He straightened, determination lighting his features. "Then let's get to work. If sublight is the foundation, we'll build everything else on top of it." Tony tapped the holotable one last time, sealing the program. "Welcome to the next chapter," he said. "Let's make history." Damien drifted free of his energy restraints, the faint hum of the laboratory's force fields fading behind him. Around the oval conference table, the leaders of Mowgli Star's scientific and military divisions leaned forward, anticipation crackling in the air. "How soon?" Sonic's Renoli asked, voice bright with excitement. "Can we begin full-scale production of the Void God Cult's SPAC-E battleships?" Damien met his gaze and gave a measured nod. Renoli's grin widened as he tapped a datapad against the table. "Congratulations on your release," he said. "I think I speak for everyone when I say we've been eager to see you back in the field." Lacey, head of advanced propulsion, looked up from her console. "Now that you're out of that cage," she teased, "will you have time to explore the station again? Maybe take a stroll down the observation deck?" From the far end of the table, Yamalix, his inky skin faintly rippling with void energy, bowed his head in respect. He has proven himself worthy of Lord Kassadin, the god of the void. Tony Stark, Mowgli Star's chief industrialist, pushed his glasses back up his nose and swiveled his holodisplay toward the group. As for sublight thruster engines, he began, I can supply them at a modest markup over cost. We'll handle fabrication right here on Mowgli. Stop by my office later, and we'll finalize the contract. Behind the scenes, Damien's wormhole jump drive had matured at record speed, thanks entirely to the brilliance of Mowgli Star's quantum physics team. In return for their efforts, any further improvements to the jump drive would remain exclusive to Mowgli Star. At the same time, progress on the sublight propulsion units had leapt forward after engineers salvaged the critical production modules captured during the Void War. While Stark insisted he couldn't give the engines away, he was more than willing to sell them at a fair profit, especially since Alex Trent had poured every ounce of talent into optimizing their power cores. It was only right, Stark argued, that Mowgli Star share in the financial upside. Yamalix's eyes flared with quiet intensity. My evolution is far from complete, he murmured, the promise of further transformation lingering in his tone. In that charged moment, each leader recognized it. The machinery was in place, the deals were struck, and the Void God cult's fleet would soon take shape. The real work, of war, of engineering, and of destiny, was only just beginning. Give me 3 more months, Damien said firmly. I'll return then and go over every detail with you. Although Damien was determined to grow stronger himself, he couldn't overlook the needs of Mowgli Star. This deal with Tony Stark promised to accelerate the colony's development, and even if Damien's schedule was packed, he knew he had to carve out time to consult Tony. Besides, Stark's latest research was fresh off the press. Assembling the workforce and setting up the production line would take weeks anyway. There was no point in rushing back. A moment later, the air around him shimmered as God King Odin Borson appeared on the holoscreen. Does Asgard stand to gain from this agreement? Odin asked. Damien met the All-Father's gaze without hesitation. Yes, these starships will not only secure Mowgli Star's future, they'll expand Asgard's reach across the cosmos. On the other end of the line, Tony Stark leaned forward, his trademark smirk in place. As long as Asgard covers the initial costs, I'll deliver the ships. We've already committed production to Void Island and Blue Star free of charge. If I extend a freebie to Asgard as well, I'll be the one eating ramen for the next decade. Odin's stern expression softened into a nod. Very well, we will arrange the funding. 3 months then? 3 months, Damien agreed. He ended the call, allowed himself a quiet breath, and turned back to the holodisplay. The countdown to a new era for Mowgli Star and the 9 Realms had begun. Pepperpot stepped into the lab's control room, concern in her eyes. Tony, if your research succeeds, when do you think you'll come home? Steve Rogers, leaning against a nearby console, nodded. Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. Tony Stark glanced up from the glowing star map projected before him. He tapped a few controls, the circuitry humming softly under his fingers. Not right away, he admitted, but soon. First, I need to finish building the universal relay network for our Blue Star, establish the cosmic communications infrastructure. Without that, Blue Star can't safely make the jump into the interstellar era. He spread his hands over the holographic display. Even with my current funding, it's a massive expenditure. We have to front the cost of switching from planetary credits to a galactic standard currency before launch. But it's doable. Just then Sonia, the envoy of the Void God, glided into the room. Her dark robes whispered across the floor as she approached. Mr. Stark, Mr. Banner. Her voice was low, resonant. Your combined efforts on behalf of the Void God cult have been nothing short of extraordinary. Please accept our deepest gratitude. Tony exchanged a quick look with Bruce Banner, who had joined them silently at the edge of the table. Pepper offered Tony an encouraging smile, while Steve gave a respectful nod. Tony turned back to the star map, determination in his eyes. All right, everyone, let's get to work. Author's note, Chapter 3 is now live. 3,000 new words, bringing our total to 10,000. If you're enjoying the story, please vote and subscribe. Your support means a lot. Chapter 439, Damien achieves financial freedom. Once the Void God cult mastered the independent construction of space battleships, Its entire technology tree vaulted several levels forward. Neither the Kree Empire nor the Xandar Empire would dare sell sublight thruster engines. Such a transfer of knowledge would undermine their very foundations of power. The Void God cult, by contrast, freely offers its propulsion systems to allied civilizations. For most cult members, these battleships serve simply as transport vessels, and paradoxically, the longer a species remains under the cult's influence, the less they rely on conventional ships. But to the myriad allied worlds beyond the cult, sublight engines represent a civilization's ascent to high technology. These engines slash interstellar transit times, accelerate contact with distant neighbors, and open the door to exploring the unknown reaches of space. Even the Kree and Xandar empires, with their unrivaled star charts and cosmic research, are only two out of countless interstellar powers. Most civilizations still drift in ignorance of the broader universe. Now equipped with Void Cult engines, they can finally begin to close the gap. As long as there are still uncharted regions in the universe, the potential for groundbreaking discoveries remains limitless. The more advanced a starship is, the faster it can make contact with other civilizations, much like high-speed trains knitting distant cities together. But technological progress in a weaker society can't simply be bought off the shelf. Even if one offers a fortune, the two great empires guard their most prized inventions zealously. Many secrets are strictly off the market. Sonia understood more keenly than anyone just how crucial this step was for Mr. Stark and Mr. Banner. By securing these technologies and establishing reliable supply chains, they would bind the scattered followers of the Void Divine Faith into a tighter, more resilient network across the stars. Tony Stark, the billionaire industrialist, steepled his fingers. Miss Sonia, about recruiting staff, setting up the assembly lines, and sourcing all the necessary materials and equipment. Once we wrap up our current talks, we'll go over every detail. Despite the strides they'd already made, building a fully operational production line and ramping it up to the efficiency they needed would demand both considerable time and a hefty investment. Chapter 7. Funding the Void God Project. Damien stared at the hollow projection of the Void God Temple's schematics. He'd poured years of his own savings into cutting-edge sublight propulsion research. But if he used those funds to build this temple, his Blue Star projects would grind to a halt. He needed outside financing. Envoy Sonia, he began, turning to the Void God's ambassador, will supply the technology, but the construction costs must come from the Void God religion. Banner and I will split the profits 50-50 with you. Once the temple is complete, you'll recover your investment, and our research can finally move forward. Sonia inclined her head. Agreed. Behind her, Frost Witch Claudia stepped forward, curiosity lighting her eyes. Mr. Stark, she said, addressing Tony Stark, who'd been silent until now, my homeland is still stuck using chemical rockets. Could we purchase your sublight propulsion engines? Tony flashed her a grin. Absolutely. Anyone who wants one can negotiate a contract with me once production begins. Claudia's smile was radiant. She bowed respectfully. Thank you. Tony turned back to his companions. His mind was already racing through profit projections and blueprints for the next big venture. All right, everyone. It's settled. Damien and Banner will handle the temple's tech. Envoy Sonia's group funds the build. Claudia's future shipments are in the bag. I'll start mass-producing the engines as soon as we secure the Voidland for our test runs. Damien allowed himself a small, satisfied nod. With the Voidland under their control, they could run real-world trials and advance their faster-than-light research. As the meeting broke up, Tony lingered. By the way, he said, lowering his voice, once we've established reliable sublight drives, I'm heading back to Blue Star full-time. I plan to build a cosmic communication network, linking Blue Star with the rest of the universe. It'll make us all wealthy beyond imagining. Damien caught Tony's eye. Blue Star's wealth is one thing, he said, but real progress comes when our civilization can share knowledge across the stars. That's what I'm aiming for. Tony laughed softly. Then let's get to work. Together, they left the temple's council chamber, ready to turn ambitious plans into reality. With Sonia's funding secured, Claudia's orders in place, and Tony's entrepreneurial drive ignited, the future of Blue Star, and perhaps the entire cosmos, had never looked brighter. Damien studied the Void God cult's starship blueprints with keen interest. Their advanced battleships were hot commodities across the galaxy, but before he could push for interstellar sales, he had to shore up support among the cult's own ranks. Although most adherents now hailed from Xandaria, allies from other worlds still held sway, and their trust couldn't be taken for granted. Next on his agenda was a bold leap in biotech, extending Blue Star's average lifespan from a mere 70-odd years to well over 2 centuries. If successful, this breakthrough alone would reshape countless societies and solidify the cult's influence. Even the recent triumph in sublight propulsion wasn't a ticket to rest. Damien knew the road ahead was strewn with challenges, vast research projects, delicate political negotiations, and the constant threat of rivals seeking to undermine him. From all these tasks, one truth stood out. He would never ascend as the Void God cult's supreme military commander. His destiny lay elsewhere, among the scientific elite of the cult's technological sect, and he wouldn't have it any other way. Every new discovery, every painstaking experiment, carried him closer to the future he'd always envisioned, one in which knowledge reigned supreme and the boundaries of life itself could be rewritten. Dr. Bruce Banner couldn't contain his excitement. Once their sublight propulsion engine was perfected, he wouldn't just catch up to Tony in wealth, he'd achieve true financial freedom. He could buy anything he wanted without ever worrying where his next paycheck would come from. Moments later, Loki and Thor burst into the research wing, having heard the news. Tony Stark and Bruce were practically glowing with anticipation. "How long did it take you to get this engine up and running, Tony?" Thor asked, eyes alight with curiosity. Thor might not be a tinkerer by nature, technology wasn't really his field, but he fully appreciated the effort behind every scientific breakthrough. After all, Asgard boasts countless inventors burning the midnight oil on their own projects. Regardless of how many hours are logged in the lab, though, it's success that truly matters. From the moment I joined the Void Cult and first set foot in the cosmos, I've been obsessed with one goal: mastering a sublight thruster engine. If I could unlock that technology, every aspect of my armor, speed, agility, endurance, would improve dramatically. The only problem was, back when I arrived 6 years ago, I simply didn't have the knowledge or the tools to make it happen. Sure, I'd made incremental progress over the years on various propulsion prototypes, but none of them approached true sublight travel. Then, just under a year ago, everything changed. Tony Stark looked up from his workbench and laughed as Thor and Loki stomped back into the hangar. "Can you believe it's been 6 years since I first started poking around with these thruster theories?" he said, waving at the half-assembled engine modules. In reality, though, once Damien showed me Xandar's complete reference materials, I cracked it in less than 12 months. Bruce Banner folded his arms, a rueful smile pulling at his lips. If Mian hadn't reminded me to dust off those old texts, I would have completely forgotten how much we owe him. Tony slapped his thigh and beamed across the bay. "Damien, thanks for all your help, man. Seriously, I couldn't have done this without you." Damien stepped forward, brushing a loose strand of hair from his eyes. He'd watched Tony's prototypes evolve from sputtering, unstable test rigs into sleek, powerful engines capable of pushing a suit to a significant fraction of light speed. It had been hard work, late nights poring over Xandarian schematics, calibrating exotic alloys, running simulation after simulation, but watching everything finally come alive was worth every sleepless hour. "I'm glad I could help," Damien said quietly. He looked over at the 2 Asgardians, who gave him respectful nods, and then at Banner, whose face lit up with genuine gratitude. In that moment, Damien felt that 6 years of dedication and the unexpected camaraderie he'd found among these brilliant, driven heroes had paid off in spades. As the new sublight thruster roared to life for its first full-power test, its blue glow reflecting off the polished floor, Damien allowed himself a rare, satisfied smile. The journey to mastery had been long, but now they stood on the brink of a breakthrough that could redefine interstellar travel and change the fate of every person who wore Stark armor from that day forward. Damien sat frozen at his console as Tony Stark's signature transaction ping lit up the screen. "Please accept this small token of my gratitude," Tony announced, leaning back in his chair. On the display, 1 billion universe coins appeared in Damien's account. Damien's eyes went wide. 1 billion? He rasped. I just offered some theoretical calculations. I hardly contributed anything tangible. You can't expect me to keep all of this. Bruce Banner, quietly observing from across the lab, offered a warm smile. Come on, Damien. Your theory just saved us centuries of trial and error. Tony cut in, flashing his trademark grin. Bruce is right. Time is money, my friend, and you've just granted us a massive head start. Damien ran a hand through his hair, overwhelmed. If it had been 20 or 30 million coins, he might have accepted without hesitation. But a full billion? It felt extravagant. Still, he knew they spoke the truth. Without his guidance, the Blue Star team would have floundered, searching in the dark for the right propulsion components needed to break through sublight travel. Their research had ground to a halt time and again, simply because they didn't know where to begin. Taking a deep breath, Damien at last nodded. All right, thank you, both of you. I'll put it to good use. Tony gave him an approving nod. That's settled. Now let's get back to work. There are galaxies waiting for us. For decades, every major technological advance on Blue Star had ground to a halt at the same stubborn bottleneck. Countless research teams, from government labs to private firms, poured time and credits into breaking through. Yet true progress remained out of reach, and humanity's dream of setting foot among the stars, of encountering other civilizations, felt perpetually suspended. Today, however, that dream was finally within grasp. In the soaring atrium of Stark Industries, Damien watched as Tony Stark and Loki reviewed the latest holographic schematics for the Star-class battleship. Data streams winked in and out of existence, proof of Damien's innovative design that had shattered the final barrier to faster-than-light travel. Tony turned, his expression radiant. Damien, your work is nothing short of revolutionary. Thank you. Damien allowed himself a modest nod. It was a collaborative effort, but I'm honored to have been part of it. I insist we celebrate properly, Tony declared, sweeping a hand toward the grand buffet behind them. Join me tonight for dinner and drinks at the gala, my treat. I'd be delighted, Damien replied. From the sidelines, Loki whooped and threw up 2 thumbs. 1 billion credits on the SPI. Now this is the life of a billionaire industrialist. Just keep it low-key, Tony. Tony chuckled, ruffling Loki's dark hair. Between us, I'd set aside 2 or 3 billion for this project, but I figured Damien would never accept that much, so 1 billion it is. Loki beamed. Perfect. This funding is exactly what we need to finalize outfitting the Star battleship. Without Damien's breakthrough, we'd still be drawing blueprints. Tony lifted his glass. To new frontiers, and to the man who made it possible. He paused, letting the words hang in the air. Then, turning to Damien, he smiled warmly. To the next great adventure. In that moment, the long-dreamed voyage beyond Blue Star felt closer than ever. Damien leaned back, folding his arms as he studied Loki. Let me ask you something, Loki. Once we've claimed Asgard, do you really think we can just treat money like it doesn't matter? Thor, lounging nearby, caught Tony glancing away as if bored. He shot Loki a withering look. Have you lost your mind? Tony, half smiling, chimed in. Come on. My business can keep 2 people in the lap of luxury, including Pepper. That's hardly a burden. Thor snorted. There are thousands of souls in Asgard. Do you honestly think its upkeep costs next to nothing? Loki bristled at Thor's scornful tone. Yes, the Asgardian royal vault was legendary, overflowing with gemstones and gold. But that didn't mean they could squander it the way Tony Stark did. Dad had been haunted by the billions he'd watched vanish. It wasn't that money lacked power. It was that it fell short of absolute authority. True control belonged to figures like Lord Cassidon or their own father. Still, wealth ranked just beneath that, a vital fuel for expanding power. Enough money could bankroll genetic research, cutting-edge weaponry, even pay off superpowered agents to fight on your behalf. Loki met Damien's gaze. Power without resources is hollow, but resources, properly directed, can create power. Thor tapped his chin, conceding the point. I suppose I can't argue with that. Damien saw it and wanted to brush it off as mere showmanship, but he thought better of it and stayed silent. In truth, he was desperate to bring his vision of the future to life, and he was crushingly short on funds. Blue Star's cosmic coins were virtually worthless. Even if he could sell Blue Star goods across the galaxy, he'd still need to front the cost in cosmic coins. Just gathering that starting capital would require an astronomical fortune. Still, when you're playing a part you haven't yet earned, common sense goes out the window. He'd already convinced everyone there was a massive shortfall in his budget, so his next move was obvious: figure out how to make that money himself. Relying on Banner was out of the question. Banner's assets were nothing but a drop in the cosmic ocean compared to what Damien needed. Banner only saw a small cut of the profits from the sublight thruster engine. As for the earnings from their work on gravity devices, space wormhole technology, and advanced AI, those were split evenly between Damien and Cassidin. If Damien and Banner could team up on future breakthroughs, then and only then might Banner's modest resources actually help Blue Star flourish. That about wraps up Banner's plan for achieving financial freedom, for now, at least. I've just released the first 3,000-word update. A big thank you to Illusory Moonlight for your generous reward. I'm truly grateful.